How was school today, honey? Mom stood at the stove, stirring dinner, the familiar clatter of pots filling the kitchen. It was okay, I said with a shrug. She shot me a look, clearly not satisfied. Anna, this year is really important, I finished for her with a smile. You've given me that speech every year since I started school. She sighed. And how was your English test? Fine. At least it wasn't math. God knows that's not my strength. I tilted my head innocently. I wonder where I got that weakness from. I had great grades in math, she protested. Yeah, because you cheated. She shrugged, completely unashamed. As long as you don't get caught. I gasped dramatically. Wow, what a role model. Careful, Missy, she warned, pointing her spoon at me. I stuck my tongue out and laughed. The doorbell rang before she could retaliate. I went to open it, and there went the piece. Chris burst inside, dumping grocery bags onto the floor like a hurricane with legs. I'm starving. I turned to head back to the kitchen. You could at least carry my bags, idiot, he called after me. If hell freezes over, moron. He smirked. You're such a lazy witch. I sighed. I was used to it. The older he got, the worse he became. You don't even have friends, he continued. It's embarrassing having you as a sister. It didn't hurt. I like my solitude. Chris, stop it, Mom called. He rolled his eyes, shoved past me, and barked, I'm hungry. I hit the wall with a dull thud and stayed quiet. There was no point. Mom would yell later, to Dad, or to Mike, her boyfriend, but never long enough to matter. Ugly, Chris muttered as I retreated to my room. My sanctuary. I shut the door and let the noise fade. I knew I wasn't ugly. I wasn't stunning either, but I was fine. Long brown hair with natural curls, brown eyes, decent curves. Solidly average. And I was okay with that. I turned on my computer. The New Moon trailer had dropped. I'd read all 4 books in 2 days. I liked the story. Not obsessed. Not Team Edward or Team Jacob. Jacob wasn't my type, and Edward had issues. Still, something about the world kept my attention. The vampires looked better this time. Less glitter, more menace. The werewolves, though disappointing. Too cute. After homework and a quiet evening, Chris slept over at his girlfriend's. Thank God. I went to bed. When I woke up, the first thing I noticed was that I wasn't lying down. I was sitting. I opened my eyes. I was on a plane. The pilot's voice crackled overhead. We'll be landing in Seattle shortly. My heart slammed into my ribs. What happened to my room? My bed? My house? I sat there shaking, barely breathing. After landing, a flight attendant approached. Ticket, please. My hands moved on their own. I found a ticket with my name on it. Anna Forrester. She smiled. My colleague will take you to your connecting flight. I nodded. I didn't scream. I didn't panic. I followed. The next plane was smaller. Much smaller. Destination, Port Angeles. I felt sick the entire flight, trapped in a fog, absorbing information without reacting. Freaking out felt dangerous. Being calm felt safer. At the terminal, a man rushed toward me and pulled me into a hug. Oh, Anna, I'm so sorry about your parents, he said gently. Don't worry. I'll take care of you. I didn't know him. I nodded anyway. We drove through endless rain into a town that could be summed up in one word. Green. Everything blurred together. I didn't speak. I wasn't sure I could without screaming. The house was old but warm. Spacious. Recently renovated. My room overlooked the forest. Get some rest, the man, Kevin, said kindly. School tomorrow. I showered, crawled into bed, and prayed this was a nightmare. It wasn't. The next morning, Kevin drove me to school. December. The sign made my stomach drop. Welcome to Forks High School. Something stirred in my mind. Inside the office, a red-haired woman smiled. Hello, Kevin. And this must be Anna Forrester. Niece. Papers. Schedule. I was 16. Junior year. None of this made sense. In English class, a girl smiled at me. I'm Jessica Stanley. A blonde boy leaned back. Mike Newton. Angela Weber. Eric Yorkie. My blood ran cold. These weren't coincidences. This was Forks. Twilight Forks. The bell rang for lunch. Mike offered to show me the cafeteria, and suddenly, one terrifying thought crystallized. If they were here, then so were the Cullens. The world tilted, and I nearly blacked out. Hey, Anna, I'll show you the way to the cafeteria since you're new here, Mike said with an easy grin. Cafeteria. The word hit like a switch flipping in my head. If Mike, Jessica, Eric, and Angela were here, and I was in Forks, then that meant the Cullens. My vision dimmed. I swayed slightly, my heart slamming, so hard it felt like it might crack my ribs. Of course the Cullens. How could I forget them? No, this wasn't possible. This couldn't be real. Twilight was a book. A story. Fiction. Except I'd woken up on a plane. Met people who shouldn't exist. Sat in classrooms I'd only ever read about. Anna. Mike's voice cut through my spiral. You okay? You look really pale. School. Right. Still standing in a hallway. Think. Do something. This isn't real. It can't be. A book. And I was real. That thought snapped something into place. I need to do something, I blurted out. Thanks, Mike. I'll see you at lunch. Then I ran. I left Mike staring after me, confused, but I couldn't care less. Something was very wrong, and I needed proof. Earlier, I'd seen a media room. Computers. I sprinted down the hall, pushed the door open, and nearly collapsed into the first chair I found. My hand was shaking as I turned on the computer. The seconds it took to boot felt unbearable. I was sweating, crying, struggling to breathe. A panic attack. Finally, the screen lit up. Google. I typed Twilight. Results popped up. Relief flooded me until I started reading. Not the book, not the series, not Stephanie Meyer. My breath caught. I searched New Moon, Eclipse, Breaking Dawn, Midnight Sun. Nothing. My fingers felt numb as I typed Stephanie Meyer. No results. Nothing. I leaned back, breathing hard, then grabbed my phone and searched for bookstores. Port Angeles. Seattle. I called the first one. Newport Books, this is Amy. How can I help you? I said carefully. Do you carry the Twilight series? Twilight, New Moon, Eclipse, Breaking Dawn? A moment, please. That pause told me everything. I'm sorry, she said when she returned. We don't have those titles, and they aren't in our system. I thanked her and hung up. Then I called another store. And another. Same answer. Cold crept through me, settling deep in my bones. I tried calling home. The number didn't exist. I called relatives, friends, nothing. And suddenly it clicked. If this really was the Twilight world, then my parents wouldn't be here. Neither should I. This was going nowhere. I shut the computer down, wiped my face, reapplied my makeup with shaking hands, and forced myself to stand. Before I lost my mind completely, I needed one final confirmation. I needed to see them. The cafeteria was loud, chaotic, overwhelming. I kept my eyes down as I entered, breathing slowly, steadying myself. Mike called my name, and I followed his voice to a table filled with familiar faces. Introductions blurred together. I smiled, sat down, pretended to be normal. Then I looked up. I scanned the room. Students, humans, ordinary. Hope flared. Maybe there was another explanation. Maybe. And then I saw them. Near the windows. 4 figures. Rosalie, Emmett, Alice, and Edward, his back to me. They were beautiful in a way that made my chest ache. Inhumanly beautiful. No book, no movie had come close to doing them justice. Then I realized one was missing. Jasper. Maybe he was late. In class. Somewhere else. My mind raced, desperate for excuses. What are you staring at? Jessica asked. I swallowed. Oh, she said, following my gaze. The Cullens. I braced myself. Alice, Edward, Emmett Cullen, and Rosalie Hale. There are 5 of them. The other one's Jasper Hale, Rosalie's twin. They live with Dr. Cullen and his wife. I nodded. Slowly. Empty. They're all couples, she continued. Emmett with Rosalie. Jasper with Alice. And they all live together. Angela frowned. They aren't actually related, Jess. I know, but still, Jessica said. They're adopted. Dr. Cullen's young, like late 20s or early 30s. They moved here from Alaska a couple years ago. And just so you know, don't bother with Edward. He doesn't date. At the sound of his name, Edward turned. Our eyes met. The room vanished. The noise faded. Time stopped. His eyes were dark topaz. Not brown. Topaz. Like a vampire. And in that moment, I knew. I wasn't losing my mind. I wasn't dreaming. I was in Twilight. And nothing would ever be the same again.
Hey everyone, welcome to FanFic Canon. Thanks for hitting play. I'm thrilled to bring this fan-made story to life for you. If you enjoy the ride and want more narrated fanfics, smash, subscribe, and tap the bell so you never miss an episode. And if you want audiobook of a novel of your choice, join my Patreon. Request any title that's freely available online, and I'll produce a full narration just for you. Now, let's dive into today's adventure.
At mentioning his name, Edward turned around and looked in our direction. Our eyes locked. The world stood still. Dark topaz, his eyes were dark topaz. Topaz like vampire. Our eyes were still locked. I wasn't breathing. The more I searched, the more I saw, the more impossible it became. I looked into his dark topaz pools. He stared back. My mind was blank, not because he was drop dead, again a word that made me cringe, gorgeous, but because he looked like the main character of a book and was most likely a vampire. Vampires do not exist. But I wasn't afraid of the vampire aspect. What freaked me out and scared me beyond reason was that it looked more and more like I somehow landed in Twilight. I couldn't wait to see the next Twilight movie, but I didn't want it to be part of it. They belonged into the books or on the screen, and I in a real life. How could we be at the same place? We were still looking into each other's eyes. I broke the contact. I needed to think. Ice-cold shivers were running down my spine. Okay, think, girl, what are you going to do now? You need to make sure they really are vampires, but how to do that? I can't spill their secret in public, and getting myself killed isn't a bright idea either. How do I find out that the Cullens? A light went on in my head again. Edward, mind reader. Edward can read minds. That's it, but wait, shouldn't he have heard me by now? Well, maybe I wasn't loud enough. Yeah, that's it, let's get down to business. I looked at him again. He had his back turned to me, and I started to think as loud as I could. Edward, the first know what you are a vampire. And nothing, he didn't turn around. Okay, next shot. Edward Anthony Mason Cullen, I know that you are a vampire. Please turn around. Again, nothing. No respond. Edward, if you don't turn around, I will tell everyone that you are a vampire. No, this didn't work either. Maybe they really aren't vampires and I'm wrong, or maybe I'm a shield like Bella, and that's why he isn't responding. I sighed in frustration. Okay, what next? Edward's ability was a blind end, but Edward wasn't the only one with an ability. I knew who my next target would be. Alice. I know how Alice's ability works, but what should I do? I thought for a moment and came up with the perfect solution. It was bound to get me their attention. I took a deep breath, closed my eyes, and made my decision, thinking about how I would turn it into reality and concentrating on Alice at the same time. I was picturing how I would climb on the table. Not I had a better one, more shocking. I was picturing how I would grab a knife, go to the Cullen table, cut myself before them, let my blood spill, and scream out loud that they are vampires. Yes, that would get me their attention. I opened my eyes and saw how Alice went stiff and her eyes went unfocused. When she resurfaced, form at her face was a mask of shock and panic. She and Edward turned to look at me, disbelieving, shocked, frozen in panic and in fear of my next move. If I was pale before I was green now. I had my answer. It was true, they were vampires, and I was in Twilight. No mistake possible. It was official now, I was in Twilight. That's something to wrap your mind around. It worked. It's true. I breathed out before I could stop myself. Did you say something? I heard someone ask. I turned around and saw Mike looking concerned at me. And are you all right? You look absolutely green. Maybe I should get you to the nurse office. He said as he was about to stand up, but I stopped him. Mike, thanks, but I just need some fresh air. Just give me a minute and I will be all right. I didn't wait for a response. I grabbed my stuff and fled the cafeteria, which wasn't easy considering my leg were about to give out under me. They were the Twilight vampires. I was in Twilight. I was in Twilight. I was repeating this over and over in my head because I couldn't believe it. I want to know what was going on, but now I wished I would have stayed in my zombie state. I need a little time to claim my strained nerves. Freaking out here wasn't a good idea. I don't know where I went or how I even got there, but I was standing outside of school. I didn't remember leaving building. The thought of what just happened in that building made me nauseous, and I was shaking. It was all so real and clear all of a sudden. I took deep breaths in and out, my eyes closed, slowly claiming myself, trying to prevent a meltdown. Then I heard footsteps. I opened my eyes and was holding onto my backpack that I had swung over my shoulder. A soft breeze was blowing past me. The footsteps stopped dead in their tracks. I heard a low growl. My head shot up. I turned around, and I couldn't believe what I was seeing, or should I say who and what was happening to him. The wind was blowing my scent in Edward's direction. I looked at him, and for the first time registered what I was seeing. I nearly had a heart attack. He stood there before me, rigid, his eyes pitch black, murderous, full of hate and disgust, glaring at me as if it would make me disappear. If I didn't know the reason for his reaction, I would have been intimidated, but I knew the reason, and I could only feel sorry for him. Poor guy didn't even know what hit him. The only problem with the situation was that he reacted to the completely wrong person. He put his hand over his mouth and appeared not to breath. I knew he wasn't. Emmett, Rosalie, and Alice arrived. I knew they didn't know what was going on. If we wanted to get out of this predicament, I had to take control. Forgotten was the shock about my discovery and my meltdown. I was in action mode now. Emmett, Gab, Edward now. I commanded while directly looking at Emmett. Emmett looked up at me, startled, not understanding the situation, but there was no time to explain. Emmett, grab Edward before it is too late. I said it louder, firm, and commanding. He complied this time and locked Edward in his iron grip. Edward was shaking all over and growling lowly. Emmett, Rosalie, and Alice looked confused, stunned, and afraid while they were trying to glare at me. And I felt sick. I wanted out now. I was about to faint. The bell rang, and students started to pass us to get to their class in the building behind us. Neither them nor I moved. We stood perfectly still, looking at each other. When the noises of the students died down, and it was only them and me, I suddenly turned on my heel and was prepared to run away quickly, but stopped dead after only one step. Okay, I was already dealing with the fact that I somehow landed in Twilight, but being Edward's singer, there got to be a limit to this insanity. Maybe I just got it wrong. He could react like this for another reason, right? Yes, that must be it. I was just imagining things. I was going crazy. I happily lost it. I could live with that. I had to be sure I turned around and saw them still standing there not moving. Edward's eyes were murderous, filled with hate and hungry. That's when I knew I wasn't wrong. I was really his singer. No mistake. I was really his singer too. I took a deep breath, held my hands up to them, tried to gather every bit of sanity and control I had left, and said, "Okay, look, I'm not trying to run away. I just need to go downwind of Edward. Apparently, I'm his singer, and I need to get downwind from him to make it easier on him." While I said this, I went to stand downwind of them. They were watching me like hawks, not letting me out of their sight. "What is up?" Emmett started to ask me, but I cut him of saying, "Edward, breath, it will clear your head." He looked a little shocked and confused before asking, "What? Just breath, Edward?" I commanded with force in my voice. He took a deep breath, relaxed a little bit, still looking angry and suspicious at me. "How did you know?" he asked, glaring at me. Well, you see, it's complicated. I was able to choke out. Not my most brilliant performance, but with vampires who want to kill you right in front of you, and you don't really know the answer yourself. I mean, I know how I knew, but I didn't know the rest. "How did you know?" he asked again, starting to fight against Emmett's hold on him. "Stop, Edward, you certainly don't want to do something you will regret later." That stopped him again, and I took the chance to step a few steps back. He didn't move. The others didn't say anything, only watching the interaction between us. Guess they were confused by Edward's and mine behavior. "How?" he asked again in a strained voice. I took pity on him and told him what I knew for sure. "I know what you are, and that you and your family only drink animal blood. You can read minds, but not mine. Alice can see the future, and Jasper can feel and manipulate emotions. I know a lot more about your family, but here isn't the right place or time." After being confused, his face became angry and concerned. He was getting ready to shake Emmett up to get to me. The others were torn between bouncing on me and looking shocked. Rosalie was just as ready to kill me as Edward was. This wasn't looking good at all. I had to keep my cool and maneuver my way out of here for my own and for their sake. "Edward, Anthony, Mason, Cullens, stop. Right this instant," I said in a firm voice. Like I would let him kill me this easy. You're right if he thinks I will. He lost his mind. He would feel guilty and miserable over this for eternity. I couldn't let that happen. If you think that I will let you kill me, you are sadly mistaken. Now stop this, or do you really want to disappoint Carlisle and Esme? I crossed my arms over my chest and glared at him, at all of them. He was completely taken aback. So were the others, as I mentioned, Carlisle and Esme. They all were frozen in place. Edward wasn't fighting Emmett anymore. That one hit home. I knew disappointing Carlisle and Esme was the last thing any one of them wanted to do. Comprehension was showing in their faces. Listen up, I'm sorry for scaring you in there, but I had to make sure you were what I knew you to be. Edward couldn't read my mind, so Alice's ability was the next best target to test, but I would never tell a soul about your secret. It's safe with me. As for how I know and why, well, I don't know myself, as I know something, but I sighed, touching my temples. My head was throbbing. Look, yesterday, I was a normal girl with a normal life, and then everything went upside down all of a sudden. I just figured out that, I don't know, I need time to figure out what the hell happened to me. I swear I will never tell anyone about you. The other thing is that I'm your singer, Edward. Carlisle will explain it to you better, but the bottom line is that I'm your personal brand of heroin. Well, my blood actually, it sings to you. That's why you want it that badly, but you won't kill me. Think of Carlisle and Esme and how this will hurt then. Do you really want to do this to them and to yourself? You're stronger than that, and you know it. With my arms still crossed over my chest, I glared at him, never leaving my eyes of his face as I took a few deep breaths to claim myself. The others were stunned and impressed, while Rosalie looked pissed and like she was ready to admit me into a mental institution. Fine. He spat, still livid. What he's giving up? I narrowed my eyes at him and saw him still angry, but this murderous sparkle from before wasn't his eyes anymore. He was breathing in deeply, fighting for control. Does that mean I'm not going to be your lunch? I asked, not trusting the situation. No, you're not. He replied, angry, but also ashamed at the same time. Good choice. I smiled at him. Then I looked at Alice, and she said, we have to discuss this with Carlisle. What? We should just kill her. She knows too much. Rosalie shrieked. Rose. Alice glared and said something that was too low and fast for me to understand, but it worked. Rosalie crossed her arms over her chest and glared at me and Alice murderously. I nodded my understanding and was about to leave when an idea struck me. I undid the thin scarf around my neck and threw it at Alice. She caught it and gave a puzzled look. It will be easier on Edward to maintain control if he is used to my scent. That way he won't have to bolt out of the state, and Esme won't be worried sick about him. I explained my action. Her face lit up, and she said, that's brilliant. It will work, I can see it. She smiled at me. I have my bright moments sometimes. I gave her a weak smile before continuing. I will tell you when I'm ready, okay? With it, I turned around, gave them a small smile, and waved with one hand, a half wave, while walking off into the building. Makes me wonder who was more shocked about what happened to me or them. The balance of this day, the Cullens do really exist. I was trapped in Twilight, and I didn't even know how it all happened. I was tired, and I only wanted my bed now. That's why I went to the nurse office telling the nurse I wasn't feeling well, and it wasn't even a lie. I went home straight into my bed, put the covers over my head, hoping it was all just a dream after all. Boy, that was the weirdest day of my life so far. Edward's POV. Who is that girl? How does she know so much about us? She knows that I'm able to read minds and about Alice's visions. It's one thing to figure out we are vampires, but to know our abilities, how is that even possible? She is only a human. And even more confusing is that she knew what was wrong with me, when even I didn't. When her scent hit me, I was about to lose control, but she knew what to do. How can it be that she knows something about vampires that even most of the vampires don't know? She knows what we are, and yet is not afraid. She was angry at me, but not scared, worried maybe, but collected herself quickly. I was planning on killing her, and she knew it. She knew even better than me what was happening, but instead of running away or begging for her life, she was lecturing me. I never came across a creature like her. She was surrounded by 4 vampires. She knew what we were, and she wasn't afraid. Who reacts like that? I can't believe this. Why wasn't she scared of us or disgusted or found us in the least repulsive, and especially me, the one who wanted to kill her for her blood? No, nothing like it. She didn't act like she was standing in front of a monster that was about to kill her. What was the actual situation? No, she behaved like I was a normal guy, a kid that was caught trying to steal cookies out of the cookie jar. Impossible. Is this girl out of her right mind? Then there are her eyes, those eyes that look so angry at me. Her expression, her body language showing no fear or disgust, but anger and worry and understanding. Understanding not only for wanting to kill her, but also for my bad manners. I was glaring at her murderously and growling at her. I don't get this girl at all. She worries about my family, how my running for the hills would affect the members of my family instead of worrying for her own life. What am I to think of this? When we got home, Carlisle confirmed what she said about her being my singer, and he also told me that she most likely was right that I could get used to her scent. We had a vote about the girl. Rosalie and Jasper were for solving the problem, to put it nicely, while Esme, Emmett, and I were undecided. Alice was vehemently against harming her, telling us that she wouldn't spill our secret, but wouldn't tell us anything more aside from that. Carlisle made the decision then not to harm her, but to watch her closely. He wanted to talk to her to get to know how she found out about us. This girl is really a mystery, and it frustrates me to know and that I can't read her mind. She was right, though. It wasn't easy, but I am becoming used to her scent. The longer I'm at the mercy of her intoxicating scent, the easier it becomes to be around it without losing control, but I will have to buy her a new scarf. I ripped hers in pieces while in the training. For the next few days, I only left the house to hunt, and the rest of the time I stayed inside to get used to that intoxicating scent that clouded my mind. Alice had to bring me another piece with her scent, and she told me that the girl with the blazing eyes would talk to us on Friday. I wonder what secret was hidden behind those hazel eyes. Anna's POV. After I came home, I went to bed and slept, not wanting to think anymore. My head hurt and the world was spinning all around me. When I woke up, it was time for dinner. I was kind of hoping that I would wake up back home, but I knew it was a hope in vain. I was in Twilight, and that was a fact. Now that I knew where I was, I needed to know at which point of time exactly I was. And I do remember this Kevin guy saying that he was sorry because of my parents. I got to get to the bottom of this one next. I heard a knock on my door. Come in. I called. Kevin Billings came in and sat at the end of my bed, looking concerned at me. Honey, how are? He asked me carefully. I must look really bad right now. I can only hope I do not look how I feel like. Thanks, I'm better, Uncle Kevin. Might as well start calling him that since I don't know how long I will have to play his niece. Anna, I know this must all be really hard for you. The death of your parents, and then you had to move here. I just want you to know that I'm here if you need me. He said, sincerity in his eyes. Thank you. I said this man seemed to be really nice. I just want to know if you would want to come with me. A friend of mine, his name is Charlie Swan. He is the police chief here. Wanted to go down a La Push to a bonfire. Would you like to come, or do you want me to be here with you? He asked. La Push, no thanks. I had more than enough supernatural adventures in the last 24 hours. I better not push my luck. Ah, that's nice of you, Uncle, to invite me, but I would like to stay home, the Yetlac, you know. I'll let everything sink in, but you can go. I'll be fine on my own. Thank you, Uncle. I told him politely. Okay, if you need me, you have my number in the mobile I got you. He said as he stood up. Yes, I know, thank you again, for everything. I smiled at him. I didn't know what that everything was, but it felt right to say it. He went out of my room, and after a while I heard his car start to life and drive away. That was my cue to search for more answers. I went through the whole house, searching for documents that could tell who exactly I was here and what exactly happened to my Twilight self. I also searched the internet to get to know about my Twilight parents' death. After a few hours of search, I put my former Twilight life together. As the story goes in this world, I was an only child. My parents and we lived in New York, and they had a car accident in which they both died. It was a big crash with 20 other cars, and the newspapers brought the news and details, so it wasn't that hard to figure out that part. One thing that reviled me was that when I saw the photos of my Twilight parents on the net, they didn't look like my parent. The same names, but different people. So now my only relative was Kevin Billings. He is the bother of my mom here. As I already figured out earlier, I was 16 years old here, and I had a license. I don't have any idea how to drive a car, but I had a license. That is cool. And dangerous. Got to come up with something for that. Right now, I don't have a car, but if Kevin asked me to drive somewhere, I'm going to be screwed. As long as I didn't know how to get home, I had to play my part here. Maybe secret driving lessons would do the trick, as I didn't have enough to worry about. In this moment, I was overcome with the desire to work of some steam, to let it all out, to be able to breathe again. That's why I went into the forest behind the house, made sure none would hear me, and let everything catch up to me, crash down on me. I couldn't hold it in any longer, so I freaked, screamed, and cried. After a while, I felt exhausted, but better. It isn't healthy to hold everything in. Sometimes you have to let it out. Those little freak moments help me not to lose my mind, and after such a moment, I'm always able to think clear again. The facts are that I went to sleep in my room and woke up in a plane in the world of Twilight. I still don't know how the heck that was possible. But seeing as I'm here a month before the story starts, I can't be in the book. It can't be a dream either. It feels too real. It has too many details, and it's going on for too long already. Which leaves only on possibility I must be in another world, a parallel universe in which Twilight isn't fiction but reality. Stephanie Meyer said that she got the idea for the book from a dream. I read somewhere that dreams are portals to other worlds. It seems like it's true. I never dismissed that idea, seeing how my mom and grandma were sometimes able to predict the future by seeing in their dreams. Is this how I got here? The last thought I had before I drifted off to sleep was that I couldn't wait to see the new Twilight movie, but why doesn't it work the other way? Why can't I wish or dream my way back into my world? Even though I still had unanswered questions, I was coming to terms with the whole situation now that I had some time to think it all over. As I remember the fact that I was here about a month before the story of Twilight actually starts, and started to worry how my being here would change things before I realized that there was no use worrying about getting in the way of the story anymore, because I already did. Then another realization struck me with me actually being Edward Singer. There was no way he wouldn't have noticed me. Maybe not on my first day at school, but his nose would have caught my scent at some point. At least this way, I had the situation under control. Wow, since when did I become a control freak? Maybe I meant to be here. There's that saying that everything happens for a reason, whatever that means. On the next day, as I came to school, Edward wasn't there. I was worried that he's still bolted out of state. I didn't want Esme to worry. I want to ask Alice, since she was the only one who didn't want to kill me with death glares. I think I irritated the living daylight out of them by not being scared by the murderous glares they gave me. It was rather funny to watch, and maybe a little bit suicidal to annoy vampires, even if they were the Cullens. But back to the main point, Alice told me that Edward didn't bolt, he was staying home, trying to get used to my scent. She also promised, or warned me, however you want to see it, that we were going to go shopping to replace the scarf that I gave Edward, and the pillow that I had to bring her tomorrow for Edward's training. I really like Alice. She is energetic, friendly, funny, and a little bit crazy. I really hope we could become friends. She was also the only of the Cullens who talked to me. I could see that Emmett also wanted to, but judging from look Rosalie gave him as he was about to try on Wednesday, he would have hell to pay if he did. I told Alice that I was ready to talk, and we came to the agreement to wait until Edward was able to handle my scent so he wouldn't be left out. As for the human fraction of this adventure, well, I knew what to expect, no surprises there. Angela is nice, Jessica and Lauren are gossiping behind my back, and Mike, Taylor, and Eric are hitting on me because I'm a new shiny toy and nearly everyone knows the new girl. At least I don't have so much trouble with being in the spotlight. It's not that I like it, but I'm good at ignoring it. XOXOX. It was Friday, the last day of school before Christmas break. I arranged myself with the current situation. There was nothing I could do about it, anyway. Every night, I would sleep in while praying to wake up in my bed, but so far I'm still here. The school bus just stopped at the school, and I got out. I was wondering if they wanted to talk to me before or after Christmas break when I heard someone calling after me. Hi, Anna. Anything planned for the weekend? I knew this voice, Mike. I turned around and saw him standing in front of me, a huge grin in his face. He's a nice guy, but I'm really not interested in him, and he just doesn't get the hint. I was thinking how to get out of this one when a velvet voice scared the living daylight out of me. Good morning, Anna. I turned around, and there he stood, Edward Cullen, and smiled a crooked smile at me. He is really cute when he does that. No focus, girl. While I was bringing myself back to reality, Edward turned to Mike and said, I'm sorry, but Anna has some plans already. His voice sounded scary, and the look that Edward gave Mike made him turn pale white. He nodded at me and tried to get away from Edward as fast as he could. I felt sorry for Mike, but it was rather funny to watch. Good morning to you too, and that wasn't nice, Edward. He will probably have nightmares now. I told him while he smiled proudly at his accomplishment. I just shook my head at him. Probably, he replied smugly, not sorry in the least, stepping closer to me. When he was getting closer to me, I remembered his predicament, raised an eyebrow, and asked him, Is it better now? Can you handle my scent? I mean, that must still hurt you, doesn't it? He laughed a dry laugh and looked at me confused and disbelieving. How can you worry about me in a situation like this? You know what I'm and what I'm capable of, and yet you do not fear me. No, you worry about me. This isn't how people usually react. I sighed and explained a little annoyed. I always hated the whole I'm a monster thing. Well, first off all, I'm not usually people, I am me. Second, I know you won't hurt me. Don't even try to convince me otherwise. I just know you won't, period. He looked intensely into my eyes while I glared at him. Sorry, Mr. Sexy Vampire, but a cute face is not enough to break me. I'm not sure if you were right about not hurting you, but you are certainly like none I have ever met. And to answer your question, I am able to handle your scent now, he said while his topaz eyes looked curious at me. Good. Guess today is the day. Explanation time. I asked him in mock excitement. Right on cue, Alice danced to our sides. Yes, and we have to go shopping to replace the stuff Edward destroyed. She beamed at me. Hi, Alice. I greeted her back. Edward looked a little ashamed. That means you are coming with us after school to our house, he asked sweetly. I looked in the direction of his Volvo and saw that they came with tow cars. Rosalie's BMW was really an amazing car. I also caught a glance at Rosalie, who looked like she could barely restrain herself from bouncing at me. Sure, but are you sure it is safe? Judging from Rosalie's expression, she isn't happy about this at all. If looks could kill, I wouldn't have survived this week or this moment. She should really lose up a little. I told him unimpressed. Edward looked shocked, then concerned, then surprised. Guess he couldn't quite believe I agreed to go to his house. And he also was a little amused before speaking. Good, and I will protect you from Rosalie if needed, but something tells me you can handle her on your own. He smirked at the last part, and I smirked back. Guess you won't leave me alone till I actually spill the beans. I raised an eyebrow at him, suddenly not sure about this. My theories sounded plausible in my head, but speaking them out loud? Who can blame being a little freaked at that thought? No, he said, shaking his head amused. Okay then, let's get the show on the road. I had an unsure voice, but there was no helping it. Edward was thoughtful while we made our way inside the building. Talk about brooding vampire. This guy really needs a little fun in his life. The school day went by quickly, and when I came into the parking lot, I saw Edward and Alice at his Volvo. Emmett, Jasper, and Rosalie must have taken her car because them and her car were nowhere to be seen. As I approached Edward's car, he asked me in a concerned voice, "Are you ready?" His expression unreadable. "Yes," I said in a sure and firm voice. Edward being the gentleman that he has opened the door for me. I got in his car, and he closed the door behind me. I can only hope Carlisle won't admit me into a mental institution after I told him what happened to me and how I know about them. Edward's POV. I can't believe this. She really got into a car with tow vampires, and one of them wants her blood badly, and despite knowing all that she is here. I thought that after confirming that we really are vampires, the girl would run for the hills, but instead she stayed. I could see her in the minds of my siblings every day. The girl wasn't afraid of them when they glared at her. She talked to Alice as if she was just a normal human girl instead of a dangerous vampire. Instead of running away, she gave me stuff with her scent on it for me to get used to her scent. How did she even know it would work? What's wrong with this girl? She is willingly going into a house in which 7 vampires live. She must be crazy. The poor girl must have lost her mind. That isn't nice, you know. Anna pulled me out of my thought, and I tried to hear her mind and know what she meant by that. But because I could hear nothing, it's really frustrating that I can't read her mind, so I have to ask, what? It came out more irritated than I intended. She crossed her arms over her chest and glared at me. She glares at a vampire. I could only shake my head at that. That you think I'm crazy for going with you willingly to meet your family, even though I know that you all are vampires. She hissed at me while still glaring. How do you know? I was shocked to say at least could she read minds, too. That thought fascinated and scared me at the same time. I had to know, so I asked, "Can you read minds, too?" Anna was quiet for a few moments. She smiled, knowingly smile at me. She was really putting me in suspense. After a while, that was pure torture, she said. Well, to answer your question, no, I can't read minds. What you think is pretty plain written across your face. And yes, I do know that I don't react like others would react, finding out that you're a vampire and that you have a huge desire of killing them for their blood. But that is what you have to understand about me. I'm not like the other people. I am me. Listen, Edward the First, do know what I'm dealing with. I know how dangerous you are, and can be not only because you thirst for my blood. You could simply kill me by accident because you are so strong, and if you don't pay attention, you could crush me anytime. I'm fully aware how dangerous your world is, but Edward, you have to understand I'm here because I want to be. None is holding me here against my will. If I didn't want to be here, I would have found a way to go away from Forks, but that's not what I want. Edward, this is my life, and I'm making my own decisions. You can think that I'm crazy for choosing what I do, but you have no right to take that choice away from me or trying to stop me from living the life I want to live. And know your age doesn't give you the right either. What? How? God, this girl is driving me insane. She's like none I ever met before, human or vampire. Yes, it is her life, but her choice is crazy and dangerous. I will have to talk to her later and make her see reason, but something tells me I will see reason instead. Go, girl. You tell him. I told you this would be fun, Edward. Alice told me in her mind while she sat in the back seat, giggling to herself. She was enjoying this. I ignored her. Right now, Alice was as crazy as Anna was. Maybe I should talk with Carlisle. With his connections, we should be able to find her some kind of therapy. Every other normal human girl would have been screaming the second she found out what I am, but not Anna. No, she doesn't fear me. She stands up to me instead. God, this is so frustrating. Why can't I hear her mind? Usually girls of her age are vain and simple-minded. Why does she have to be so different and difficult? It's so hard to understand her. But why do I want to understand her so badly? Anna's POV. We reached the house of the Cullens, and the description of Stephanie Meyer didn't do it justice. This couldn't even be called a house anymore. It was a mansion with white walls, blue glass walls in the front of the mansion, and a beautiful front yard like one out of Garden magazine. I stood there staring at the mansion of the Cullens after Edward opened the car door for me and helped me out of the car like the gentleman is. Alice bolted into the mansion at vampire speed, surely right into Jasper's arms. I could only see a blur. I admired the mansion and gasped till Edward asked, "You like it? Your mansion is more beautiful than I imagined." I knew it would be impressive, but I didn't expect this. I answered him, still full in admiration for the beautiful mansion. Edward began, but I cut him off. Don't worry, you will understand in a few minutes. Haven't you heard patience is a virtue? But then again, it is not one of yours. At that, he looked at me questioningly, curious and frustrated, while leading me into the mansion. Are you afraid? Edward asked me while opening the front door of the mansion for me. Yes, I'm very afraid, especially of Dr. Cullen. I answered him. That made him stop dead in his tracks. He looked completely shocked, so I explained. It's not the vampire that I fear, but the doctor. He's the one that can have me easily admitted into a funny farm. I have decided to tell you the truth, and not to lie about how I know so much about you and where I'm from. And believe me this, any lie I came up with is more plausible and easier to believe than the truth, even for me, and I'm beyond living this insanity. I sighed and went inside past Edward, who was processing what I just told him. It's funny when the tables are turned, and he is the one having no clue what's going on. In the living room, there they all stood. Carlisle smiled at me, a little bit unsure, having heard what I said. Well, hi. My name is Anna, and it is really nice to meet you all. Mrs. Cullen, your mansion is really beautiful, I said to them with a smile. Esme smiled back and thanked me. Thank you. It's nice to meet you as well. Okay, this was awkward. What to expect if a strange girl knows all about you, suddenly shows up out of nowhere, but I knew exactly how to break the tension. So you wanted to adhere? I asked them, and on cue Emmett boomed with laughter, having jumped on the dirty, meaning immediately. Everybody else smirked, and Edward was shaking his head in disapproval. I was feeling a little proud of my accomplishment, which didn't go unnoticed by Jasper. You seem to know us better than we thought. You knew exactly what reaction you would get out of Emmett by saying this. Yes. Sorry, I just wanted to break the tension. It wasn't my intention to manipulate you or anything. Listen, I know that you're stressed because I, a normal human girl, know too much for my own good, and I could put you in danger with my knowledge. I promise I won't tell a soul, but you should know that by now, and I'll tell you how I know. Well, that means if. I turned my head to look directly at Carlisle. Dr. Cullen promises me not to admit me into a funny farm. If you give me your word, neither you or anyone else will admit me. I will tell you everything. He looked wary at me before saying, "All right, you have my word, and please call me Carlisle." Carlisle, I repeated. We went into the dining room and sat across the huge table. Esme and Carlisle looked wary, Emmett and Alice excited. Jasper looked tense. Rosalie glared at me, and Edward's face was unreadable. "You may begin when you are ready," Carlisle said with a small smile. "Okay, well, where to begin?" "Oh, before I begin, I have one last request. Please hear me out. Don't interrupt me. I know what I will tell you will not make sense at the beginning. Just hear me out," I plead. They all looked really curious now and nodded in approval. Well, it was some months ago that I found out about the Twilight books and the movie Twilight. They interested me, so I read the books and saw the movie. Twilight is about you, about your life here in Forks. A little bit about you past and how you got changed into vampires, but mainly it tells how Edward falls in love with his singer Bella Swan. By now, they all looked like I've gone insane. Edward was stunned. I ignored it knowing that was only the beginning, but I had to give it to them. They remained silent. I stated to tell them about their past, how everyone became a vampire. But since Bella isn't even here, let me tell you about your pasts. Carlisle was born in the 1640s and was the son of a pastor. I was telling them everything I knew about Carlisle's life until he met Edward. Edward Anthony Mason was born in 1901 in Chicago. I went on from Edward to Esme, to Rosalie, choosing my words careful with the both of them, then continued with Emmett and Jasper. As for Alice, I didn't tell this story here. Wasn't the right time to speak about her troubled past. I would do it another time. It had to be done with tact. The whole James topic was a delicate matter, not only for Alice, but also for Jasper. He won't like it one bit that there might be a threat for his Alice. Then there are also Edward and the Phoenix incident. Not a good idea to voice that now. It was really difficult for them to comprehend that I knew those things, but there was no helping it. They all just looked at me with large eyes. The Twilight books are really popular in my world, and nearly every teenage girl read them. In my world caught their attention, and before anyone could ask, I continued. "Yes, you heard right. I said in my world, I'm from another world, a parallel universe." I went to sleep after seeing the trailer for the new Twilight movie thinking that I couldn't wait to see the film, and the next thing I know is that I woke up in plane about to land in Seattle. I just went along with the situation, not knowing what to do. Then I met Kevin Billings, who turned out to be my uncle here. But I only figured out where I am when I came to school and started to meet the characters out of the book. First the human ones, then the vampires. So here I am now, stranded in another world, but believe me, never in 1,000,000 years would I have expected to turn out as Edward Singer, though I'm really happy that Edward can't read my mind. With that, I ended my speech. They all looked shocked and disbelieving at me, and Rosalie was the first to recover. "That's nonsense. Can't you see she is lying?" She was annoyed with the whole situation. "Who wrote the books?" Alice asked. "Oh, come on, Alice, you won't believe her, do you?" Rosalie hissed at Alice, but Alice just ignored her, waiting for my answer. "The author is a woman called Stephanie Meyer. She said that she had a dream about vampires, and she wrote what she saw in her dream, and it became a world hit." Alice looked really thoughtful, then looked at me and said, "That makes sense." "What?" Rosalie yelled, frustrated and in disbelief. I was happy, but also couldn't believe that she believed me, and the other looked at Alice as if she lost it too. Alice took a deep breath and explained, "I saw how Anna arrived in our world. Of course, back then I didn't know what to do with what I saw. Here, Edward, look for yourself." Alice was showing him her visions, and Edward's face went from shock to disbelief to absolute stunned. "Would you care to explain to the rest of us?" Emmett asked, annoyed. "Wait, what do you mean you saw how I arrived?" Yes, I know the vision stuff. What I mean is," I asked, curious. "Yes, I was getting there," Alice said with a smug smile. "Then please fill us in," said Emmett impatiently. Alice gave him a look and continued. "Now where was I? Oh yeah, I saw you arriving." Alice turned to me now. "Well, first I only saw an empty seat in a plane, and this for a few seconds. I didn't understand it at all, and then all of a sudden you were sitting there. Only this wasn't all. When you appeared there literally out of thin air. Your neighbor was talking to a stewardess. They should have seen you popping out there. There was no way they could have missed this, but they behaved like nothing happened. So that means what Anna told us is the truth?" Esme asked, stunned. "Yes." Edward and Alice answered at the same time. They were all processing the information, and so was I. I was hoping they would believe me, but I hadn't expected that my arrival would be announced. This was making less and less sense. I was about to ask what to do with my knowledge about their future when suddenly Alice blurted out, "Oh no, Anna," looking serious and concerned. Then they all looked at me, and I was wondering if my question was that bad while looking puzzled at her. "Why do I see you being delivered into the hospital after a car accident? You can't drive?" Alice asked. "No, I was going to learn in my world, but here I already have a license. It's not like I could tell anyone I can drive having a license, so I thought I'd teach myself. I have to fit into the role somehow, don't I? It's not like I have asked for any of this." I defended myself, my question nearly forgotten. "So you made the car kiss the tree?" Emmett boomed. "Not everyone is a vampire with perfect reflexes. I would have loved to see you learn to drive as a human," I retorted. Emmett thought about what I said, and after a while, Edward started laughing hysterically, and Emmett looked embarrassed at first before saying smug, "Well, at least it had style." We all looked puzzled from Edward to Emmett and back before Edward said. He remembered his first driving lesson. He drove the car backwards through a barn wall directly into a pig stable. Everyone started laughing a little, and Emmett said proudly, "Well, what can I say? It's a talent to make the most of it. What boring first driving lesson would have it been without the pig stable?" At that, everyone was laughing freely, even Rosalie, even though she was trying to compose herself quickly. "It's decided. Then before you kill yourself, we're going to give you driving lessons," Alice said happily. "What?" I asked, surprised, and before I knew what was happening, Alice was dragging me out of the house to the front yard and getting a Land Rover. Pushing me into the car, she drove off into a clearing. Edward, Emmett, and Jasper beat us there, and I got my first driving lesson. Emmett was game immediately. Edward and Jasper needed some time, but were on it when Emmett announced that he was the expert anyway, and we didn't need them. It was a lot of fun, 3 guys in a car, but everyone survived the driving lesson, including the car. I'm actually pretty good at driving. I felt a little guilty because it was a little hard for Edward and Jasper to be exposed to my scent. When we got back to the Cullen mansion, Carlisle and Esme were waiting for us at the front door. They came to the car and Carlisle said, "I hope you had fun, and everyone survived as far as I can see." He smiled at me and continued, "While you have been gone, I have been looking into the matter, but I didn't find anything about portals or another worlds. I will continue searching to see if I can find something useful. Thanks you, Carlisle, that is nice of you. I really appreciate it." I thanked him. "Edward, you have to take Anna home, it's gotten late," Alice said all of a sudden. I looked at my watch, and it was near dinner time. I had to be home soon. Wild time really passes quickly when you have fun. Edward ran into the mansion and brought a blanket back. I looked at him, wondering for what he needed a blanket, and he said, "So that you won't get cold if I would put the heat on." I understood what he meant, and it was really considerate of him. I wrapped myself in the blanket, got into his Volvo, and we drove off. Edward turned his sound system on, and I knew the song that was playing. Claire de Lune. I said. Edward seemed surprised and asked, "You know Debussy?" "Yes, I know Debussy, the French composer from the late 1800s. He nodded while a slightly astonished expression appeared on his face. "His other pieces are okay, but I like this one," I added. "So you like classic music?" Well, I like all kind of music, and as for piano pieces, I have a favorite composer." "Who?" "His name is Uruma, and his Kiss the Rain and River Flows in You are my favorite pieces." "I know him, he is quite good." Then he pressed some buttons on his sound system, and River Flows in You was playing. I immediately had a huge smile on my face. "You really like that piece?" He stated, amused. I only nodded in agreement. We listened to the music, and then his face darkened. "This isn't right. You shouldn't be so comfortable around me, or vampires in general. We are monsters and Dongay." But I cut him off. "God, Edward, please cut that out. It is frustrating. Listen to me, you are not a monster. You're simply a man that happens to be a vampire and drinks blood to survive. Animal blood, if I might add." That frustrated him even more. "Edward, the first see where you are coming from, but like I have explained to you before, I know the risk, and I'm here fully aware of the consequences that might come." He sighed and said, "I really don't understand you." Wasn't that what you wanted?" He raised an eyebrow at me. "Aren't you always complaining that everything is always the same and that you are bored to death? Well, now you have me here. Obviously, I'm not like the others, and you won't get the screaming and running thing from me. Next time, you just have to be careful what you wish for, because obviously you can't return this." I showed it myself. pack it anymore. He looked at me puzzled, started laughing, and said, "You're crazy," while still smiling to himself. "Well, at least I can make you smile. So are we friends now, or are you afraid of the alien?" He looked at puzzled again and asked, "Alien? Well, you know I wasn't born on this planet. Not this Earth, at least. So in theory, I'm an alien, aren't I?" He started laughing, and after a while he said, "You are an original. So, is the vampire now going to be friends with the original alien?" I teased, "I would love to hear what is going on in your head, and since asking you is the only way to get to know, guess we can try." "But never." I cut him off. Yes, you're a dangerous creature. I won't forget." Edward nodded at that. We arrived at Kevin's house before I got out. I remembered something. "Oh, would you please tell Alice that I would love to go shopping with her? You know what you are in for, right?" "Yes, I know, I think, but let's face it, it's not like I can avoid it." Then I took on a serious face, looked him directly in the eye, and continued. "There are times that you have to look the danger and the horror in the face and take it like a woman. You are absolutely crazy." Edward laughed. "Yeah, I might be a little bit, but how boring would life be without a little fun?" "Thank you, Edward the First had a great time today. See you after Christmas." "I won't be here over Christmas. Kevin told me we would go to some of his friends out of state to celebrate Christmas. We're leaving tomorrow." "Okay, after Christmas then," was his only response before he drove off. Like Emmett said, making the most of it. While I'm here, I can become friends to Cullens. A friendship with them won't get in the way of Bella's and Edward's love story, right? And besides, if I like it or not, that's my life now. So why not living it to the fullest? Edward's POV. Alien, she is really something else. I only spent an afternoon with her, and she isn't going out of my head. Why doesn't she react like she should? To us being vampires. To her being stuck in another world. I would really love to know what she is thinking about all of this. Why can't I read her mind? Now here is a mind interesting enough to capture me, and I can't read it. I don't know if I should call her brave or delusional for choosing a vampire as a friend. A friend, why does that bother me? And what more not in the way I would have expected it to. It is as if it wasn't right in a way, or enough, but why then? How, oh God, what is this girl doing to me? After discussing the situation, we all agreed to see how it all would play out. Since Anna didn't tell anyone about us till now, we all met her and Alice saw that she would keep our secrets safe. It was decided to trust her, much to Rosalie's dismay. After Anna told my family that I was supposed to fall in love with Bella Swan, my other singer Esme's eyes lit up like a fireworks. I was expecting to be assaulted with questions and expectations from her regarding my so-called girlfriend, but she did not say a word about it or even thought of it. I should be suspicious in that department, but guess it is best if I let it slip. Alice couldn't wait for after Christmas break to go shopping with Anna and to become officially her best friend. Friends, that word was so hard to comprehend for me right now. She wanted to be friends with me. Me, the monster that wants to kill her for her blood. I had to make her see reason, and I would. It had been only a few hours since I dropped at her house. She could be still awake. Without further thinking, I took her to Anna's house and arrived there quickly only to see that the lights were already out. I was just about to turn around and leave when I instead climbed up to her bedroom. The window was open and it was easy to get in. Her delicious scent hit me full force, making my throat go up in flames. The monster shaking dangerously at his cage, but I had him under control. The training really helped, but did she even know what a risk that was? Exposing me to her delicious scent while I was so near. It was madness. I still don't know how I managed not to kill her. I sat down in the love seat at the window, just breathing in her scent when I heard her sit up and asking, "Edward, what are you doing here?" Anna's POV. "Edward, what are you doing here?" I asked him as I saw him, sitting in my love seat at the window. He stood up and prepared himself for a speech, it seemed. "Oh joy, I'm a monster with no soul, and I'm too dangerous to be your friend" speech at 11 o'clock. All right, you wanted it that way. Make yourself ready to lose, Mr. Vampire. Anna, you have to understand I'm a monster, a vampire, and you're my singer. It's way too dangerous for you. Okay, I understand, I said, and he looked in disbelief at me for a while I looked him straight in the eye. There he saw my determination and understanding. Too bad for him, he couldn't read my mind, or else he would have known what he was getting himself into. He thought he drove his point home and looked reviled and a little disappointed. He turned to the window and was about to leave when I attacked. Why haven't you killed me by now? What? He turned around in shock, disbelief in his face at what I asked. Well, aren't you the one who keeps on telling me that you are a dangerous monster and that you want to kill me? So why haven't you? If you really were only a bloodthirsty monster, you would have killed me the first moment you smelled me, instead fighting to keep me alive, safe and sound. That hit him like a wicked curveball. He was standing there, his mouth hanging open, not able to believe what I said. If you're only a bloodthirsty monster with no soul, then why don't you kill me now? Your throat must be burning and the desire for my blood must be unbearable, so why don't you take it? At that he got angry and glared murderously at me before he spat fervently. Because I don't want to be a monster, I don't want to take your life. I want you to live because that is right. Keeping you alive is the right thing to do. He said exactly what I wanted. I kept true to my role side and said, some kind of a bloodthirsty, soulless monster you are, with a conscience and morals. You know, on these terms, you are not qualified to call yourself a bloodthirsty, soulless monster. He looked at me with his mouth hanging open and rubbing his temples as if I was giving him a headache. I only smiled warmly at him, made myself comfortable in my bed, and continued. Edward, look, monsters aren't defined by a species, but after the decisions we make and the actions we take. Even when you had your rebellious stage, doubting everything, even then you didn't kill innocent people, but only murderer and rapists, and even for taking their lives you felt remorse and guilt. Why would a monster feel remorse and guilt? Edward, if you were truly only a bloodthirsty monster with no soul, it wouldn't matter to you who you kill, you would just do it. But it does matter to you. You are fighting your nature because you don't want to be a monster. Right and wrong does matter to you, just like the lives of other people. You can go on calling yourself a monster and live in denial, but please stop feeding me that crap. I'm not buying it 1 second. I gave him a moment to process everything before asking him. Edward, what is more difficult for you, to restrain yourself from killing me or having to deal with the fact that I trust you and that I'm laying my life in your hands? Pain was visible in his face now as he asked me, how? What makes you have faith in me despite knowing everything about what I am and what I did? Who? He looked at me questioningly, so I explained. I believe in who you are, Edward, in the part of you that got angry with me when I asked you to kill me. In the part of you that don't want to be a monster, that don't want to kill people. In the part of you that chose to be a Cullen. He looked at the ground, his head in his hands, just like a little lost puppy. So I stood up, walked to him, took his face in my hands, and brought it to mine, looking directly into his topaz pools before I said, face it, Edward, you are not a monster. You're what I said, a man. Oh, wait, let me correct that, a boy that happens to be a vampire. Sorry to burst your bubble, but it's about time that you grow up and face reality. You're only a bloodthirsty monster when you give in into that desire you have and don't feel remorse and guilt for doing so. If you're not capable of doing that, then you have no right to call yourself a monster, sorry. He looked at me stunned, and I went back to bed, said good night to him before I hit my pillow and letting him deal with this on his own. He'd just have a few days to think it over. Christmas was nice. Kevin and I, we went to Seattle to a good friend of his, Matt, the first one he made as he came to the USA. Matt's family was big. They were all friendly and nice, but seeing these people together enjoying Christmas made me miss my family even more. I was wondering if I would see them ever again. Every night when I went to sleep, I was thinking about my parents and hoping that my thinking of them and wishing to be back would actually bring me back, but it doesn't work. During Christmas, Alice called me. Every day we are really becoming good friends. For that, I'm grateful at least I have someone to talk to. She is really a treasure. As I received my Christmas present from Kevin, I was grateful and reviled that I had this driving lesson with Alice and the others, because he gave me a car for Christmas. It was a dark blue Audi TTRS Roadstar. The car was 5 years old. It was perfect for me. He handed me the keys in a box and a picture of the car that was back in Forks waiting for me. While being away for the 3 days, I have been thinking about a lot of things. I was running over the conversation I had with Edward when he entered my bedroom. I hoped it made him think things over. If not, I got more where that came from. I also thought about my family and how much I miss them, wondering why and how exactly I landed here for about the millionth time. I wondered if I would ever see them again. Did they know that I was missing, or had their memory of me been erased of me? I was hoping for the later. As much as it pained me to be forgotten by my family, I didn't want them to suffer, to have to live with not knowing what happened to me. I still hoped I could go back. I really wanted to see my family again, but I was slowly arranging myself with the thought that I maybe was stuck here forever. What I also wondered about was what an impact my being here would have on the story. After a few hours of wondering, I was still undecided what to do. Guess I would just wait and see, but there was one thing I was sure about. I wanted to tell Alice about her past myself. I found it so sad the way she found out in the books. When we arrived back in Forks, it was late what mean that I would have to wait till morning to take a better look at my first car. I woke up early in the morning, jumped out of bed happily, but reminded myself to be quiet because Kevin was still asleep. I took a quick shower, dressed, did my makeup and hair, and ate my apple. I'm not a big breakfast eater. I couldn't wait to inspect my new car, though. I would have to ask Alice for some more driving lessons before actually driving it. Luckily, I had winter break for that. I put my jacket on, grabbed the keys of the car, went to the front door, opened it, and was surprised when a certain vampire stood there smiling smug at me. "Good morning, Anna. I hope you a pleasant Christmas." Edward greeted me. "Good morning, you two, and yes, thank you, Christmas was nice. I hope you all had a pleasant Christmas, too." I answered him, wondering why he was here. "If you wonder why I'm here, well." He looked at my car now. "Alice has told me to get you. She would like to give you some more driving lessons. She and Emmett are already waiting for us. You need some more driving lessons before diving the car on your own, remotely safe." He said the last part in a serious tone. "Yes, I know. Thanks for doing this for me." I was moving in his direction when I suddenly remembered. "Oh, wait a sec, I have to leave a message for Kevin so he won't worry. I'll be right back." I went into the house and wrote a note to Kevin that I was out with friends. In the little time I spent with him, I learned that he is rather laid back and let me do pretty much my own thing. Outside, Edward waited for me at his car, and I got him. We drove off. We drove to the place where I had my first lessons. Alice and Emmett were already waiting with the Land Rover, and she had me in a tight hug before I could get out of the Volvo. "Hi, Alice. I missed you too." "Hi, Emmett." Emmett waved at me in response with a huge grin on his face. "Hi, Anna. We so have to shopping on this weekend. You're going shopping with me, if you want or not. With that said, let's get you behind the wheel." Alice chirped happily. "Shopping on the weekend, got it." I answered her. "Okay, you toe, let's get started." Boomed Emmett, and we started my second driving lesson. I was driving for about 3 hours and practicing parking before we called it a day and went to their place. Esme greeted me warmly as I entered their mansion, and we had a little chat as I drank my hot tea before Alice dragged me off to her room to give me a makeover. I knew she was itching to get her hands at me to be able to play in a Barbie with me. I thought it would be best to let her have some fun before dropping the bomb of her past on her. When Alice was finished with playing Anna Barbie, I gathered my courage and thoughts, took a deep breath, turned around to face her, and said, Alice, there is something I have to tell you. It's about your past." She stood perfectly still and looked at me with large eyes. "You know about my past?" She stammered. She looked excited and stunned. I only nodded. Jasper was in the room before I knew it, standing next to Alice, wrapping an arm around her shoulders. The others were also all in the room by now. "Tell me." Alice breathed impatient. "Okay, do you want us to be alone, or only with Jasper, or with your whole family?" I asked her. Alice considered it and said, "With the whole family. We should go down into the living room. There is more room for all of us," she said, and we made our way to the living room, took our places, and I waited for Alice to give me a sign that she was ready. She smiled at me. She couldn't wait to hear about her past. "Your human name was Mary Alice Brandon. You lived in Biloxi, that is somewhere in the area of the Mississippi. You were born 1901, and you were 19 years old when you returned. Your parents put you in a mental asylum because of your ability to predict things. There was an old vampire in the asylum. He worked there. I don't know his name, but he liked you. You two were friends. One day, another vampire, his name is James, came along, and he wanted your blood. The old vampire defended you, but he knew James wouldn't give up, so he saved you in the only way he could. He changed you, and when James came back and saw that you were becoming a vampire, he killed the old vampire out of anger. That's why you woke up all alone. I'm sorry. You had a little sister. Her name was Cynthia, and I think there still should be the daughter of your little sister in Biloxi, if I'm not completely mistaken." Everyone was silent and thoughtful, processing what I told them. I could see that Jasper was trying to hide his anger. The knowledge that someone tried to harm his Alice didn't sit well with him. James will have quite a problem. I don't think anyone will be able to stop Jasper from killing him. After getting to know about her past, Alice wanted to be alone with Jasper. We were all worried about her, but a few days later, she was her cheerful self again. She told me that when I first told her, she was very sad about the fact that her family put her in that mental asylum, but after she thought about it, she couldn't be sad about it anymore. Because if she wouldn't have been there, she wouldn't have become a vampire, and she wouldn't have met Jasper or the Cullens. Alice told me after realizing this, she couldn't be sad about it or angry at her family anymore. She would investigate about her family and her past more, but thankfully, without hard feelings. She told me that knowing her past as bad as it did give her a peace of mind, and that she finally found closure to her unanswered questions. I was just happy she was all right again. The rest of winter break went by quickly. I had more driving lessons from Emmett, Alice, and Edward. Edward wasn't really talkative. He didn't bring our conversation from that one night up, and I wasn't going to push him. I knew that he would talk when he was ready. Carlisle started telling me stories about his past, and I also spent some time with Esme. All the while, Rosalie was sending me death glares. I guess I will have to have a word with her. Anna's POV. It was Sunday now, and tomorrow school would start again. I was over at the Cullens, as usual. I was playing some video games with Emmett and Jasper, while Edward and Alice played cards with their own set of complicated rules. Alice tried to explain it to me, but after 2 minutes, she lost me. After losing against Emmett in a car racing game a couple of times, Alice kidnapped me for some makeover time. We were in Alice's bathroom, and she was doing my hair. Oh, I know what I will do with your hair. I have the perfect accessory for the style, but where did I put it? It looked like she was scanning her memories. It is in the yellow box in the attic. I'll be right back. She smiled satisfied at me and rushed off. Whatever you say, Alice, I said with a smile on my voice. She is really an energetic tornado, and sometimes she makes me dizzy, but I can't help it. I love her. In a short time I'm here, she became my best friend. Alice is happy, enthusiastic, joyful, light, determined, and merciless when it comes to crimes of fashion, that all packaged in a little bundle of pure energy with a serious shopping addiction. You simply have to love her. I was sitting in Alice's bathroom, waiting for her to return, when I suddenly felt a presence behind me. I turned around to see Rosalie glaring at me. You are not welcome here. Leave now. She hissed at me. At that, I stood up to face her, crossed my arms over my chest, glared right back at her, and hissed back. No, I will not leave. You're not supposed to be here, so leave, human. She spat the last word out like a cruise. But I am here. What are you going to do about it, Hale? I spat right back, still glaring. If she thought she could intimidate me, she was sadly mistaken. I was scared of her, but I wouldn't let her know even if my life depended on it. By now, all the Cullens were around us. I saw that Edward wanted to step in, but Alice stopped him. I will kill you. Rosalie yelled at me, and I hissed while still glaring. Oh yeah, I would love to see you try. By now I was only inches away from her face. She started to look like a really pissed-off vampire ready to kill and growled murderously at me, but I didn't back down. Instead, I growled back at her, or at least I tried. Did you just growl at me? Are you crazy? She asked, eyeing me as if I went insane. Yes, I growled at you, and no, I'm not crazy, I'm just not scared of you. I glared at her. You should be. She yelled, furious, throwing her hands in the air. Well, I'm not. Your little intimidating stunt may work on others, but not on me. So save it, Rosalie. You can send me as many death glares as you want and threaten me, but I will not back down, got that? I said in a calm and sure voice, looking her straight in the eye. Then there we stood glaring at each other until she raised an eyebrow at me, stepped back a little to look up and down at me, and said, You've got some guts. You aren't that bad yourself. I said with a smirk. At that she smirked back, nodded her head, and went out of the Alice's bathroom. Emmett and Jasper were confused. Alice was beaming, and Esme and Carlisle looked apologetically and proud at me. Edward looked intensely at me with surprise, pride, and adoration in his eyes. Doesn't happen often that someone stands up to Rosalie. I had to admit that I was a little proud of myself. I don't know how my relationship with Rosalie will look like, but I think Rosalie is the kind of person whose respect and approval you gotta earn, and that was a step in the right direction. Or at least I hope so. Edward's POV. With Anna here, the house sounded so alive, I had to smile at that. A house full of vampires sounded alive. Ever since Anna arrived here, our lives changed, and it was a good change. Our lives weren't monotone anymore with Anna here. Every day became new and exciting. She made our human memories and emotions resurface. After Anna's and Rosalie's face-off, I went for a run. I could always think better when I ran. It made me feel free and clear my head. The speed was one of the good things about being a vampire, but no matter how fast I run, I couldn't escape the mystery Anna is to me. As the trees passed by in a blur, I let my mind wander. Ever since Anna came into my life, it was like something was set in motion and it couldn't be stopped, but I can't figure out what that is for the life of me. As so often these days, I thought about the past weeks ever since Anna came into my life, and she made quite an entrance. She isn't like any other girl I have ever known, and how she stood up to Rosalie. Everybody else would have been frozen in fear by Rosalie's death glares, but not Anna of cause not. She even lectured a vampire while he was about to drain her. I had a chuckle at the memory. She was glaring at me with her arms crossed over her chest while surrounded by 4 vampires. Back then, I thought she was crazy, but now I can only adore her for her bravery. She kept her cool to bring us all out of that predicament. If she wouldn't have reacted like she did, I don't want to think about what would have happened then. As I thought of Anna, a soft and lovely melody started to play in my head. It was nothing like the type of music I usually played or composed. This was light, happy, and sounded so alive. When a melody played out in my head, I asked myself what she would change next. I don't know why, but I couldn't wait to see what would happen next. She was right the day in the cafeteria. I did complain to myself that everything was always the same and I was bored to death. Well, I don't have that problem anymore. But what really surprised me is the sudden protectiveness I feel for Anna. When Rosalie yelled at her, I wanted to place myself in front of Anna to protect her from Rosalie. My body was reacting on its own accord. About that, I'm a little confused, but guess it was only because she is human and Rosalie could have hurt her. No matter what, I couldn't shake the feeling of that something was happening within me and around me, but I couldn't quite put my finger on it. I wondered the whole time why this girl has such a pull on me. It's impossible for me not to think about her. She is a girl with her own head, and my perfection as a vampire's doesn't fool her 1 second. She is interesting and intruding, and she feels perfectly safe and content around vampires. Anna is really something else, and whenever I think about her, I have to smile. Anna's POV. After my confrontation with Rosalie, the atmosphere between us relaxed. Rosalie was behaving civilized towards me. She would even greet me instead of sending me death glares. I wasn't friends with her, as with the rest of the Cullens, but we were on a good way to be able to live in peace together. And maybe one day, as I had to accept the possibility that I might never will be able to go back home, we could become friends. As we went back to school after winter break, the gossip was big, seeing as I sat with the Cullens at lunch. And somehow I had now more classes with Alice and Edward. And my question what happened, they both just shrugged. Lauren and Jessica would grill me in class about what had happened during winter break about the fact that I became friends with the unapproachable Cullens. I only said that they were really nice and easy to get along with, what earned me disbelieving looks from everyone. I couldn't care less what they thought. After winter break, the news of Bella Swan's arrival were the top gossip in school, next to my friendship with the Cullens of Cause and the Cullens, and I wondered how it would play out. The time to Bella arrival passed pretty quick, and it was time to see how Twilight would play out with me here, and Edward and the whole family warned about what the future has in store for Edward and them. I was both excited and nervous about Bella's first day at Forks High. I just hoped nothing would go wrong. Anna's POV. The day has come, and Bella would attend Forks High School today for the first time. I was really looking forward to meeting her. Alice came this morning at an ungodly hour to dress and style me. Her slogan, I hang out with the Cullens, I shall look like a Cullen. Well, at least I know that I'm always well-dressed. I ate a little breakfast and drove to school with my Audi. I parked my car next to Edward's Volvo and greeted them. Hi, guys. I got greeted back, and we waited for Bella to arrive in her red, orange truck. We heard the truck before we saw it. Good Lord, is it even legal to drive such a piece of junk on the street? Rosalie asked in disbelief and disgust as she heard and saw the old truck. We all just shrugged and waited for Bella to get out of her car, or the death trap as I named it. Bella got out of the car, and I caught a good look at her. She was a short and thin girl with pale skin, even paler than mine, long brown hair and brown eyes. She did look a lot like Kirsten Stewart. She was pretty. Bella didn't look happy at all about being here. She looked at the green forest with despite in her chocolate brown eyes. I knew from the books that she didn't like coming to Forks, but I wasn't expecting her to show it so openly. She sighed heavily and made her way to office. So that's her, Edward's other singer. Jasper asked, raising an eyebrow. Yep, that's her. I answered him. And all this fuss about this plain twit with no sense of fashion, what a waste of time, Rosalie said, rolling her eyes, and went into school. The rest of us went after her. The classes to lunch break went on quickly. At lunch, we were one of the first to arrive. We sat at our usual table and waited for Bella to join Jessica's table. Rosalie was complaining about her math teacher who solved a problem on the board wrong, which brought up a conversation about who had how often caught a teacher not knowing the right answer. We were so caught up in our conversation that we didn't notice when Bella sat down on Jessica's table. The twit noticed us. Rosalie suddenly said with disgust in her voice. I turned around and took a look at Bella. She was staring at Edward in awe. Her eyes were greedily taking every part of him in. As he turned around, after a moment, to face his siblings again, a mask of disappointment washed over her face. She did gaze at his back a few seconds longer, and I could see the hope shining in her eyes that he would turn around and grace her with his attention again. When that didn't happen, her eyes suddenly flashed to mine, and she was, believe it or not, glaring at me before she blushed and turned around to talk to Jessica. The others listened to what was said at the other table. I knew what was said right now, since I read the book, and I was in her place about a month ago. I ate my lunch when I suddenly heard them growl lowly. What happened? I asked, surprised. They all looked angry. Their eyes were darkening. Edward sighed to calm himself down before saying, this Jessica, she just... Oh, I get it, she was talking about me badly, right? I expected that. I told him unimpressed, shrugged my shoulders, and turned my attention back to my lunch. You did? Emmett asked, stunned. I read the book, remember. I know what kind of person Jessica and Lauren are. The only nice person at that table there is Angela. Don't worry, I made my choice, and I'm fine with it. I told him with a smile on my lips, looking into his eyes so he would see the sincerity of my statement. You know, most teenage girls will be devastated if someone talked bad behind their back. Emmett pointed out, pressing the matter. You know, Emmett, if I would be like most teenage girls, I would be in the loony bin by now after everything that happened to me. She certainly has a point there, said Jasper as it was getting closer to the end of lunch break. Well, good luck in bio, and try not to kill her, I said to Edward as I turned to face him. Don't worry, I won't. Her scent is nothing compared to yours, he said with a smug smile. I looked at him stunned. What, how do you know? I went to her house yesterday night with Alice. Yes, her scent is also a scent of singer, but it fades in comparison to yours. Your scent is richer and pulls me in so many ways. It is painful and pleasant at once, even though the pleasantness is whining over the pain the more time I spend around you. Carlisle is calling it a perfect match. He explained to me. Oh, okay. I didn't know that that's news to me, but I'm happy I'm not hurting you as bad anymore. I said the last part with a smile. I really wasn't expecting this. Who knew? The bell rang, and we went up to our classes. Edward's POV. Yesterday, I went to Bella Swan's house with Alice. I could get used to Anna's scent, and I wanted to do the same with Bella Swan's before I met her. To my surprise, it wasn't that bad. Yes, my throat burned, and her blood sang to me as well, only not as strong as Anna's. The girl has a small frame, is pale and average-looking. According to the books Anna read, she was supposed to be the one for me. I had my doubts. I walked in the bio classroom and took my place. It was one of the 3 classes I didn't have with Anna. I sat at my table and saw how the classroom filled with students, and Bella finally walked in. She was staying in the way of the fan, and her scent was blown in my direction, but I was prepared, and it wasn't a problem to act normal. The teacher signed her slip, and she came to sit next to me. On her way, she stumbled, but was able to catch herself before she fell. Her face was colored in crimson as she took her assigned place next to me. Hello, my name is Edward Cullen. Seems like we're going to be lab partners for this semester. It's nice to meet you. I introduced myself politely as she had settled in her chair. She looked up at me in surprise. Her chocolate brown eyes widened as she watched me for a very long moment. She seemed to be spaced out Her heart rate sped up, and her breathing became shallow, before remembering where she was. Yes, she behaved like any other girl I met for the first time, blinded by my perfect looks and drawn in by the vampire. Well, with one exception, that is. Hi, I mean Bella Swan. Charlie, I mean my dad, must call me Isabella behind my back. That's what everyone here seems to know me as, Isabella, but it's only Bella. She explained awkwardly, blushing again, and before she could say any more, Mr. Banner started the class. We had to fill out a sheet, which I did in about 10 minutes, being slow. Bella didn't take long either. She then looked up at me, blushing again. Anna was right, she blushed a lot. If I wouldn't have hunted yesterday night, this class would be hell for me. You were done that quickly? She asked, amazed, not being able to tear her eyes of me. Yes, as are you. I pointed out. I'd already done this lab in Phoenix. It's no big deal. She said, looking shy, her heart rate speeding up again. After a while of silence, I caught her glancing up at me. She blushed deep red. This was the moment where Mr. Banner came to our table to see why we weren't filling out our sheets. He took a look at the sheets laying in front of us. So, Edward, don't you think Isabella should do her work on her own without any help? Mr. Banner asked, disapproval thick in his voice, raising an eyebrow. Actually, she did it on her own. I told him. He then turned to Bella and asked, have you done this lab before? She smiled sheepishly. Yes, I had it in Phoenix. Were you in an advanced placement program in Phoenix? He asked. Yes. Well, I guess it's good you two are lab partners. He mumbled loud enough for Bella to hear, before quietly adding, what the hell am I here for if they know everything already? Those kids should go to college and not waste my time here. Is it always so clod here? She asked all of a sudden. You don't like the cold? I questioned back. Or the wet? She added then. Forks must be a very difficult place to live then. So why are you here? I asked her, already knowing the answer. She was answering immediately. For someone who was supposed to be shy and retreated, she was quite talkative. Last September, my mother got remarried. Phil, her husband, is nice, maybe a little bit too young. Phil travels a lot. He plays ball for a living, but he doesn't play well. He plays strictly minor league only, and that's the reason he moves around a lot. I sent myself here so my mom could move with him to Jacksonville. She stayed with me at first, but she was unhappy to be away from him, and now I'm here spending time with Charlie. And you don't want to live in Jacksonville when they move there? I asked her. I don't know, I see how it goes. She said after a while, looking down at the table, blushing again. Before class ended, Mr. Banner gave us all a project we had to do with our lab partners and handed it next week. When the bell rang, I shot out of my seat, said quickest goodbye to Bella Son, and made my way to my next class, economics with Anna. She was already sitting there on our table. I slid into my seat next to her. I didn't hear any scrams, and you're still here, I take it. It went well? She asked, amused. Yeah, I survived, so did everyone else. I told her, causing her to smile. Her lips were slightly parted. This was the first time I noticed her perfect-shaped, cherry red lips that were calling to me in a very seductive manner. Edward, are you okay? Anna suddenly asked with a worried expression on her face, snapping me out of my thoughts. Yeah, I'm all right. Nothing. I told her, surprised where my thoughts went. Anna didn't really look convinced, but said, okay, but if you feel unwell, tell me, and we get you out of here. Maybe toast singers at once are a little bit too much for you. Does your throat burn badly? She asked me, her worry for me visibly present in her features. She always worries about others. Here I sit next to her, a vampire who could kill her so easily, who thirsts for her blood, and she is worried about how I feel. You know, you should worry about yourself instead of me. If it went bad, you'll be the one dead. I told her in a serious voice. She took a deep breath, smiled sadly at me, and said, I know that, but if it would go bad, it would be quick for me while you would suffer for eternity. So who got it worse? I'm sorry. Even when you think it is crazy, this is my way of seeing things. I couldn't believe it. She was apologizing to me for the pain and guilt I would feel if I killed her. I don't know how often I cursed the fact that I couldn't read her mind, but now I wanted it so badly that it almost hurt. But what was unbearable was the thought of her dead. That was something that wouldn't happen, not as long I was there. The teacher started the class. When the last bell rang for today, we went outside to our cars. The others were already waiting for us. The twit is staring at us like a hawk. Rosalie snored in disgust. We looked and caught Bella Swan staring at us. When she noticed that she was caught, she blushed red and looked at the ground. "You dare to bring that twit home, Edward." Rosalie growled at me in her mind. "Oh, this is wonderful. I drive with Anna to her place." Alice chirped happily, dragging Anna away from me. "You are?" Anna asked, surprised, while being pulled to her car. "Yes, you know that Kevin was working for Revlon the past few months, working out a whole new economics plan for them, right?" Alice explained. Anna only nodded. "Well, he was at a party yesterday, and he brought some test articles of their new line and a goodie bag. We still have to test them." "Ah, and Rosalie, you have to come too. They will produce this one fire red lipstick again that you loved in the 80s. There will be one along with other products in the bag that Kevin has for Anna." "Oh, I remember that time when they stopped to produce Rosalie's favorite lipstick. She was unbearable for 3 months, fuming over the loss of her favorite makeup article." "Sure, come. Let's see what more there is," Anna said. Rosalie smiled, exited to get this lipstick in her hands. She jumped in her car. Alice and Anna entered Anna's Audi, and the girls were off. "Do you believe what just happened?" My Rose went to Anna's place. Emmett asked in disbelief, as he, Jasper, and I stared after the girls. It was a small gesture, but if Rosalie would hate Anna, she wouldn't have gone to her place, not even for her favorite lipstick. In a matter of weeks, Anna was able to get Rosalie's acceptance and approval. Anna is really a remarkable girl. The school week went on with Bella Swan stealing more and more glances at me. We talked and got to know each other better over our bio project. Of course, I wasn't giving her any hope for more than just friendship. I didn't want to hurt the girl. Giving her hope for something I couldn't guarantee would be heartless. Still, despite my efforts to keep our interaction only on friendship level, I could practically see how her interest in me grew. So could the others. Bella Swan wasn't like other girls her age. She was mature and thoughtful, clumsy, and always patient and nice to others. She had something from an old soul. As the school week went by, I was forced to face my feelings, and with every day passing by, they became more and more clear. The desperate cries of my heart slowly reached my mind, and my solitude was steady melting away. Edward's POV. It was Tuesday, and in the night, it was freezing cold, what made the melting snow turn to ice on the street. Anna was a good driver, but she drove only for a few weeks. It was too dangerous to let her drive to school on her own. That's why Alice and I fetched her up. I was happy having an excuse to spend more time with her. Her company is something precious to me. We arrived at school and got out of the car. "Morning, Anna. Angela wants something from you. She is standing at the other side of the lot waiting for you," said Jessica as she was on her way to the school building and walked by Anna. Like usually, Jessica was trying to flirt with me, making me wonder when she would finally give up on me. "Okay. Thanks, Jessica," Anna answered politely. She's always nice and polite to people, even though some of them just don't deserve it. Before Anna was about to make her way to Angela, she turned to me and said, "See you class then." When she turned away from me, I grabbed her backpack, wanting her to have better balance on the ice ground. She looked up at me puzzled. "I take her to class," I explained. She smiled at me in gratitude and was on her way down the lot. My siblings and we reached the front doors of the school building when Alice suddenly had a vision. Bella Swan was standing next to her truck, a dark blue van, lost control, and was moving fast in her direction. She didn't have the time to get out of the way because she stood there frozen in place. The van hit her. Alice looked sadly at me and told the others to hold their breath. I felt sad that a young life was about to end, but there was nothing we could do about it. In that moment, I knew that I wasn't in love with Bella Swan. She was a nice girl, but not the one for me. Over the past week, I made an effort to get to know my supposed-to-be soulmate. Yes, Bella is a nice and interesting girl. She isn't shallow or vain, but she doesn't have this pull on me. Yes, her blood calls to me, but it's only her blood. She doesn't possess this pull, this hold on me that only stroked me once in my 100+ some years about a month ago. The pull that no matter how hard I fought, no matter how hard I tried to distract myself, I couldn't shake off. No, Bella Swan wasn't the one for me, and the way I found out would be called hilarious if it wasn't on such a sad event. A cliché made me realize the truth. A life and death situation that left no questions unanswered and showed where I stood. I was worried about how not to expose my family when the blood of my singer would be spilled and not about the well-being of Bella Swan. I was making plans out of fastest escape when she got hit by the van, when suddenly Emmett's mortified thoughts reached me, and the vision that Alice received punched the air out of my lungs and made my whole world freeze. Touring around, I saw Anna suddenly being in front of the van, and I knew even with my vampire speed, I couldn't reach her anymore. It was too late. The only thing on my mind was, God, please not her. Anna's POV. I was on my way to Angela, trying not to slip on the ice. As I looked down on the ground, seeing the ice, I had a feeling that I forgot something. I just didn't know what it was. I went carefully down the lot until I saw Bella. She was looking at the ground. I followed her line of sight to see what she was looking at. She was looking at the automobile tire. There were snow chains on the truck. Snow chains. Ice. At the words, my eyes widened in realization. I stood frozen on the spot. Horror washed over me. I wasn't thinking anymore. My legs started moving without my knowledge. I was running in Bella's direction only a second before I heard the high-pitched screech that was fast becoming painfully loud. The only thing on my mind right now was Tyler's van, and beside that I wasn't thinking anymore. On instinct, I grabbed Bella and used the drive that I had to push us both out of the way. As I flying a short distance until I started falling to the ground, still holding on to Bella, I heard a loud, crashing sound. The metal of the tow cars rubbing against each other. Glass breaking and hitting the ground. And then I hit the ground. I hit the iced ground on my left hip. The impact was so strong that it broke my hold on Bella. I felt the air being knocked out of me, and I slid on the ice until I hit against something hard with my back. I didn't hear anything, and I didn't feel anything. Suddenly, I dully noticed that something cold was pulling me gently up. I was pressed against a cold and hard body. On instinct, I held on to that cold body for dear life. After a while, the sounds were slowly coming back, and I could hear a frantic velvet voice calling out to me. Anna, Anna, are you all right? Please say something. Open your eyes. That was Edward's voice. I was holding on to Edward. He was pressing me gently against his chest. Slowly, I opened my eyes and pushed myself carefully away from him, while I trembled slightly, not letting yet go of him only enough to be able to look up into his eyes. I was met with his darkening topaz pools that looked frantic, worried, and anxious, but started to relax as I nodded that I'm okay, not yet being able to speak, my body still in shock while my mind was getting back to normal quickly. We were looking in each other's eyes. I was completely lost in his dark topaz pools, while he pressed me against his body again, smiling his crooked smile at me. Everything started to disappear again, except of him and me when reality hit me. It should have been Bella. Edward should hold Bella, not me. She should be in his arms right now. Bella, where is Bella? What happened to her? I asked frantically and scared, looking around to find her. SHHHH. Don't worry, Bella is all right. Look. Edward pointed ahead of us where Bella started to get up. She had a red spot on her forehead. She must have hit her head on the ground when she fell. At her sight, I relaxed and turned to see Edward. He was stroking my left cheek while looking worried and shaken. I tried to move, but my left hip made itself known and wasn't happy at all with my action. I winced as my hip painfully throbbed. What's wrong? Edward asked frantically, starting to freak again. Only my hip isn't happy with me for landing so violently on it. I tried to smile at him. It turned out to be more of a pained grimace. Rosalie, Emmett, Jasper, and Alice were at my side before I knew it, all looking worried, even Rosalie. God, Anna, what are you doing? Alice exclaimed while she appeared to a little shaken. You almost gave me a heart attack there, Emmett said, but not in his usual booming voice, but with a serious face and a voice laced with disapproval. Quick, get Tyler out of the van, hurry, someone shouted. I could see that Mr. Varner, Coach Clapp, and a few EMTs that already arrived were taking care of him. Bella vehemently refused her stretcher, not that she had any luck with that. Edward placed me carefully on another stretcher, never taking his eyes of me. As I looked how Bella was doing, I could see that she was jealously looking at me before she turned her head away from me as she noticed that I caught her. In the past week, while observing Bella Swan, I noticed that I wasn't the only one at the receiving end of her glares. Every single girl that dared to steal a glimpse of Edward and was caught by Bella got quickly warned by her with a scowl. I knew from the books that she thought that she wasn't worthy of Edward, but her unconsciousness seemed to have less problems to show the possessive of Edward that clearly was there. But how she could be so much in love with someone who she didn't even know was beyond me. Yes, I did get that he was beautiful. This was, after all, one of his predatory trails, but that a nice shell was enough was something I couldn't fathom. Reading the books, it was obvious that she never really knew Edward. All she ever saw was the beautiful shell. She never really captured his imperfection, nor did she understand his demons fully. I could only shake my head at that, but who said love had to be perfect? It looked like the entire school was there, watching as they put me in the back of the ambulance. Edward got to ride with me in the ambulance. Vampires, and they're dazzling. Bella got put in another ambulance. Nearly everything went according to the book from then on. Charlie arrived at the scene in full panic mode. At the same time, I saw Esme's Land Rover pull up into the school parking lot. "Esme is here," I stated, looking at Edward, who smiled sheepishly at me. "Alice," was all he said. I sighed in registration. They would bring me to the place I dreaded the most no matter what. As they were getting me into the ambulance, I heard Charlie yell in panic for Bella. "Anna, are you all right?" It was Esme's worried voice when she arrived at my stretcher. "Yes, I'm fine. Only my hip hurts a bit," I said in a calm and polite voice. "But this is completely unnecessary. I can go home and I'll be fine. No need for the hospital." I used my best puppy dog eyes to plead with her not to force me to go to that horrible place. Not that it was of any use, because she simply turned to the closest EMT for a second opinion. "You're not getting out of here as long Carlisle hasn't given you his okay, and now be good and stop fighting it," Edward said in a voice that attempted to sound amused, but the strain and worry could not be missed. I just sighed. There was no hope I would be at the mercy of the doctors in that hospital. As a child, I was sick very often and spent a lot of time with doctors and in hospitals. Since then, I hate them. I knew Esme, Edward, and the others only meant well, so I tried to calm myself down and to endure it. While Esme spoke with the EMT and Edward was stroking my hand, I used the time to think about what just happened, how I screwed the plot of Twilight up, and how in the world to fix this. While thinking, my eyes fell on the van. Tyler's van was completely destroyed on the passenger side, and all the windows were smashed because of the impact of the crash. So were the windows in Bella's truck. But aside from some dents on the driver's side, her truck seemed to be all right. Esme finished talking to the EMT and got into the ambulance as well. "Don't worry, my dear. Everything will be all right. I already called Kevin and told him what happened. He is currently in Seattle and has to be there for the next 2 days. He wanted to come back, but I told him that I would take care of you. He agreed, and you have to call him after Carlisle examined you." "Thank you, Esme, but I really don't want to cause any trouble," I told her, not wanting to be a burden. "You don't cause any trouble. I love to have you over. You know that, right?" She asked me sincerely. I only nodded. Of course, the ambulance got a police escort to the hospital because in the ambulance behind us was Bella, just like in the book. When we finally arrived at the hospital, I was taken out of the ambulance and rolled into the hospital while being stuck on the stretcher. It was a frightening feeling laying there while everyone else fussed about me. It made the situation seem so much worse than it was. They put me in the emergency room. The room looked like in the book, describe a long room with a line of beds separated by pastel pattern curtains. A nurse put a thermometer under my tongue and left me there on the display because she didn't pull the curtains to protect me from being seen, and I was laying there feeling like a caged animal in the zoo with no chance of escape. Suddenly, I could hear another flurry of hospital personnel. Another tow stretcher were brought to the beds next to me. I knew it were Tyler and Bella who were brought in. He had blood-stained bandages wrapped tightly around his head. His left arm looked broken. All in all, Tyler looked 100 times worse than I imagined. Guess since Edward didn't stop the van, the force of the crash was worse. At the sight of his blood-stained bandages, I started to feel dizzy. I really don't have it with blood and cuts. He was staring anxiously at me, ready to cry. "Anna, Bella, I'm so sorry. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. I almost killed you both. I'm so sorry, you have to believe me." But I cut him off. "I'm fine. Tyler, you're the one who looks awful. The better question is, are you all right?" "Yeah, Tyler. Same here, I'm all right as well." Bella said, looking hopeful it would end his apologies. "That hope will be crushed quickly. The look at Bella told me that aside from the red spot on her forehead, she didn't seem to have any injuries. During our conversation, the nurses began to unwind Tyler's soiled bandages, exposing a variety of shallow cuts all over his forehead and left cheek. And that was my cue to look at the ceiling if I didn't want to faint, which I didn't. I just wanted to get the hell out of the hospital. In the meantime, Tyler just had to keep on rambling. I thought I was going to kill you, Toe. I was going too fast, and I hit the ice wrong. He winced as one nurse started treating his face. I felt sorry for him, but at least it shut him up for a while, though I knew he wouldn't stop. You have really fast reflexes, Anna. If not for you. But he couldn't finish the sentence. Yeah, if not for me, everything would be as it was supposed to be. The nurses were treating him, and he couldn't talk for the moment, which Bella used to thank me. Anna, thank you. You saved my life. You're welcome. I smiled weakly at her. If she only knew how much I screwed up back there, she wouldn't be thanking me. Bella looked like she wanted to say more, but the nurses were treating us now, and that was the end of our conversation. After a while, they x-rayed my hip and did a few more tests. I told them I was all right, but none listened. I was all right, but still trapped in the ER till I would see a doctor. I prayed that Carlisle would get me out of the hospital quickly. So there I was waiting and harassed by Tyler's constant apologies and promises to make it up to me and Bella. And Bella giving me strange looks. I really wanted to get out of there fast. I tried many times to convince Tyler that I was fine, but he would keep up his remorseful mumbling. God, please someone save me. That's when Edward and Carlisle came in. I was actually expecting to see you at my house and not here, Anna. Carlisle chuckled while he looked at my medical file. At least someone is fun. I pouted at him. Please get me out of her, Carlisle, I'm fine, but none believes me. Please, I'm desperate here. I said, giving him my puppy eyes, pleading for his understanding. Edward was tense and worried the whole time, anxious looking for me to Carlisle. They had a silent conversation. Well, under normal circumstances, I would give them a piece of my mind for shutting me out, especially when they were talking about me, but I just wanted to get out of the hospital as quick as possible, so I let it slip this time. Carlisle smiled, leaned into me, and said, I'm proud of you, Anna. He wouldn't be proud if he knew how I screwed up. With that, he checked if I was all right, which I was, except for a big bruise on my left hip that was starting to build. Luckily, I didn't break anything. With the warning that I should be careful, I got released, finally. I was about to get off the hospital bed and leave the emergency room when Edward gently scooped me up bridal style and carried me out. Whatever was the fastest way out of there was fine with me. In the hall, Esme, Alice, Emmett, Rosalie, and Jasper were waiting. After Edward gave them a breakdown on my health, Alice, Emmett, Rosalie, and Jasper went back to school, and Esme, Edward and I went to their house. I was with Edward on the back seat of Esme's Land Rover. He was holding me tight to his chest as I felt the painkiller starting to work. Suddenly, he looked at me with an unreadable expression and asked, Anna, did you know what would happen today? Because you were reacting too fast to be caught off guard. In fact, you started running before the van lost control. Yes, I knew that there would be an incident with Tyler's van, but no, I didn't know, or better, I didn't realize that it would be today until it was too late. I don't know, the more time goes by, the more real you all become. At first, you were nothing but characters out of a book to me, and I trapped in a story, but now everything is so real. I think I kind of forgot that I'm in a story. I only realized what would happen when I noticed Bella looking at the snow chains on the truck, but then it was already too late. He sighed, pinched the bridge of his nose, and said, You could have been killed. Yeah, I know. God, I messed up. I'm so sorry, Edward. He looked at me interrogative, and I explained. Look, it should have been you, the one who saved Bella. That is, or was how she got suspicious of you, that you aren't exactly human. And I messed that up. I'm wrecking your love story. If I keep that up, you and Bella will not come together. You two are soul mates according to the books, and I'm in the way. I'm really, really sorry, Edward. As I said that, he got angrier by the second and spat at me. This is MY Live and not some stupid book. I'm making my own choices, and no book or any author will tell me who I fall in love with, because she is not the one I. He looked livid but stopped himself, pressing me closer to his chest, breathing in and out deeply to claim himself. I was lying there in his arms, completely confused. But I couldn't think to make sense out of it, because I was drifting off to sleep, worried about what I had done. Bella was blissfully unaware of everything. I was thinking about telling her everything, but after Edward exploded on me, I better kept my mouth shut, and who knows what will happen if she doesn't find out on her own that the Cullens are vampires. Maybe she was only so understanding because she found it all out on her own. I only wanted to help, but in the end, I mess it up. I could only hope that I would be able to fix this mess that I caused. Anna's POV. I messed up big time. I wasn't paying attention to where I was. This whole world here became so real to me the past couple of weeks that I nearly forgot that I was in a world in which Twilight was reality. I got the feeling that the Twilight plot was out of the window now, and I couldn't shake it off. I changed the story, but what should I have done instead? Granted, spilling the secret on my first day here may not have been the smartest thing to do, but honestly, if I didn't act how I did, what would have been the consequences? My sin is way more intoxicating than Bella's to Edward. He was trembling and growling at me when he first smelled me. If Emmett hadn't been there, he would have bounced on me. If I met him in class alone, without his siblings to restrain him, I would be probably dead by now, and Edward would be dwelling over the murder he committed for eternity. Even not saying a word, I would play an active role in their lives, given the fact that I am his singer. Telling them the whole truth may be my only mistake, but I just couldn't bring myself to lie in that moment. I don't know if it was because I didn't want to lie to them, or because I wanted to have someone who knew the truth and who I could be honest with. But what done is done, and I have to be careful where to go from here. There were 3 facts I had to pay attention to. Point 1. I was in Twilight and knew too much for my own good and the one of the Cullens. I had to be careful with my knowledge. Point 2. I did tell them that Bella is Edward's soul mate, but held other events back. Point 3. I was part of the story and of their lives now, and the plot of Twilight, or better said, their future was changing, simply because I stepped into their lives. Since I wasn't a part of the original story, maybe their love story has another plot now, and trying to push the old plot onto them will ruin it all and get someone killed. I once saw the TV drama Lost in Austin. It's about a British girl named Amanda Price. She is a huge fan of Pride and Prejudice, and one day, Elizabeth Bennet appears in her bathroom through a hidden door. Amanda walks through the door and lands in Elizabeth's world, in the story of Pride and Prejudice. She takes over Elizabeth's life, as Elizabeth does the same with Amanda's. While Amanda is trying to force the story to go on, how she knows it out of the book, everything goes wrong, and people have to suffer. I don't want to do the same mistakes as Amanda did. There are some major events that need to be taken care of, like the guys in Port Angeles, James and his coven, New Moon and so on, but I sold go with the flow. See how it all works out and intervene when needed. Love can't be forced, and it can't be stopped. If they're meant to be, they will be together, and nothing will ever be able to get in the way of their love. With my mind made up and my realization thought through, I was able to get over my mess up. Because I hit my hip pretty bad, I spent the next 2 days of the Cullens seeing as Kevin had to work in Seattle. It was really nice to be able to spend some time with Esme and just to relax for a while. On Thursday, I went back to school. It was how I expected it. The whole school was all over me, asking me about the accident. I just smiled and endured it. There was nothing that could have stopped then anyway, but what was really unnerving was the fact that Tyler chased after me like a puppy, trying to make it up to me. Why do guys here in Forks just don't get the hint? No means no, for God's sake. How hard can that be to understand? Bella thanked me again and asked me if I wanted to come over to her house, since her father also wanted to thank me, but I declined politely. Bella and I could become friends after she became Edward's girlfriend. With her being accident prom and me, well, I don't know, I wasn't going to take my chances. She was safer without me around. An aside form that I don't want to lie to her. If I would get close to her now, all I could do would be to lie to her about me, about Edward and about the Cullens, not a way to start a friendship. I hooked up with the Cullens, and that's where I stood. No need to get everything into a chaos and myself surrounded with too many lies and stories. There is too much at stake here, not only Edward's and Bella's love story, but also our lives. After that accident, Edward realized what Bella means to him, and he was falling in love with her now. Everything would be as it was supposed to be. That's good, right? I'm here in Twilight, living the dream of every Twilight fan, and I'm friends with the Cullens. What more could a girl ask for? Well, I know what, but that will never happen anyway. No need to go through a heartbreak in the first place. Luckily, I was able to shake those thoughts away quickly. I made plans with Alice to go shopping with her on the weekend. After the accident, Edward insisted on some more driving lessons for me, and I got myself a few baby-sitting jobs to make my own money. The second week after Bella's arrival ended without further disaster. Edward's POV. Never in my 100-plus years was I so scared as in the moment when I saw Anna being nearly hit by that van. I didn't even have time to move. It happened so fast. When I got to her and saw her lying there on the ground, not moving, naked fear and panic ripped through me. Never in my existence did I felt so helpless and useless before. I knew in the back of my mind that I shouldn't move her, but I just had to have her in my arms. My hands trembled when I reached for her and pressed her into my chest as gently as I could. Looking at her, unmoving, laying there in my arms, my world stood still in fear until she opened her beautiful hazel eyes and the weight of the world fell from my shoulders. The 2 days that she spent in my house were great. Having her so close felt wonderful. For a while now, it felt like a chain of actions was happening, leading me to realize something. Today, having to witness how Anna almost died was like the last piece of the puzzle finally clicked. It's like something opened or a realization broke through the surface. I cared for Anna more than I ever admitted to myself. Did I dare to say I was in love with her? Tonight, like every night since a few weeks, I went to Anna's place to watch her sleep. I always told myself it was because I wanted to improve my control around her, but tonight for the first time, I admitted to myself that that wasn't the reason I went to her room every night. I went there because I wanted to be near her even when I didn't realize it before or didn't want to admit. Anna has such an unbelievable pull on me. It's impossible for me to leave her alone. At first I thought it was only her blood, but now I see it's far more than that. It is her. Everything she is, everything she does. Which led me to the realization that I knew very little about her. I know her for over a month, and I know nearly nothing about her or her life. She knows so much about me, it was time that our knowledge got evened out. With this, I made up my mind. Tomorrow I would get to know her better. Anna's POV. On Sunday, Charlie came over to thank me personally for saving his daughter's life. We had a nice talk, and I came to like him. He really loves Bella very much. She's his whole world. It was Monday now, and a new week started here in Forks. I got out of bed, showered, dressed, and had a snack. I put my jacket on. I grabbed my backpack and was ready to leave for school. I opened the front door of the house and froze death in my tracks out of surprise. Edward's silver Volvo was parked in the driveway. Slowly, I was getting the suspicion that he likes to scare the living daylight out of me. Edward was leaning against his car with an amused expression on his face when he saw my reaction. "What are you doing here, Edward?" I asked him, still trying to catch my breath after he very nearly caused me a heart attack. Good thing I didn't scream. "Good morning, Anna." He greeted me with his silky voice and a smile touching his lips. "I thought I'd come and give you a ride to school." His eyes roamed over my face, and the way he looked at me was telling me that I didn't really have a choice. But I was never one to get down without a fight. Why, I could drive on my own. As far as I know, my car isn't broken, and besides, I like driving. I told him, my arms crossed over my chest. He looked taken aback, sighed, and muttered to himself. "Not like other girls at all, indeed." "What was that?" I asked him with a raised eyebrow, having heard what he said. He quickly composed himself and answered, "It's just the more time I spend with you, the easier it is to be around your scent. I would really appreciate it if you would help me out here." He looked shy at the end. "Well, if that's the case, I'm gladly accepting." I smiled at him as I made my way to the car. I was having the suspicion that that wasn't the whole reason, but I went along with it. He held the door open for me, and I stepped in. He shut my door, went to the driver's side, and started the car. As he pulled out of the driveway, he said, "Well, I've been thinking, and I think it is unfair that you know so much about me, and I know nearly nothing about you. Given this fact, would you allow me to ask you a few questions?" Edward was smiling at me with his perfect and beautiful smile, trying to dazzle me. His beautiful topaz pools made my head spin, and I had troubles to concentrate. Luckily, I was able to snap out of it and said, "Really, Edward, don't dazzle me. It is hard to think when you do that." "I'm dazzling you?" he asked, surprised and a little amused. "Yes, that damn vampire ability." He laughed at that. "But if I'm dazzled, I can't answer your questions. Guess it's only fair that I do, since I know so much about you and your family. So shoot." He nodded and became serious. "What's your favorite color?" he asked, making a serious face. It changes from day to day and is depending on my mood. But usually it's blue and white. And what is your favorite color today? His face was still emotionless. Let me think about it. I guess violet. And don't ask me why, it just is, and if you ask me tomorrow, it will be another color. I answered, but blue and white are constant. He asked, yes. I answered. He nodded and went to the next question. What music is in your CD player right now? What music I have in my CD player? Let me think. On the CD are Yuruma, El Divo, Paramore, the Pussycat Dolls, Nickelback, Kelly Clarkson, Linkin Park, Timberland, and so on the charts up and down. My taste in music is diverse. You're going from one genre to another. No solid preference. He looked amused. Of course, music is one of his favorite topics. Well, I like a lot of types of music. I don't have one clear preference, I just like what I like, I guess. Yes, there are people that are fixed on one genre like rap or classic, but I'm able to find something I like in nearly every genre. He nodded at that, looking thoughtful, as we already arrived in school. Edward was driving really fast, like a maniac, but I liked the speed, so it didn't bother me. Thank God for quick vampire reflexes, just in case. Edward quickly pulled into his usual space. Thanks to his insane driving, we still had a little time before school started. He used it to ask me more questions. What was the last book you read? You mean aside from Pride and Prejudice from Jane Austen that we have to read for English? I asked back. He only nodded. Well, the last book I read in my world was Breaking Dawn and The Draft to Midnight Sunday. After that, I really didn't have the time to read books for fun. School and my family life were keeping me too busy. The day just doesn't have enough hours when you need to sleep. I told him with a sigh. And what is Midnight Sun about, and why only The Draft? He asked, curious. Right? I never told him about Midnight Sun. I only mentioned the other 4 books. Well, it's Twilight out of your perspective. It never got published, though. The Draft, which was only half finished, appeared on the internet, and the author was so sad about it that she didn't continue the book. He looked at me stunned before his expression turned sad, and he said, I'm pretty messed up, aren't I? He laughed bitterly, wearing a pained expression as he said that. I made a thinking sound and answered, You are a stubborn, overbearing, a little drama queen. You have quite a temper, and you hide behind your self-hatred and your self-loathing. You are running away instead of facing your problems, and you think that you don't deserve happiness. All in all, you have quite a tendency to sabotage yourself. He looked like a crushed puppy now and lowered his head. The good news is that you aren't messed up, you're only a 17-year-old boy. Edward, you may have been able to gain an unbelievable amount of knowledge, but emotionally you are still only a 17-year-old boy. I reached out to touch him and urged him to look at me. Edward, look at me, please. Unwillingly, he complied, showing his sad and pained eyes. I felt horrible to cause him pain, but it needed to be said. It's your choice. You can decide if you want to continue to run away and hide behind your self-hatred and your self-loathing, or if you want to move on. What if I can't? What if I'm not strong enough? He breathed out so softly that I almost didn't catch it. The pain in his eyes was heartbreaking. I took his hand, squeezed it, and looked in his pools of pain. Edward, you are dealing with toast singers at one time, and neither Bella or I are dead. You're so much stronger than you realize. You only have to accept that you do deserve to be happy. He looked into my eyes, looking into my soul, squeezing my hand. We stayed in this position until the bell rang, and we made our way to the building. He didn't say anything on the way to first period, and I didn't interrupt his thoughts. After first period ended, Edward was waiting for it in the hallway to walk me to my next class. You okay? I asked him, concerned as I saw him. Better, thank you, but this is my day asking questions. He meant business. Of course, wouldn't dream of spoiling your fun, I said, laughing. Throughout the day, he continued to question me at every chance he got. While he walked me to English, when he met me after trig, through the whole lunch hour, he questioned me relentlessly about every detail of my life. The movies I'd liked and hated. He seemed to like it that I like action movies better than chick flicks, even though sometimes a chick flick isn't that bad. He asked me about the places I'd been to and the many places I wanted to go to, and about the books I've read. Just like in the book. I couldn't remember the last time I talked so much to anyone. By this point, I felt like I was the suspect of an interrogation. I was getting the feeling that he had a catalog of questions and that he wouldn't stop until I had answered every one of them. It was funny to watch how he absorbed every answer I was giving him. His never-ending stream of question continued as he drove me back home. Mostly his questions were easy to answer, and some of my answers appeared to surprise him very much. "What kinds of flowers do you prefer?" he asked as we were sitting in the Volvo in Kevin's driveway. "I like roses. Not really original, but I used to spend every summer at my grandparents' house, and my grandpa, he raised roses in the front yard. He would always bring me roses to my room, red, yellow, white, and pink ones. That's why I like them so much. They remind me of the wonderful time I had with my grandparents." I smiled sadly at that memory. "You miss your family?" It wasn't a question. "Yes, I do, but I'm all right." I put on a strong front, not that it fooled him, but he let it go. I noticed how dark it gotten outside and stepped out of the car. Turning around, I sighed. "You're not done yet, are you?" I asked. "Not even close," he said with a smile on his lips, and then he sped off. I went into the house, started to make dinner for Kevin, who was home this week. His job requires him to travel a lot through the country and also abroad. In the last few weeks since I came to live with him, he cut his travels back, but will be soon taking up his normal routine. We talked about it, and I reassured him that I would be all right on my own, which I am, and beside, I can keep the poor guy from his life only because he thinks that I'm his niece. The next day was the same. Edward still asked me questions, but this time about my live and my world. The questions today were much harder to answer. They were the ones that involved me actually thinking hard and talking about my emotions. I described my family and my relationships, and he had me describe anything and everything. I briefly wondered if I was doing the right thing because he should ask Bella all those questions, but then again, he was the only one who didn't ask me those questions. I assumed that he read the answers in the minds of his family. Guess he didn't. Maybe he used me as training before he would ask Bella, so I pushed the worry out of my head. After school, we sat in front of Kevin's house again for hours as the sky darkened and it rained. After I described my last Christmas with my family, he surprised me with his next question. "I'm curious, I ask you questions the whole time. Don't you have questions of your own?" he asked me with a curious expression and a raised eyebrow. I laughed and answered. "I already asked all the questions that I could think of, and Emmett, Alice, Esme, and Carlisle gave me the answers. My curiosity is satisfied for now." "Why did you ask them and not me?" he asked, looking a little hurt. "Would you have given me an honest answer, no matter what I would have asked?" I asked back. He made a pained face and looked at his lap. "See, that's why I didn't ask you. You may mean well, but that doesn't mean it is. You may think you can protect someone by keeping the truth away from this person, but in most cases the plan backfires, and there will always be something standing between you and the other person." I said while putting my hand on his shoulder. He raised his head, and we looked each other's eyes. "Are you finished with your questions?" I asked him after a while. Only for now. It's late, and Kevin will be here soon," he said. "Oh, how late is it?" I asked. "It's twilight," Edward murmured while he looked at the western horizon, obscured as it was with the colorful clouds. He looked out of the window, not seeing anything. His mind seemed to be somewhere far away. I looked at him as he gazed at the landscape. I was still looking at him when he suddenly shifted his attention back to me. It's the safest time of day for us, the easiest time, but also the saddest. In a way, the end of another day, the return of the night. Darkness is so predictable, don't you think? He smiled wistfully. It's the end of one day and the beginning of another one. And the night does have its benefits. When else can you see the stars? He laughed at that, and we sat in his car for a while longer talking about random things before it was time for me to go and prepare Kevin's dinner. Edward, always the gentleman, opened the car door for me before saying goodnight and speeding off. I went into the house to make myself ready to start preparing dinner as I heard tow cars park in the driveway. I went to the front door and saw a blue truck next to Kevin's car. I recognized the tow man in the truck immediately. Billy and Jake. Bill stepped out of his car with a worn smile on his face. He looked very similar to the actor who played him in the movie. "Hey, you must be Anna. Kevin told us about you. Nice to finally meet you," Jake said with a bright grin on his face as he shook my hand. "Sure, it's nice to see you too, even though I would have preferred we wouldn't have met quite so soon. Do you want something to eat? I can make dinner for you guys if you want," I told them as we entered the house. "Yeah, we are as hungry as wolves," Jake answered. He had no idea just how right on the mark he was. "Sorry, Anna, that I didn't warn you, but I invited a few people. Oh, and Charlie and Bella will be shortly here too." The big game will start soon. Kevin told me in an apologizing voice. It's all right, I'm going to make you something. I said, yes, and Bella can help you when she comes. Kevin told me over his shoulder as he pushed Billy's wheelchair inside the living room. Bella came into the kitchen, and I saw that she struggled not to glare at me like she usually did. From what I witnessed, Bella was a nice girl. Patient, friendly, and she always had an open ear for her friends. She was the good soul like described in the Twilight books. But when it came to Edward, there was also another Bella, and after reading the books, I'm positive that she wasn't aware of that side of her. Though she didn't feel to be good enough for him, there is a very strong streak within her that wanted to be with Edward and was possessive over him. It made me wonder how it would all play out later on. Bella didn't have to share Edward's attention with anyone else as his family in the books, but here I was now. Could we become friends? Or would she feel threatened by my presence in Edward's life? Would she react jealous if I spent time with him like with the others? I could only hope it would work out well. The Cullens were the only thing I had left, the only thing that kept me sane. Without them in my life, I would be utterly lost. So how long? She started, but thankfully got interrupted. Hey, Bells, what are you cooking? I'm starving. Jacob whined when he entered the kitchen. After that, Jacob was occupying all her time, which I was grateful for. I could sense that she still wanted to talk to me about Edward and the Cullens. The questions were burning on her tongue, but with Jake there, she didn't voice them. What was a relive for me? I didn't like the position I was currently in one bit. I didn't want to lie to Bella. I also couldn't slip either, because that would mean I would betray the trust of the Cullens. I couldn't tell her accidentally something she wasn't supposed to know. She wasn't supposed to know from me, anyway. Luckily, Edward and Bella would be a couple in a few weeks, and this whole egg dancing around Bella would end. This hide-and-seek game was really straining my nerves. The rest of the evening went on uneventful, until Kevin asked me how my friendship with Edward was going. He heard about it from Jessica's mother. I nearly choked on my vegetables. Talk about embarrassing. And I wasn't the only one who choked on the food because Billy and Bella also did. We earned weird looks from Kevin and Jake. Billy's face turned grave and serious as he heard that I was hanging out with a Cullen, and he would watch me with concern the whole evening. But he thankfully didn't start the topic with the Cullens. Jake and Bella got along just fine, laughing and smiling the whole time. One could see that Jake had a big crush on her, but Bella being Bella didn't notice it at all. Jake seems to be a nice guy, but simply not my cup of tea. As I left, I started to wonder if I ever would be able to get home, or if this was my life for good now. Anna's POV. I was still recovering from yesterday's visit from Bill, Jake, Charlie, and Bella. It's not that I don't like them, or anything, it's just knowing their place in the story. I'm always afraid I would say something I'm not supposed to, and that is why I feel very uncomfortable in their presence. I was settling in my new life here. I've been here nearly 2 months, and I still had no idea how to get back. It looked more and more like I would be stuck here forever, and I was dealing with the fact that I might never see my family again. At least I had very good friends. The Cullens have been awesome to me, for which I'm really grateful. Kevin was back in his old routine and had to fly for a week to London. Now he had 2 weeks' time to decide where to put me for that week, and his choices didn't sit well with me. Even though we had a talk in which I assured him that I would be fine on my own, he didn't like the idea of leaving a 16-year-old on her own. I was trying to convince him that he didn't need to worry about me, but it wasn't going well for me. In fact, it was going horribly for me. His friends Charlie and Billy gave him some parental tips, and now he wanted me to stay at the Swan's place or at Billy's in La Push since they were his closest friends, and it would be the responsible thing to do. At least that's what they told him. Boy, if he only knew. Living with Bella, while I'm not allowed to tell her anything would cost me my sanity, and don't even get me started at the damage I could do in La Push. I am La Push. God, all the ways that could end up in a disaster. I mean, Billy was already watching me like a hawk after he got to know about my involvement with the Cullens. He would try to talk to me about the Cullens for sure. I don't like the way he thinks and talks about them one bit. If I stay a whole week with him, I might end up saying something I shouldn't. And the worst case scenario would be if the universe or whatever power brought me here would play some sort of cosmic joke on me, and one of the werewolves would end up imprinting on me. Oh, hell no. Not even over my dead body. I had to win this argument no matter what. Billy's and Charlie's were out of the question. Suddenly the doorbell rang. I went to the door and opened it, reviling Esme and Alice standing there. Don't worry, we got this. Just play along. Alice whispered to me. I nodded in agreement. Hi, Esme. Hi, Alice. I greeted them as they came in. Hello, Mr. Billings. It's nice to finally meet you. I'm Esme Cullen, but please call me Esme. Esme said to Kevin in a sweet voice. He was already putty in her hands. I had a giggle. Hello, I'm Kevin Billings. It's nice to meet you as well, Mrs. Esme. Call me Kevin. What brings you here, if I may ask? Kevin asked Esme while still being in awe. I heard that you have to go to London in 2 weeks because of your work and that trips like these are normal for you. The reason I'm here is because I would like to make you a proposal, Esme said while wrapping him around her little finger. It was really funny to watch how the prey fell. A proposal? Kevin asked, confused. Yes, from what my daughter Alice told me, I understand that your job requires you to travel quite a lot. Esme stated, and Kevin nodded at that. Well, I would like to propose to you that while you're on a business trip, Anna stays at our house. Even though Anna is a really grown-up and responsible girl, she is still only 16 years old and needs an adult around. I would love to take up that part. Esme smiled at him. That's a really generous offer, but I don't want to cause you trouble. Kevin responded, having doubts. Oh, please don't worry, Kevin. This isn't any trouble at all. We'd love to have Anna over. She is the best friend of my daughter, and it would mean so much to Alice. Please. Esme assured him she's really good at this. Esme, Alice, and I looked with big eyes at him, and he crumbled down before our eyes. Okay, guess you were staying with the Cullens while I'm gone. Kevin wasn't finished, but Alice interrupted him. She started to jump up and down, clasping her hands together, and said in a very excited voice, Yeah, thank you. Thank you, that's awesome, and do you know what's even better? But she didn't wait for my answer. We could do so much together now. Oh, this is going to be so much fun. We are going shopping and play dress up and watch movies and... Alice, Esme said in a stern voice while putting her hand on Alice's shoulder to slow her down. What I wanted to say is only if you want Anna. Kevin looked at me, and I said in an excited voice, I would really love to take Esme's and Alice's offer. Alice is my best friend, and it would be great to spend a whole week with her. Then I turned to look at Esme and continued, If you don't mind to have me over, that is. With that, Esme pulled me into a hug and said, Of course I don't mind. I'd love to have you over, my dear. Guess it's a done deal then. Kevin stated with a smile, and Alice was squealing happily. As Alice and I went to my room to get my school books, Esme stayed downstairs to discuss the details of the arrangement with Kevin. Kevin was mostly working till late into the night in Port Angeles these days. Normally, he was working on his project alone, but this one he has to share with another company, which is seated in Port Angeles. He is returning late at night, which is why I'm spending all my free time in the Cullen mansion. And since he was going to Port Angeles now, as well, I was going with Esme and Alice to their house. We said goodbye to Kevin, got on a Land Rover, and took off. Is it really okay for me to stay at your house, though you really saved me there? I asked Alice while we drove. Of course it is okay. In fact, I wanted you to have a sleepover at our house for a while now, and this now is even better. Alice chirped happily. But there is something I don't understand. When Kevin told you that you had to stay at Billy's or Charlie's for a week, you looked horrified and worried. Care to explain that? Alice asked a curious. As for Charlie's, Bella is quite into Edward, as you know, and I just want to avoid questions that I'm not allowed to answer. I don't want to meddle into their relationship anymore. I told Edward everything. The ball is in his court. I'm out of this. As I said that the both of them had an amused expression, and I had the feeling I was missing out on something, but I shook the feeling off and continued. And as for Billy's, I'm just avoiding the werewolves. I said simply. They both looked shocked and disgusted. I sighed and told them. Their tribe didn't die out. It's in their DNA. Whenever vampires are around, the Cullens with the werewolf gene are phasing into werewolves. There should be 3 of them by now, Sam, Jared, and Paul the first think. I lectured Edward when he was about to drain me. Guess my temper wouldn't go well with young werewolves. They only nodded in agreement. When we arrive at the house, we have been greeted by the whole family. Yes, even Rose. Carlisle was very interested in what I could tell him about the pack, the dynamics in the pack, the shared mind thing, and about the imprinting. I did my homework, had dinner, I played video games with Emmett, Jasper, Alice, and Edward until it was time for me to go back at Kevin's place. On the next day, Alice came to Kevin's place, and got me out of bed early in the morning to do my makeup and to dress me. She really is a genius when it comes to fashion and style. The school day flew by fast. After school, I went straight to the Cullens, and Alice pushed me into her room for some girls' talk, and to my complete astonishment, Rosalie also joined us. Actually, if I think about it now, ever since our confrontation, Rosalie didn't give even one glare or hissed at me. On the contrary, she was behaving civilized towards me. Wow, guess hell must be freezing over. Did I really win the Rosalie hail over in a matter of weeks? I shook my head at that and smiled. Alice continued to teach me about all the important designers and labels and everything else that was important to survive in the world of fashion. Alice and I were discussing the shopping trip we were doing on Saturday, and Rosalie even gave us a tip for a cool boutique before she left the room, not once being unfriendly to me. That almost shocked me more than suddenly waking up in a plane in a world where Twilight is reality. Rosalie was making an effort, and judging from Alice's expression, she was expecting this and was proud of Rosalie. As we finished our battle plan for the big shopping trip, I heard Esme call, "Anna dear, it's time for dinner." "Thank you, Esme. I'll be right down." I called back, stood up, and went downstairs to the kitchen. Esme was waiting there smiling. "What would you like to have, dear?" she asked happily. "I'm not really that hungry today, Esme." Oh, I know I make myself a turkey sandwich. How about some green salad to the sandwich?" And I thought that maybe for Saturday, I could try the new recipe out that I found today. You'll be hungry after a shopping trip with Alice. Please take a look at it and tell me if you would like it. She showed me the recipe. It was a turkey cutlet stuffed with cheese and rice mixed with vegetables. Yes to the salad, and the dinner suggestion sounds yummy. I'm looking forward to it. Thank you. I smiled at her, gave her a hug, and we began to prepare my dinner, me preparing the sandwich and Esme the salad. Esme was enjoying the cooking. She was always happy when I told her that I would eat at their house. When she is in the kitchen, she is so wrapped up in her cooking, humming to herself, just looking content while preparing a meal. Esme is gentle, lovely, caring, and sweet, but she also could be assertive and strong. I truly admire her. Standing in the kitchen, preparing food, it reminded me how my mom and I would always cook together on Sunday. I miss my mom. After I had my dinner, Esme and I went to the living room where we sat down on the couch, and Esme was showing me a book for interior design. I was always interested in that topic, and Esme seemed eager to teach me. I enjoyed to talk to her. She's really great. After my talk with Esme, I went back to Kevin's place. As we discussed my interest for interior design, Alice found a project for the three of us to do. The Cullens have a beautiful conservatory that I absolutely love, and in Kevin's house, there's also a small conservatory too, but it was rather run down. None had been taking care of it for a while. This is why Esme, Alice, and I decided to take care of it and rebuild the conservatory in Kevin's house. We cut the wild-growing plants, repaired the fountain, and rearranged the positions of the plants and flowers. Today, Alice and I gave it the last touch. We put chains of lights in between the plants so it would look amazing in the dark. All Alice and I had to do now was to wait for the night to bring us the dark background that we needed. Alice already played Anna Barbie with me, and since I had nothing better to do, I started making my homework. Suddenly, the doorbell rang. "I'll have it covered," Alice yelled and ran to the front door. "There you are finally," she said impatiently. "Alice, what's the matter? Is something wrong?" Edward asked, concerned, as he stepped into the living room, following Alice, who grabbed her purse and the keys to Edward's Volvo out of his hands. "Yes, something is wrong. I have an important errand to run," she said, brushed a light kiss on Edward's and mine cheek, disappeared out of the house, and the sound of Edward's car speeding away was all that was left of her. You know, I just can't shake off the feeling that one of these days she will pop into the Energizer Bunny. I looked at Edward and said that with a straight face and a serious voice. At that, he fell into hysterics and couldn't get himself together for quite a while, but he wasn't the only one. I laughed so hard I had tears rolling down my cheeks. Edward's POV. Lately, I found myself seeking Anna's company at every chance I got. That is why when my favorite sister called and asked me to come to Anna's house, I immediately jumped into my car and sped to her place. As I arrived, Alice was her usual tornado self and blew out of the house, leaving everybody wonder if she had been there in the first place. The Energizer Bunny comment from Anna was simply brilliant. I couldn't get my act together for several minutes. I had to laugh so hard. After we both claimed down, Anna continued to do her homework while I wanted to be close to her, pretended to read a book. I took out a book from the bookshelf in the living room and sat down on the love seats next to the window, which allowed me a perfect view of her. While my angel was sitting there, I would gaze at her and bask in the perfection of this moment. Ever since Anna arrived, my whole behavior changed for the better, as my siblings and parents assured me. I used to be moody and seemed to be depressed, enduring this existence day in and day out, but ever since she came into my life, this changed. I see every new day as a chance to learn something new about her. Every new day gives me the chance to spend more time with her, to be in her company. She's like a drug for me, and I mean not only her blood, but her whole being. The way she moves, the sound of her voice, the mystery of her thoughts, her unpredictability, her honesty, her smile, the way she makes me feel every time she looks into my eyes. She brought a lightness into my being that I never knew before, a happiness that I thought would be forever forsaken from me. She is the reason I consider that I might deserve to be happy. She knows all my weaknesses, all my dark and ugly secrets, and still has faith in me. For her, I want to be a better person. Being in her company makes me feel less a monster and more like a man. She's given me back what I thought I lost forever. I just can put my finger on what this is, but no matter what, I don't want to lose that feeling. I don't want to lose her. That realization hits me like a freight train. I felt this before, as Anna almost got killed by Tyler's van, but I didn't know how strong my need for her to be in my life really was until now. While I was in my thoughts, Anna finished her homework and got up to walk to the window, gazing out into the sky. In this moment, I really wanted to know what she was thinking. I became frustrated again about the fact that I couldn't hear her thoughts. After a moment, she turned around and started to walk away. "Where are you going?" I asked her, not liking it one bit that she was walking away from me. She looked surprised at that question, but answered, "I'm just into the conservatory. It's finally dark outside. We put the chains of lights between all the plants, and now I want to see how it looks like, with the dark sky in the background and the little lights in there." She smiled while saying this, and her eyes sparkled like little diamonds. "Would you mind if I would accompany you?" The words were out of my mouth before I could stop myself. She looked surprised again at me, but agreed. "Sure, if you want." I followed her into the conservatory. Esme, Alice, and Anna outdid themselves. I almost didn't recognize the room. They turned a wild jungle into a beautiful little Garden of Eden. There were all sorts of exotic plants and flowers there. A fountain was standing in the middle, and chains of lights were placed in between the plants. The room looks pretty when Anna switched the lights on, but when Anna stepped into it, it became magical. She sat down on the edge of the fountain and was playing with the water. Through the huge glass walls, the moon was shining on Anna's delicate frame. In the tender mist of the fountain and the silver light of the moon, Anna appeared to literally glow. She was a vision. Never in my very long existence have I seen something so beautiful as her. I couldn't take my eyes off of her. She was sitting there gazing out of the glass wall on the stars and the dark sky. A small smile curved her cherry red lips, and the sound of her heartbeat was hypnotizing me. A warm feeling that I didn't know before washed over me, reaching every fiber of my being. As I watched her sitting there, emotions were rushing through my entire body I didn't know I was able to feel. A desire I thought I wouldn't possess had my entire being in its clutches. Warmth, electricity, lust, love, want. All this emotions that the couples in my house, Carlisle and Esme, Rosalie and Emmett and Alice and Jasper, were experiencing every day, were now running through me for the first time ever. I wanted her. I desired her. I needed her. Without me noticing it, Anna had become essential to my survival. She was my world, my sun, my moon, my stars. She was the light that showed me the way out of the darkness in which I have been existing for so long. My body was acting on its own accord as I made my way to her, standing right in front of her, which surprised her. She looked up at me, her eyes sparkling and her seductive full red lips slightly parted. I needed to feel her in my arms. I needed her body pressed against mine. The desire for her blood was completely forgotten. I didn't even feel the usual burn in my throat. My need for her body overpowered my desire for the blood of my singer. I reached for her hands and pulled her up to stand up right in front of me. She looked surprised at my action, but complied. I was staring in her beautiful hazel eyes that were shining in the moonlight. The hypnotizing rhythm of her heartbeat speed up. It was faster and louder than before, as if it could vibrate her frame with every beat. She was breathing uneven and shallow. I let go of her hands, placed them on her hips, and slid them to the small of her back, pulling her slowly closer to me until our bodies touched. Pulling her closer up against my body, she placed her hands on my upper arms, squeezing them slightly. Her hazel pools were looking intensely into my eyes. She was trembling lightly in my embrace. Her heart was throbbing in a loud and fast rhythm. She looked at me from under her long eyelashes and bit her lower lips in an innocent and at the same time sexy way, sending my body on fire. The desire, the need to kiss her was becoming unbearable, consuming my being completely. I moved my right hand from the small of her back up her side, over her shoulder, reaching her cheek, touching her lightly before brushing my thumb over her warm and soft, perfect-shaped cherry red lips. She closed her eyes and took a deep breath while I was touching her lips. I could feel her warm, sweet breath as she exhaled. When she opened her beautiful eyes, I could see the same desire burning in them that I felt. Slowly, I bent my head down, watching out for any sign of fear or hesitation, but there were none. Instead, I was met with the same longing that I felt. After what felt like eternity, I placed my lips on hers. Her lips were softer than I imagined, soft and warm. Shivers were running through my entire body as I slipped my right hand down her side and placed it on the small of her back again to press her closer to me. Savoring the feel of her body pressed against mine, her soft, warm lips on mine cold and hard ones. I was basking in this heaven. Anna's POV. I don't even know what came over me, but when he lifted me up and pulled me into his embrace, everything else ceased to exist. I looked into his topaz pools as he held me and pressed me closer to his body. I didn't have any control over my body anymore. There was only this longing to feel his lips on mine. He pulled me up to him. We were looking into each other's eyes, and the longing for his kiss became almost painful. He touched my cheek and brushed his thumb over my lips, sending electric shock waves through my body, making my heartbeat go wild. He bent his head down to me, and I closed my eyes before I felt his cold lips lightly touching mine. My heart skipped a beat as our lips met. The contact of his lips on mine literally took my breath away. I was melting into his embrace, his strong, gentle arms holding me. The feel of his lips on mine was sheer heaven, and that's when Bella flashed through my mind. I knew what I was doing was wrong, but it felt so right. While breathing, I was assaulted with his sweet scent that started to cloud my mind, and any thoughts of Bella were lost somewhere in my head. I slowly moved my hands to his chest, holding onto his shirt, trying to pull myself closer to him. As his lips started moving against mine, I couldn't help but make a soft sound. His hands that were on the small of my back before and held me thigh to him were now running slowly up and down my back, sending shivers of pleasure through my entire body. Feeling his lips moving against mine, his cool, hard body pressed against mine warm, soft one, his hands exploring me, caused me to moan in pleasure. I could feel his chest vibrating as a low growl escaped his lips. He reached his limit and suddenly pulled away from my lips. He was breathing heavily, but he still held onto me, not ready to let go of me. He had his eyes closed and a huge smile on his perfect lips. "Wow," was all he was able to say while he pulled me back against him. I buried my face in his shoulder. He was breathing heavily and trembling slightly while stroking my hair. When he clamped down, I stood on my tiptoes and brushed a light kiss on his cheek. His honey pools were gazing into mine, shining with love and desire. I brushed my fingertips over his marble lips, and he placed a little kiss on them. This was magical. I whispered as he was smiling down at me. He was staring into my eyes, looking for something. He must have found it, because let out a laugh in relief. He pulled me as close to him as he could and buried his face in my neck, placing little kisses on it. All of a sudden, he literally swept me off me feet and spun me in circles before placing me back on the ground and touching his forehead on mine. We stayed in this position for a while, just enjoying the feeling before he brushed his lips on mine again. This time it was a sweet, innocent kiss. He broke away from my lips and placed a kiss on my forehead before wrapping his arms around me, holding me tight in his embrace and burying his face in my hair. Bella came back in my mind, but for now, all I wanted was to enjoy being in his arms. I pressed myself closer against him, inhaled his intoxicating scent, let it cloud my mind. I was savoring every second of our moment. Oh, dear Lord, I fell in love with Edward Cullen. And his POV. I was still in his arms. He pressed me against his chest, placed a kiss on the top of my head, and inhaled deeply, followed by a small chuckle. It felt heavenly. I fell in love with Edward. The realization came crashing down on me. I was in love with him. We kissed, and it was the most wonderful kiss ever. I was in his arms, and it shouldn't be me. Well, at least not according to the books. At that, I pushed myself away from him and looked at him in horror, only for a moment before I went into my panic mode. No, this is wrong. It shouldn't be me, it should. I muttered to myself, feeling scared and confused. When I looked at Edward, his face went from concern as I gave him the horrified look to relieved and amused, what made me angry at first, but quickly I felt defeated, helpless, and above all I was confused. I was in love with him, and he was meant to be with another woman. The knowledge of Edward's and Bella's love story was an unbelievable heavy burden in this moment. I fell in love with someone who was meant to be with someone else, and I knew their love for each other. I read about it, and I saw it on the screen. Seeing Bella and Edward together laughing and getting to know each other did hurt. All the times I had to see Bella and Edward standing together and chat, I felt something break in me a little bit more. Every smile he gave her was a stab in my heart. I put up a strong front. I knew that this was meant to happen, but that knowledge didn't stop the pain in my chest. That kiss just now changed everything. The hope I so desperately fought down and flamed again. I was scared. I was scared to dare to hope that maybe he felt something for me, only to have my heart crushed in the end. But the possibility that Edward may ruin his only chance at happiness terrified me. I closed my eyes to clear my head, and when I opened them, I looked at him with pleading eyes and said, "Edward, please, you have to think about this. You have only one shot at happiness, and I don't want you to make a mistake. Forever is a damn long time to be alone and heartbroken." Edward was about to say something, but I beat him to it, starting pacing around the conservatory. I had to get the words out before I wouldn't be able to speak anymore. "Edward, I'm not saying these things for your sake only, but also for mine. I don't think I could survive this if you now told me that you love me only to realize later that it is Bella after all. In the books, you and Bella were like Romeo and Julia, only without the 6 feet under part. I want you to be happy, Edward. Please, for your sake and mine, you have to be sure." I pleaded my last words. I was agitated, confused, and shaking slightly. I was in love with him, but here I was trying to reassure him that he should and would fall in love with Bella. I didn't know what to do or to feel anymore. On the one hand, I wanted to jump into his arms and tell him that I love him and kiss him again, but on the other, I was scared. A quiet voice chanted in my head, "What if he will fall in love with Bella after all?" A voice I couldn't make to go away. "It is not Bella, it is you. I love you. I know you read those books, and a lot of the things you read there are right, but one thing the books got wrong. Bella isn't my mate, you are." He protested sternly. Ice-cold shivers were running through my body. I wanted to believe him, but I was scared for me and him. "How can you be sure?" I breathed out shakily. My heart was beating hard against my ribcage in fear. It was hard for me to breathe by now. I could feel the tears building in my eyes. I wrapped my arms around myself to keep myself together. Edward came to me and led me to the edge of the fountain, made me sit down, kneeled before me, let out a sigh. He looked directly into my eyes and said, "I just wish I could show you how much you mean to me, that you are my life. And you should know that the future isn't set in stone. Want to have a chat with Alice about this specific topic?" I had a smile at that. "I know what you told me about my future, the one I should have according to the books, but the thing is you weren't there in the books, but you are here. I made an effort to get to know Bella. She is a nice girl, and maybe if I hadn't met you, I would have fallen for her. But that's the point, I have met you. When the accident with the van happened and Alice had a vision of Bella being killed, I was only worried about not exposing my family, but when you were in front of that van, It was hard for him to end the sentence. Pain masked his beautiful face. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath before he continued in an anguished voice. My whole world was shattering right in front of me. Never in my existence was I so scared before as I saw you laying there unmoving on the ground. That was when I first realized that it's you. You are the one for me, the one I have waited for so long. You are like none I have met before. You are not scared of what I am. You are not blinded by my looks. When you look at me, you're able to see behind the vampire, the perfection you see the man that I am. You see me, you really see me, and you won't let me get away with my mistakes. You challenge me. You intrude me. You don't let me hide behind my fears and insecurities. You make me human. You are brave, smart, funny, selfless, caring, full of life and hope, beautiful, a little bit crazy, and I love you. I'm in love with you, Anna. I'm unconditionally and irrevocably in love with you. Please believe me. The sincerity in his voice as he spoke was overwhelming. My breath hitched. My mind was blank. I stared into his beautiful topaz pools that looked at me with such intensity, sincerity, and love that it completely took my breath away. The whole time he was holding my hands, I slipped them out of his grasp and put them on each side of his face. I held his face in my hands, searching his eyes, stroking his right cheekbone slow and soft with my thumb. As I was looking at him, seeing the nervousness and anxiety in his face while he was waiting for me to say something, I felt my resistance melting. My worries, my insecurities, my doubts. It was all washed away in the moment I looked into those two golden orbs. I loved him, and nothing beside that mattered anymore. I'm so sorry, Bella, was all I could think before I breathed with a small smile on my face and with my tears betraying me. I love you too. As soon the words left my lips, it seemed as a huge weight has fallen from his shoulders. His face lit up. He took me in his arms and kissed me again. He pressed his lips hard on mine and my body into his. Everything disappeared. There were only Edward and I until I felt him pulling away. He smiled a brilliant smile at me, held me in his arms, and he was looking absolutely happy and content. I couldn't help but smile back. After a while, he looked a little more serious and asked, "Does that mean that you do me the honor of being my girlfriend?" I only laughed at that step closer to him, wrapped my arms around his neck, and kissed him. His lips on mine, it felt perfect, like they were made for each other. It felt so right. I decided then and there in Edward's arms never to doubt his love for me. I was in this with every fiber of my being. My worries, my insecurities, and my doubts were still there. So was the little voice that told me that he might still fall for Bella after all, but I was sure that with time, it'll all go away. I wouldn't let my self-doubt stand in the way of the best thing that ever happened to me. He chuckled against my lips and said, "I take that as a yes," before wrapping his arms around my waist and pulling me closer to him and brushing his marble lips against mine again. This time he kissed me with more force. It was a hot and passionate kiss. I wrapped my hands around his neck and knitted me fingers in his messy bronze hair. Edward had his hands on the small of my back again, trying to press me as close as he could to him. His lips were closed, but he moved them against mine. When my need for air became uncomfortable, he broke away from my lips only to attack my jawline before reunion our lips again. All the training he did to get used to my scent in the past weeks was put into very good use now. Our perfect little make-out moment got rudely interrupted when Alice suddenly stood next to us and said, "That's awesome you are finally together. It was about time, really, but now you gotta go, Edward, like now," she said urgently, showing Edward something in her mind. Edward only nodded, turned to me, giving me a quick kiss before saying, "See you soon, love," and he took off. As soon as Edward was gone, I heard the front door open and Kevin say, "Anna, I'm back." "Hi." "Kevin, we are in the conservatory," Alice called out happily. Kevin came into the conservatory, and as he saw the room, his eyes went wide, and his lips formed a perfect, "Oh, wow, this is amazing, girls. Wow, just wow," Kevin said in amazement, looking at the sight before him. "Thanks, it's nice to know that our work is appreciated," Alice said to him, and Kevin only nodded, going around and looking closely at everything. "Ah, Kevin," Alice said in her sweetest bell, like voice, wrapping him around her little finger. I immediately knew she wanted something from him, and she would get it. He had no chance against her. Anna already did her homework, and you see we would like to go shopping tomorrow. What I mean to ask is, can Anna sleep at my place tonight? That way we could start early. It's such a long way to Port Angeles. Please. Alice looked at him with her big eyes. He was positively dazzled and only nodded. And would you mind if she spent the whole weekend at my place? She asked sweetly again. Kevin stuttered. Yeah, that's all right. I guess. Great. Alice chirped excited, grabbed my arm, and dragged me off to my room. We packed a few of my things for the stay at her house, said goodnight to Kevin, and sped to her place in Edward's Volvo. As Alice parked the car in the garage, Edward was at my side instantly and opened my door. I missed you, love, he said as I got out of the car. He pulled me to him and brushed a light kiss on my lips. Alice already grabbed my stuff and rushed inside the house with it. Edward and I made our way into the house as well, and were met with 4 ridiculous happy vampires who were trying to hide their excitement and were failing miserably at it. Emmett's booming voice echoed through the house as he said, "That took you long enough, kiddos." Then Emmett came close to me and pulled me into one of his bone-crushing hugs. "Welcome to the family, little sis." Out of the corner of my eye, I could see Rosalie standing at the side. She shook her head at the whole commotion, but acknowledged our relationship with a nod and a small smile, while Alice and Esme looked ready to explode. Edward's smile was so wide that I thought his face would crack any minute. His eyes were glowing. Esme was looking overjoyed at Edward and pulled him into a hug. When Emmett finally released me and put me back to the ground, Alice and Esme came flying at me and pulled me into a tight hug. "I'm so happy for you, Tell. Welcome to the family, Anna. I wanted to say this for so long now. I hope you know that I love you like a daughter," Esme said in an emotional voice. "Thank you, Esme. I love you too," I said with a huge smile on my face and hugged her tight. Well, I guess it's official. The Twilight plot, as we all know, it is out of the window now. It left the planet and is never to be seen again. I don't really know what I'm in for or how long it will last. The only thing that I know is that I'm in love with Edward, that he wants to be with me, and that I will appreciate every moment that I get with him. Socks. When it was time for me to get ready for bed, I said goodnight to everyone and started to go to the guest room I was normally staying in. Alice, Esme, and Edward went with me, pushing me past the room I slept in the last time I stayed over, and led me in the direction of Edward's room. Guys, we were past the room I'm staying in. "Where are you taking me?" I asked them, slightly confused. "That's not right. We only passed the room you stayed at, because that was the room before you were Edward's girlfriend, and now that you are getting another room," Alice sang excited. "Wait, you knew that Edward and I would Todd." But I didn't have the chance to finish my question. Well, it was a possibility I was determined to make into reality. I planned this little setup, and it worked out perfectly. I knew that today you two would have the perfect chance to voice your feelings and come together. I only looked at them, and before I could say anything, we stood in front of the room that was set ahead of Edward's room. Esme opened the door, and I gasped. The room was amazing. It had a king-size bed, a desk with a laptop on it, a love seat, beautiful paintings on the walls, and a huge glass wall window. It was all light pastel-colored. I loved it. It is beautiful, but it is way too much. You didn't need to go through so much trouble. It wasn't any trouble at all, dear. You know I love it to design and decorate. I hope you like it, Esme said. Like it? I love it, Esme. Thank you, but it's still too much, I told her while giving her a hug. Come on, Anna, it's just a room. You didn't even see the best part of it yet. And besides, it's not like you're going to stay here for long. I have already ordered a bed for Edward's room. It will be here on Monday. This room is needed for the appearance when Kevin will come to check on you before he'll take off to London. So now you are about to see the best part of the room and why it is really needed. Ready? Alice told me while dragging me inside the room, stopping in front of a double door. She opened the doors, and behind the doors was, any guess? A walk-in closet, I said while being dragged into the huge walk-in closet. It already had a few clothes hanging in there. Of course, your closet is a joke. That tiny thing at Kevin's house can't be even called a closet. We need space for your new wardrobe, Alice stated with a serious expression. Alice, I do have clothes, and my wardrobe isn't that bad. I do like shopping and clothes, but there are healthy limits to it, and the way the Cullens dealt with money was really hard to get used to. She acted as if I hadn't said anything and went on. Tomorrow we need to buy new clothes, shoes, bags, accessories, coats. Oh, Victoria's Secret. Alice was going on and on. Okay, I knew we had a big shopping trip ahead of us, but I had no idea it was going to be this big. I was shopping with Alice before, but I think the status of me being Edward's girlfriend had somehow given Alice the idea she could go way overboard with shopping for me. Esme was only shaking her head, smiled at me, and gave me the look saying, "Don't even try to fight it." After she wished me a good night, she left. I was about to say something to Alice about all the things she planned on buying, but Edward was immediately at my side, put his arm around my waist, and whispered in my ear, "Don't even try love." We all tried to stop her, and we all failed. She's going to fill this closet up if you like it or not. There is simply no helping it. I sighed and nodded, thinking about how to put some sort of limits to tomorrow's shopping insanity. There's got to be a way to put this little shopping addict in her place. After a while, I laughed to myself as a thought crossed my mind. Edward sighed, frustrated, and asked, "Please tell me what you think." "It is just that. It is funny, I have no problems with you guys being vampires, and I have arranged myself with the fact that I'm stranded in another world and everything else, but the way you guys deal with money is something I can't get used to. Even though I read about it and knew what to expect," I said while shaking my head. "Money is something we have plenty of, and it is there to be spent." He shrugged it off as if it was nothing, not helping at all. I pouted at him. "You'll get used to it." He laughed. I rolled my eyes while he led me to another door. "What, another closet?" I asked in mock horror. "No, don't worry. It's a bathroom. I hope you don't mind that we have to share it. The bathroom connects our both rooms," he said while opening the door and showing me the big bathroom that looked like it belonged into a five-star hotel. "No, I don't mind at all. I'm actually going to use it right now to get ready for bed out," I said, giving him a peek on his lips and pushing him out the door. Before I could close the door, Alice was at my side in a flash, handing me my pajamas before saying goodnight and disappearing. I took a quick shower, brushed my teeth, put my pajamas on, and went back to my new room at the Cullen mansion. Edward was already lying on the king C's bed and greeted me with his crooked smile. I slipped under the covers and asked him, "Are you going to watch me sleep like usual?" He was shocked I caught him off guard with that question. After composing himself, he asked, "You knew?" "Not for sure, you just confirmed my suspicion." "Are you angry with me?" he asked, concerned. "That depends. Do I sleep talk?" "No. Well, only once, but I couldn't understand what you said." He laughed at my expression and sighed, frustrated. "I thought I could read your mind when you sleep, but as usual, nothing. The one mind I really want to listen to, and I have no access to it." I smiled at him. "I'm sorry that you are frustrated because of it, but I'm happy you can't hear my mind." "Why?" he asked, curious and demanding. "Well, first of all, because now you know how the rest of us, not mind readers, feels, and second, don't you enjoy the silence? Besides, being able to read the thoughts of others is not your right, but a privilege." I smiled teasingly at him. He looked thoughtful at that. After a while, he looked serious and pained at me and asked, "I don't understand, all my flaws and weak points. How can you still?" But I cut him off. "Isn't this what real love is about? To love everything about each other, the good and the bad side, and to help each other to overcome the flaws and weak points. It is easy to be in love, but a relationship, on the other hand, is a whole different matter. It's about more than just being in love. That is only the foundation. It is about trust, faith, honesty, understanding, passion, compassion, being able to master the everyday life together, making compromises to evolve together." At this point, I sat up. "Edward, the first want you to promise me not to see me as an angel or a perfect creature. I also have my flaws and weak points. We are in a relationship, and I want us to be equal partners. This is how it is supposed to work. Yes, I know that you are over 100 years old and that you have a lot of experience, and because you're able to read minds, you think you know it all. But I tell you this, you don't. I will always listen to your opinions, but that doesn't mean that I will always follow them. I'm a person of my own with my own thoughts, my own opinions, and I have my own mind. Yes, I'm younger than you a lot, but it doesn't give you the right to take my decisions away from me or keeping things away from me only because you think you protect me with it. I want us to be able to talk about everything. You can't protect me from everything, and I don't want you to." Now he was about to protest, but I put my finger over his lips. Listen, failing, getting hurt is a part of growing up. If I'm not able to make my mistakes, I will not learn my lessons. I know that is the hardest part about it, to let someone you love get hurt, but sometimes you just need to, for this person's sake. If you want to protect me, be there when I get hurt, help me stand up again, and help me to learn from my mistakes. I'm sorry to say this, but you are an arrogant, spoilt brat in more than one regard who wants to control everything. If this relationship between us shall have a future, I'm not the only one who needs to grow up. Edward the First, love you more than you will ever know, but I will not sign up for Edward Knows Best. I know that is a lot to take in, but that's me, and you should know what you are in for. There was silence for a while. Edward was slightly shocked and deep in thoughts. Well, I'm going to sleep now, and you think about it, I said, laying down while he was watching me with an unreadable expression on his face. He didn't leave, just sat there, and I could feel him staring at me before I fell asleep. Edward's POV. After Anna fell asleep, I took a walk in the forest thinking about everything that she said. I knew that she was right. I knew this all. I never wanted to admit it even to myself, but I always knew my weak points. The hardest for me to grasp is that despite the fact that she knows how messed up I am, she still loves me and wants me. I was so caught up in my thoughts that I didn't hear when Carlyle arrived. Are you all right, son? He asked, concerned. I guess. Well, she's quite frank and direct, isn't she? He attempted to lighten the mood. How can she want me knowing all this? I asked him, not understanding it at all. He came to me, stood in front of me, and looked directly into my eyes. Because she loves you. We all do, son. I don't know, I thought the whole time that I was the mature one, and now it turns out that she is right. I'm an arrogant, spoilt brat. I love you, Edward, and you know it, but I can't deny that she is right with what she said. I turned you when you were only 17 years old. It was early, too early, I'm afraid. Do you want to know the real reason why I was hoping that Rosalie could be your mate? He asked all of a sudden. It caught me completely off guard. What had this to do with Rosalie? Was there more to it than I knew about? I looked at him with my wide eyes, urging him to answer. Because she's a strong person, she got her own mind and is able to stand up to anybody. I wanted for you to find love, so you wouldn't be alone, but the more I was hoping you would be lucky enough to find someone who is able to bring out the best of you. Not someone who is blinded by the perfect cover you build, but someone who is able to see through it and help you to evolve. I know you for so long now. You are a bullet head. You have many issues, and of the top of that you think that, because you're the man, you need to be the strong one. The one who makes the decisions no matter what. He smiled at me sadly before he continued. An equal and balanced relationship. This is what the relationships between Esme and I, Rosalie and Emmett and Alice and Jasper, makes so special and strong. We all see each other as equal partners, and we do not put each other on a pedestal. Well, Rosalie was obviously not the right one for the job. We laughed as we remembered what a bad start Rosalie and I had. But Anna is the one. I know you don't have faith in yourself, and you feel like you don't deserve her, but you do. Have faith in her, trust her. I know you can work it out. She's good for you. She is a really special girl. Yes, she is. Yes, she is, Carlyle. He hugged me and went back to the house while I stayed behind to think some more. Anna's POV. I woke up, and when I opened my eyes, I saw Edward lying next to me, smiling his crooked smile. Good morning, love. How was your night? I sat up, looked out wide at him, and asked, You're still here? His face fell at that, and he asked, pained, You don't want me here? No. I almost yelled, but after what I told you last night, I thought you. But he cut me off. You won't get rid of me that easy. I have to admit that it was not easy for me to hear all those things you said yesterday, because you hit the nail on the head. I know it won't always be easy, but I know we can make this work. That is if you sign up for so much work with me. He said shyly and afraid that I would reject him. Stupid vampire. I jumped at him, wrapped my arms around his neck, hugged him, and whispered in his ear, I love you. He pulled back and looked into my eyes. I could see his love for me swimming in his golden pools. Slowly and tenderly, he placed his marble lips on mine and kissed me passionate. His hands were running up and down my back, and he held me close to him. After kissing a while, I pulled back. I just had to ask him, Can I ask you something? Anything. He breathed. I thought after what I told you yesterday that you would be angry or that it would take longer for you to deal with what I said. Well, to be honest, at first I was angry, shocked, mortified, embarrassed, and very uncomfortable, but then I had a talk with Carlisle, a night to think about it, and most important, you love and want me despite knowing all this. I can't really explain it, but it's like a huge weight has been lifted on my shoulders. God, I don't know, I need to figure out so many things. Anna, will you wait for me until I have it all figured out? I looked into his eyes, stroked his cheek, and said, we'll figure out together. Together. He repeated, nodding before kissing me again. Wow, I haven't thought that this would go over so well, confronting him with all of this, but I had to. First, there is no chance in hell I'm doing New Moon, and second, I want him to treat and see me as his equal partner and not as a toddler he has to look after. We were in bed, kissing, and I wanted to stay this way forever, but all of a sudden Alice came bursting into the room. Okay, you lovebirds. It's time to go shopping, and no, Edward, you can't have her only for yourself. Out of bed, or it's going to get ugly. Hurry up, Anna. I need to get you ready for the shopping trip, Alice said in a warning voice. Edward and I sighed in defeat and got out of bed. Anna's POV. After Alice thrown us out of bed, she dressed and styled me and sent me into the kitchen to have breakfast before we would go shopping. As I was sitting at the counter eating my toast, Emmett and Jasper both walked into the kitchen. Well done, little sis, boomed Emmett while Jasper smiled and nodded at me, which caused Edward to roll his eyes and respond. Esme was beaming like a Christmas tree the whole time. Yesterday night, it slipped my mind for a moment that I was in a house full of vampires, and as the result, they all heard the conversation I had with Edward. I apologized to him for not choosing a more private place, but he just shrugged and said that I hadn't said anything they all hadn't already known. I was shocked and amazed at the same time that Edward took it so calm. Seems like there is hope for him. After all, after finishing my breakfast, we were ready to go. Edward grabbed my wrist and spun me around as I was making my way to the front door. I don't want you to go, he said before placing a soft kiss on my lips. He pouted adorably. Yeah, but if I don't, I'm afraid Alice is going to kill us both. I smiled at him, rolling my eyes. Annoying little pixie, Edward sighed defeated. I giggled. I'll be back soon. I promise, I told him, giving him one last kiss before Alice dragged me out of the house. When I was outside looking at the car Alice just got in, I almost had a heart attack. It was Rosalie's red BMW. Anna, hurry up, or are you going to stand there forever? She called as she saw me standing frozen on the spot. It's going to be all right, love, Edward whispered into my ear, chuckling at my expression. Completely stunned, I went to the car and slipped into the back seat. As soon as I closed the door, Rosalie took off. You're wondering why I'm here. It was a statement, not a question. Yes, I know you were making an effort, but I haven't thought you would spend hours with me on your free will. Trust me, I wouldn't have thought it either, but after yesterday night, things changed. Rosalie said, Oh, and how so, if you don't mind me asking? First, I thought you were only some stupid human girl falling for the perfection of a vampire, blinded by looks and money, hanging on to every of his words, but you are the complete opposite. You got a backbone, girl. Edward needs someone to set him straight, and you are just a girl for the job. It's going to take some time for me to learn to like you, but you got my acceptance and approval. Rosalie told me while she drove at top speed. I was stunned. I wouldn't have expected this in a million years, but I wasn't about to look the gift horse in the mouth. Thank you, Rosalie. I smiled at her, and she nodded. With Rosalie's speeding, we arrived in Seattle in about 2 hours. It was cloudy, the perfect weather for vampires in public. She drove us to the biggest mall I have ever seen. In this moment, I was really glad that I had my Snickers on. That was quite an argument I had with Alice this morning. She wanted me to wear heels, but not with me. I was going to make some miles on foot today, and therefore I needed the right footwear. After it hit home that I wasn't going to wear the heels, Alice let me wear the Snicker, even though she wasn't happy about it. Guess if I try hard enough, I get my way with the shopping-addicted pixie. First, we headed for a beauty salon where Alice and Rosalie dived in. They bought soap bars, shampoos, really expensive hairbrushes, oils, and other products. It all looked and smelled fantastic, but when I saw the price for the products, I almost fainted. $25 for a bar of soap? That's just plain crazy. With this start, I could only imagine how the day would look like. And I was right. They weren't really down to business until we walked into a shoe shop where Jimmy Choo's could be found. For the next hours, I followed Rosalie and Alice around to various designer stores, letting them pick things out for me. I was determined to put some limits to Alice's shopping insanity. Well, that was easier said than done, but in the end we came to an agreement. She could buy me clothes, but only if I liked them and would wear them. Our arms kept filling up with bags, and we had to make some runs to the car. Thanks heaven Rosalie's BMW has a big trunk. Vera Wang, Dolce & Gabbana, Coach, Prada, Fendi, Chloe, Marc Jacobs, just to name a few designers we had to check out. I was horrified at how much money they spent on clothes, but I reminded myself that I promised Edward to work on not worrying about the money issue. I really tried. Aside from that, I had to admit that it was a lot of fun to shop with Alice and Rosalie. Girls gone wild in the shopping mall. Not to forget that it was also exhausting. I don't know where I got the condition for to keep up with them, but I made it. After we visited our last shop, Alice pushed us into a hair studio to make our hair, nails, and makeup. We all got French nails and a light makeup while Alice and Rosalie only got their hair styled. I got some highlights into mine. It looked amazing. When we were finished, I was exhausted and happy to go home. I had fallen asleep during the drive and got woken up in the most wonderful way. Edward kissed me awake. Time to wake up, Sleeping Beauty. He chuckled while placing kisses all over my face. Hi, I said, still half asleep. I tried much. He asked, amused. Yep, but it was fun. Do you like my new hairstyle? I asked, much more awake now. Yes, you look beautiful. You always do. He breathed while letting his fingers slide through my now silky hair. We got the purchases and went into the mansion. I only just made it past the doorstep when Alice kidnapped me in her room, ordering me to wear a royal blue halter cocktail dress by Scala, which hugged my chest beautifully, a breathtaking silver necklace, earrings, and a bracelet as jewelry and blue velvet stilettos to complete the outfit. I was dressed, and Alice led me downstairs where Edward was waiting for me in black dress pants and a white dress shirt. The shelves were rolled up to his elbows, and the 3 top buttons were open. I could see his perfect-shaped marble chest. On his right wrist, he was wearing a silver watch, and his bronze hair was messy. He looked absolutely generous. My breath hitched when I saw him, and my heart was about to jump out of my chest. We were looking at each other before he said in a husky voice, "You look so beautiful." "Thank you. You aren't that bad yourself." I smiled at him while biting my lower lip. He kept on staring at me. "So what is this about?" I asked, curious, desperately needing a distraction before Edward caused me to pass out. I was about to pass out because a hot, absolutely generous guy was standing in front of me. This was so not like me, but when you are in love. He smiled mysterious and led me to the conservatory. It was breathtaking there. Added to the chains of lights were now little candles that were placed everywhere, shining through the plant. The soft lights and the dark sky, filled with stars outside the glass walls, made the room look magical. In the fountain were blue lights under the surface of the water, making the water in the fountain seem blue and violet. Soft jazz music was playing along with the sound of the fountain, and next to the southern glass wall of the conservatory, there stood a beautifully set table. "Edward, what is this?" I asked, as completely amazed. "Just an attempt for a little romantic evening. Don't you think it's the best place?" He asked, very alluring. I smiled at him and gave him a passionate kiss. In the conservatory at Kevin's place, we became a couple. Edward was such a romantic, and I really appreciated it. "It's perfect," I breathed as he led me to the table. I ate my dinner, and we danced for a while. Well, you couldn't really call it dancing since I can't dance, but he was a patient teacher. Socks, socks, socks. After I showered and brushed my teeth, I was ready for bed. Edward was already waiting for me. "You know, today at the shopping trip, I bought something. Want to see?" I pulled out a huge bag and showed him a big blanket. He looked at me puzzled, not knowing what to say. "It's a heating blanket. This way you don't have to stay over the covers, but can crawl under them with me. The heat of the blanket should be able to warm up your cold skin. I mean, only if you want to." He looked at the blanket and me in amazement. "Why haven't I thought of this?" he asked, mainly himself. I shrugged my shoulders, and he took the blanket to spread it across the bed. Guess he liked the idea. We snuggled up under the blanket. I was lying on my side, and Edward had his stone chest pressed to my back. His head was lying on the back of my shoulder, and he said, "I really like this invention." I giggled at that and answered, "Yeah, me too. Good night, Edward." "Good night, my love." Edward whispered and softly stroked my arm while I drifted off to sleep. Zox, sox, sox. I woke up to find Edward smiling at me, his crooked smile. He looked so happy this morning. Morning beautiful. Morning handsome. I replayed, smiling back at him. What was with me, I constantly had to smile around him. Then I remember I was in love with this guy, and my brain chose to become mush when he was around. I mentally rolled my eyes at myself. I put my hand on his chest, and it was warm. The blanket worked. I was lying with my vampire boyfriend in bed, not separated by fabrics, and it was cozy and warm. Edward looked at me with his pools of liquid gold shining down on me before he bent his head down, brought his face close to mine, and attacked my lips with his own. We kissed, snuggled, and talked until it was 11. That's when Esme called me down for a little breakfast. I was eating my toast, sitting on the kitchen counter, Edward watching me from the opposite side of the counter. I've been thinking, I would like to show you something. I thought we could make a picnic basket for you and spend some time outside. It's going to be really nice weather around noon. What do you think? He asked while looking intensely at me. Sounds great, I'm game. After I washed the dishes, Alice dressed and styled me for the day outside. She never pasted a chance to play in a Barbie, and I like to play it. Having a personal stylist was awesome. We had been driving for a while listening to jazz music. It wasn't my taste, but some of the pieces were growing on me. Edward explained all about the music, who composed it, and the era it was from. His taste in music was not always my case, but I still wanted to know what fascinated him about it. Then the road we were on ended, constricting to a thin foot trail with a small wooden marker. He parked on the narrow shoulder, and we stepped out of the car. I knew immediately what he was going to show me. His meadow. I was really excited to see it in person. It's a little bit far. Do you insist on walking by yourself, or do you prefer a ride on my back? I would like to walk a little, and when I'm tired, I'll take you up on your offer. How's that sound? I asked him. Perfect. The forest was beautiful, but the walk in it was exhausting. After over an hour, Edward pulled me onto his back and took it with vampire speed. I loved it to go fast. The feeling was indescribable. The wind in my hair, how everything became a green blur. I could feel the adrenaline rush through my body as the world around us melted together. When we stepped through the last fringe of ferns, we reached the loveliest place I had ever seen. The meadow was small, perfectly round, and filled with wildflowers, yellow, violet, and soft white. Somewhere nearby, I heard a stream. Through the branches of the trees, around us, rays of sunshine were shining through. I walked slowly and amazed through the soft grass and beautiful flowers. I was surprised at how warm the air felt there. It was just like in the book described. I couldn't believe I was there. Do you like it? Edward whispered into my ear. I turned around so he could read the answer in my face. Just then I noticed that we were standing in the shadows. I stepped into the sun and held my hand out for him. Edward, can I see you in the sunlight, please? He smiled an unsure smile and nodded. Edward took a deep breath, opened his shirt, let it slid down to the ground, and then he stepped carefully and hesitant out into the sun. Edward in the sunlight was shockingly beautiful. I looked at him in awe. Stephenie Meyer said in her book that he literally sparkled like thousands of tiny diamonds that were embedded in the surface, and it was true. The movie didn't capture this phenomenon in the least. Edward was standing there perfectly still. His chest was bored and defined. His abs were hard and well-built. His arms strong and muscular. He looked perfect like a Greek sculpture. The books say that everybody can see from his physical appearance that he is the youngest, but that isn't true. If I didn't know him and his age, I would say that he was around 20 judging by his physical appearance. He watched me as I stared at him and asked, "Does this scare you?" "No. It is beautiful, and don't even try the phrase. It's the skin of a killer on me." Before I noticed him move, he pulled me into his arms and stared at me while smiling. "What? Do I have something in my face?" I asked. "Thank you." "For what?" I asked, not being able to make sense out of it. "For being her and for loving me." Before I could say anything, he kissed me. It was a passionate kiss while he pressed me to his body. I placed my hands on his exposed chest, and I could feel the defined muscles of his chest moving under my hands. Curiously, I ran my hands over his chest, his sexy six-pack, and his well-built arms. I couldn't get enough of him. I don't know how long we stood there and kissed, but at one point he pulled away and led me to the middle of the meadow. We lay down. I put my head on his chest while he placed his hand on my stomach. It was so peaceful to lay there with him, listening to the sounds of the forest. After a while, he asked me the question that I heard the most often from him. "What are you thinking?" I smiled at the question and tried to answer her as best as I could. Just how strange, weird, and unpredictable life is. Honestly, I would have never thought I would someday end up here. "Is this good or bad?" Edward asked carefully. After thinking for a while, I answered, "Both. It is bad because I lost my family, but also good at the same time because I have you now." I turned my head as I told him that. Edward smiled, half sad, half happy in response, and nodded his head. As a few moments of silence passed, he asked me in a serious voice, "If you had the chance, would you go back to your world?" If I had the chance, would I go back? That was a though question. To be honest, Edward, the first don't know. I love my family, and I miss them, but to be away from you. I didn't finish this sentence. Instead, I sat up and placed my hand on Edward's cheek, pushing my thumb lightly over his cool skin. Edward looked at me in suspense, waiting patiently for me to continue. Sitting with him in his meadow, looking at him, I realized just how much I loved him, how much Edward meant to me. I couldn't imagine a life without him anymore. Was it really only 2 days ago that we confessed our love for each other? But then again, he was part of my life for months now. How come I didn't notice earlier how important his presence in my life had become? I can't imagine my life without you in it. I laughed bitterly as I said this. "What is it?" he asked, concerned and confused at the bitter tone in my voice. "I just never thought I would be one of those girls." "One of those girls?" he asked, looking absolutely lost. "Girls are so in love, a lovesick teeny, and this whole blah, blah, blah. I never wanted to find the one true love, Edward. I wanted to meet someone who I would like and get along with. If you don't have expectations, you can't get hurt, but now that I have found you." I looked deep into his eyes as I said the next words. "I don't think I could live without you, Edward." And to be honest, that scared me. I never thought that love could be such a powerful thing. I tried to imagine a life without Edward in it. I don't think I would be completely lifeless or comatose. I doubt I would fall in a Great Depression. I'm just not that kind of person. But a life without Edward in it, it seems so, I don't know, not right, wrong, incomplete. It's like walking a path in a world where nothing exists. A room without any objects or sounds or colors. Walking a gray, endless path in a white room with no aim or purpose. Love is really a messed up thing. A beautiful messed up thing. "You don't have to be sacred. I will never leave you," he said as he cupped my face in his hands and made me look into his golden pools. "In the books you left Bella because you thought that your world was too dangerous for her and you wanted her to lead a normal human life." I retorted. I didn't know where this fear of him leaving was suddenly coming from. Yes, I promised myself that I wouldn't let New Moon happen, but when he chose to leave, there was nothing I could do about it. That wasn't quite true. There was a thing I could do, but seeking the Volturi out and asking them to change me, so could chase him down and kick his ass was not the best idea. Edward let go of me, and his hands fell into his lap. He looked at the ground for a while. He thought about what I just told him and said, "That are good reasons for me to leave." In this moment, I didn't know if I should burst out in tears or bit his head off, but on second thought, I did know. My anger won. Just before I could open my mouth to yell at him, he looked at me with the most anguished expression I have ever seen in my life, efficiently stopping me dead in my tracks. "I'm sorry, but I can't. I can't leave you. I know that we don't know each other very good yet, and that it's early in our relationship, but I can't leave you, ever." Edward was desperately trying to convey to me what he was feeling. I seemed to have made some very stupid mistakes in the alternative future. I only nodded at that in absolute agreement. I don't know if I can explain this, but I have the feeling that I know that whatever good reason there might be to leave, I could never do it. I need you by my side. All my perceptions, you're turning them upside down. He said, honesty shining in his liquid gold. What do you mean I'm turning them upside down? Now I was the confused one. I was absolutely convinced that I'm a ruthless monster and that I don't have a soul, but that was before I met you, and now I wonder if I might be wrong about that. Just to name an example. Edward said thoughtfully. I didn't know how to respond to this, so I did the only thing that came to my mind. I kissed him and wrapped my arms around his neck. Edward's arms locked around my waist, and he pressed me closer to him. While being in his embrace, I thought just how different this Edward was than the one I knew out of the books. The Edward out of the books would have never said that. I was wondering if it might had anything to do with the fact that he was in love with me and not Bella. Carlyle said that vampires only change when something significant happens in their lives. Edward is in love that I would call significant, but what if it also counted who he was in love with? Like he was adjusting to the person he was in love with. What if Bella's insecurities, low self-esteem, and self-doubts made it possible for Edward to leave her and do all of his mistakes, and because I'm remotely confident, determined, and I have self-esteem because I know what I want and don't feel like I do not deserve Edward, I'm rubbing off on him. I know that is twisted logic, but somehow it does make sense to me. At least it would explain why my Edward is so different than the Twilight Edward. After this emotionally exhausting talk, we just lay there next to each other, just enjoying each other's company and thinking about what had been said. As it was becoming colder and the sun began to set, we went home. The weekend was absolutely amazing. Edward and I got together. We had a romantic date. He showed me his meadow, and we had an important talk. I groaned as I remembered that tomorrow we had to go back to school. It was time to get Edward and Anna our together bomb over with. Somehow it felt like, with making our relationship public, the original Twilight plot was truly over. Edward's POV. It was in the middle of the night, and the beautiful creature who was my girlfriend was lying in my arms, not separated from me by any fabrics. I haven't thought this was possible. The idea with the heating blanket was brilliant. The blanket warmed my body up like the sun, a stone in summer. I had a smile to myself. One would think that a mind that is capable of solving the most complicated mathematical problems is able to come up with something as simple as a heating blanket against the cold of my skin. I don't know, in the beginning, the casual way she behaved around my family, and I, despite knowing what we were, didn't sit right with me. But thinking about it now, I see that there was more to her behavior that meets the eye. She really doesn't care about the differences in our species. When she looks at one of us, the first thing she sees isn't the vampire, the predator, the danger, but the person we are, and at the same time, never forgetting the challenges that occur in the interacting between our two species. The person counts more than the species. The who over the what. Always trying to make bridges over the differences in our species. She is really something else. She is so fragile and breakable, but also so strong and determinate. She lost everything: her family, her friends, her home, her identity, her entire world, and she keeps going forward. I wonder if she keeps going forward because she really is that strong, or because if she wouldn't be moving forward, she would break down and there wouldn't be a way back. I may not know the answer to that question, but I know that from now on she won't need to be strong on her own. An equal relationship. I was thinking about the talk we had in the meadow all of a sudden. All the bits and pieces I got from her about how I was supposed to be according to books made me realize just how great of a gift her presence in my life was. She was changing me, making me a better person. Everyone knew it. I knew it, my parents, my sibling. Anna completed me. For the first time since I became a vampire, I know the reason for my existence. The reason why I didn't die back then. Anna. Edward, she's going to wake up in 2 minutes. I'll give you 15 minutes, then I have to dress her. Not 1 second more. Alice's voice echoed in my head. Right on cue, my love began to stir. I brushed a strand of her hair out of her face and kissed her forehead. Morning, beautiful. Morning, handsome. She replayed while her eyes were still closed. I leaned into her and captured her lips with mine. The kiss started out sweet and innocent, but quickly grew passionate. As her breath became uneven, I broke the contact with her lips, only to kiss along her jaw, behind her ear, down to her neck. I was completely caught up in kissing her, which is why I didn't notice when the little pixie burst into the room. I said, 15 minutes, Edward. Morning, Anna, it's time. Get up, I have to get you ready for school. You don't want to get on my bad side, dear brother. Alice warned as I considered to throw her out. Her gift could be really annoying sometimes. We were all dressed and ready for school. Alice, Jasper, Rosalie, and Emmett took the BMW, and Anna and I drove in my Volvo. Today at school, I had to show the male populating that Anna is mine. The thoughts that most of those male kids had about my mate made me want to crush their heads. We were purposely running a little late so that I would have the audience that I needed. Everyone in Forks High would know that Anna is my girlfriend. She is mine. We parked in our usual spots and got out of our cars. I went to Anna's side to open the door for her. She waited patiently for me, knowing how important these small gestures of courtesy were to me. This is one of the things that is new to me, telling someone else how I feel, what I want and what I expect. Anna told me that since she told me what she expected from our relationship, she wanted to hear my point of view as well. Since I'm in the process of figuring many things out, I told her what I knew for sure. For example, how important it was for me to be able to be a gentleman towards her. And the other thing, after seeing how hesitant she accepted the new room that Alice and Esme made for her, I explained to her what it meant to me to give her gifts. I loved to spoil her. Money was something I possessed plenty of. Not even when I was human, money was an object to me. The gifts I made her and the things I bought for her were expression of my love for her. I wanted her to understand that if she rejected my gifts, it would kind of feel like she was rejecting me. And same goes for my family. Anna promised me to work on her accepting my and my family's gifts. I also understood her hesitation in accepting our gifts. She was coming from another background as I was, but she was my mate, and this was a point I wasn't about to retreat. It's actually funny, about 90 years I have built those walls around myself, never letting anyone too close to me. Not that my family hadn't tried, but every attempt I would fight off. And hen Anna comes and is able to demolish them without any effort, not leaving me any space for excuses or apologies. She is truly making me a better person. I know very well that I don't deserve an angel like her, but I'm determined to become worthy of her no matter what. I opened her door and offered my hand to help her out of the car. She accepted it and gracefully stepped out of my Volvo. Anna and I walked to the middle of the parking lot that was filled with students. I took my chance, turned Anna around to face me, pulled her into my arms, and kissed her passionately. She was surprised at my actions, but kissed me back. I gave her a long, passionate kiss while my hands were running up and down her back. When I broke our kiss, she looked dazzled and suspicious at me. I was pleased to notice that everyone in the parking lot was fully aware of our display. Well, they are together. When did that happen? Oh, she's so going to spill. Jessica, Edward freaking Cullen. How the hell did she get her claws on him? That bitch. Lauren. Of cause Cullen just had to snatch one of the hottest girls away. Lucky bastard. Eric. Damn, and I was about to ask her out. What does she want with him anyway? He's a freak. At least Bella is still free. Mike. They look good together. I'm happy for her. Angela. Angela was really an honest and sweet girl, just as Anna told me. As for the male population here, they knew now that Anna was mine, and if they were smart, they better not try to hit on her. It wouldn't be good for their health. I was proud of my accomplishment as I looked at my beautiful mate. She looked still suspicious at me, crossing her arms over her chest and raising an eyebrow at me before saying, "Marking your territory." I could tell she was teasing me. I put my hands on her hips and pulled her to me, whispering in her ear, "Vampires are very possessive of their mates, my love. I want everyone to know that you are mine." She shivered as I whispered into her ear. She shook her head while smiling a seductive smile, stood on her tiptoes, looked directly into my eyes with her hazel pools and said, "And you are mine," before grabbing the collar of my jacket, pulling me closer to her and placing a kiss on my lips. I got the feeling that she would put my self-control to more than just one test. I could resist the call of her blood, but when she... No, those were dangerous thoughts to think, and before anything could get out of control, I broke the kiss. "We better go to class before we're late." She smiled triumphantly and satisfied at me. I took her hand, and we entered the school building. We were the gossip of the day. Like she promised herself, Jessica attacked Anna in their English class. Anna answered patiently all the questions, knowing that Jessica would spread the news all over school before the last class. That was fine by me. Everyone should know that Anna was mine. The thoughts Mike, Eric, and Tyler had about her made me want to snap their necks. Luckily for them, seeing her with me cooled their thoughts down a little. Socks. After school was out, we got in my Volvo, and we drove home. I was thinking about what we could do today when Anna asked me, "Edward, there is something I want to ask you, or better tell you, regarding Jasper." "And what would that be?" I asked her. She looked thoughtful, as if not knowing how to begin. I cruised the fact that I couldn't read her mind for about the millionth time before asking. What are you thinking about? I have been thinking about Jasper lately. What about him? I asked, confused. I came up with a theory regarding Jasper's gift. That's why. Please could you drive a little bit slower so I can explain it to you before we arrive at your home? I nodded, curious now, and slowed down even though I didn't like to go that slow. First, what is Jasper's gift? I looked at her wondering why she asked when she knew it already, but answered. He is able to feel and manipulate emotions. You know that. Yes, I know that, but thinking about it, I realized something. And that would be, I pressed, really not knowing where she was going with this. Look, Jasper is able to feel your emotions. He feels what you feel, right? I nodded, starting to get confused. And thirst is also something that you feel, right? Have you ever considered he might feel your thirst too? What if the reason why he struggles so much with his control is because he has to endure not only his own thirst, but also yours too? Anna's POV. I watched him mull all this over for several minutes before he nodded and said, "You could be right. It sounds plausible, I think. Thanks. I thought we could test the theory. What do you have in mid?" He asked me, curious. How about Jasper staying downwind for me while being restrained by Emmett and Carlisle? Only in case my theory is right, then you inhale my scent and let yourself feel thirsty for my blood. If Jasper gets thirsty despite not being able to smell me, my theory is right. What do you think? Guess it's worth a try, Edward said after thinking it over. Oh, and we shouldn't tell them what we are up to. Edward nodded in agreement. As we arrived, everyone was in the front yard, Jasper, Emmett, and Carlisle, standing a few feet away in downwind. Count on Alice to see this coming. Okay, we are ready to go, Alice said, exited and nervous. The others looked confused, not knowing what to make out of the situation. Emmett and Carlisle were holding Jasper in their iron grips. Before them stood Rosalie, Esme, and Alice as a barrier between Jasper and Edward and me. Edward bent his head down to my neck and inhaled deeply, allowing his mind to register his thirst for my blood. Jasper immediately started growling and snarling, fighting Emmett's and Carlisle's hold on him to get to me. Edward quickly stopped breathing. Alice rushed to her husband and started kissing him passionately. That surprised him so much that he immediately stopped growling. He looked confused at Alice before his eyes focused on me and went back to Alice. The poor guy was more confused by the second. What just happened? Why did I? Jasper, everything is fine. It was an experiment. We will explain it, Edward said, and Jasper looked at him in plain, utter confusion. All family members were now standing in front of us, Edger, to get to know what just happened. Anna came up with a theory regarding Jasper's gift, Edward said, and turned his full attention on Jasper before continuing. Jasper, your ability is to manipulate and to feel emotion. Jasper nodded, so did the others. You feel when persons around you are happy, angry, or sad. You know that, Edward, would you please stop beating around the bush? Jasper was getting impatient. Edward chuckled before he continued. Of course, my apologies. Thirst is also something that someone feels. It's also something you are able to feel from others, and we just proved it. You thirsted for Anna's blood, what should have been impossible, seeing as you couldn't even smell her from where you were standing. Wait, you mean that? Emmett threw in realization showing on his face. Yes, Emmett, what you think is right. Jasper is feeling our thirst as well. He was just now reacting to my thirst to Anna's blood. That's why he struggles so much, because he not only has to deal with his own thirst, but also with ours added to his own. After Edward finished, everyone looked completely stunned. Of course, why didn't I think of this? Carlisle said, dumbfounded after a while. Jasper was only looking completely blankly into nothing. Slowly regaining his ability to speak back, he said, I can't believe that I failed to make the connection between my thirst and my gift. I mean, looking at it now, this is so plain obvious. He shook his head in disbelief, angry at himself for not realizing earlier. Maybe because it is too obvious, but you should see the bright side of it. They all look me waiting for me to continue. You are not the black sheep of the family anymore. After a few seconds, a huge smile spread across Jasper's face. You are right. Thank you, Jasper said, happiness shining in his eyes. He still wasn't able to fully catch the momentousness of this discovery for him. You're welcome, I answered, shrugging my shoulders. Anna's POV. A few days went by since the day that Jasper's gift and his bloodlust got connected, and he was now more at peace than I have ever seen him. The realization of the connection between his gift and his bloodlust has finally brought him closure with his past and a peace of mind. And not being the black sheep of the family did wonders for his self-confidence. In the books, it appeared that Jasper was a Cullen only for Alice, and that he didn't like this life, but it's not like that. Jasper is a proud guy, and being thought of and treated as the weakest link was quite a low blow for his ego, but now that he knows how strong he really is, he is living this life with pride and hope for the future. All family members made plans to hunt more often, and Jasper's whole behavior changed over the past few days. He was more relaxed and happy than I ever seen him. Carlisle worked out a training plan to help him increase his control around humans, and instead of keeping his distance, Jasper started to spend time around me, so he could acclimate to my scent. Alice was so happy about my discovery that she insisted to thank me. Translated, that meant that I was in for another shopping trip. I love to go shopping with Alice and Rosalie, but we will definitely need to work on some rest breaks for me. I simply don't have their condition. As for Bella the day after Edward, and I made our relationship official, she looked like someone had just died. She looked utterly crushed and miserable. It made me feel bad, since if I wouldn't have somehow stumbled into this universe, she would have had her happy ending with Edward. Still up at this hour? Emmett's voice boomed from my window as he and Alice enter my room. Hey guys, what's up? I asked them, surprised. I haven't expected them. I need to get your outfit together for tomorrow. Kevin will take you to Port Angeles. Alice answered as Emmett sat down on my bed watching The Hill Have Eyes. The reason why I was still awake. Really, what has he planned? I asked her, curious. I don't know. I can't really see it, as if he hasn't really decided yet, but anyway, you need to look good. She chirped happily as she attacked my closet. You're not afraid to watch a horror movie on your own? Emmett challenged. Do I really need to be afraid with a big and strong big brother as you? I asked with my most innocent face, looking with my big eyes at him. Emmett straightened up and looked proud. Of course not. None hurts my little sis. Thank you, Em, I said as I threw my arms around his neck and gave him a quick peek on his cheek. And what about that challenge? I whispered into his ear as I pointed at Alice in my closet. In that case, I would grab you and run for the hills. Emmett whispered back, making a serious face. You may or able run, but you can never hide from me. Alice said in a dangerous voice with a sinister expression on her face as she was looking at us. And I looked at each other, faking fright and giggling to each other. Are you only here because of my outfit, or did Edward wanted you to check up on me while he is hunting with the others? I asked them, daring them to lie to me. You know how he is? He loves you so much, and the thought that something might happen to you scares him beyond reason. Alice explained. Yeah, like when a nomad vampire smells you and attacks you. When we are not here, you will be dead meat. Emmett said, solemn, before turning to watch the movie. You think? I retorted. Dead meat, was all that Emmett said. Alice selected my outfit, and we watched the movie to the end before the two of them went home and I to sleep. The next day, Kevin took me to Port Angeles, just as Alice had told me. We went to a show of the Blue Man Group. The show was interesting and fun. I enjoyed it. I liked Kevin very much. He was a great guy and uncle. As we grabbed some drinks in the shopping district, Kevin led me into a second-hand shop. Uncle Kevin, why are we here? I asked, curious. He always bought his clothes online. Nothing could get him into a shop. Because we need to buy something. He answered, simple and amused. Okay, something you couldn't get online? I asked again, mocking him a little. For a theme party at a company I work for, I need the most hideous outfit. I hope you could help me. He said, hopeful and amused. Are you impaling? I don't have taste in fashion. I faked hurt. Of course not, but I thought it would be fun. He said, waiting for my reaction. Sure, I'm in. Let's make you ugly. I said, my mood brightening at the prospect. The crazier the better. Kevin said with a little sigh. You don't like the theme for the party. I smiled at him with a little pity. He only shook his head. Let's make me hideous. Kevin faked enthusiasm as we went to do the task. I had my fun dressing him in the ugliest outfits until we found the perfect one. A bright yellow shirt, violet pants, a light blue belt, a red, green tie, and a green hat. The trip to Port Angeles was fun, and I was a little exhausted as we drove back. I didn't get much sleep last night, Because of the movie, that's why I fell asleep in the car. As I opened my eyes, I was met with an unpleasant surprise. We were driving to La Push. The sight before me was gorgeous. The dense green forest was edging the road most of the way. I could see pieces of the wide Cullens River as we made our way to La Push. As we were driving, I caught a few glimpses at the ocean. The water that was dark gray and the beach had a rocky shore. It looked a lot like in a movie. I was kind of excited to see how First Beach would look like, but my excitement disappeared as I remembered the werewolves. Uncle Kevin, this isn't the way home. I know we are invited to a bonfire at the beach. This will be fun. Kevin answered, happily looking forward to the happening. He asked me so often if I would go there, telling me that his friends in La Push wanted to meet me. I refused each time. I wasn't really fond of the werewolves and their prejudices against my vampires. Oh boy, that's going to be a fun trip. Sure, I smell a vampire, my boyfriend will freak and get a heart attack, and oh yeah, I might get killed. Lots of fun, wasn't it? Honey, something wrong? Kevin asked, concerned as he saw my expression. Well, my vampire boyfriend will be less than happy that I will be around young, dangerous werewolves who might kill me as soon as they smell me, but aside from that, everything is all right. Not the answer I could give him, so I only said, no, everything is fine. I'm just a little tired. I forced a small smile out, and before Kevin could say anything else, my cell rang. I checked the ID, and it was Edward. Of course, Alice must have seen me disappear. Just great, that meant I was going to meet one or more of the werewolves. I sighed, took the call, and a frantic voice greeted me. Love, are you all right? Alice, can't see you anymore. Your future disappeared. Hi, Edward, I'm sorry I forgot to call you. I fell asleep in the car, and now we were driving to La Push. We got invited to the bonfire. My uncle just informed me. I said I couldn't speak openly with him while Kevin listened. La Push. You can't go there. The werewolves there, they are young and dangerous. What if something happens to you? I cut him off. Edward, don't worry, nothing will happen. I promise to stay away from the ocean, and I will not drown in it. I tried to calm him. I hoped he understood what I was trying to tell him. Can't you just find some kind of excuse to leave, please? Edward sounded desperate and angry at once. Uncle Kevin is really excited about the bonfire, like really, really. I tried to explain my predicament, stealing a glance at Kevin, seeing his satisfied expression about being finally able to get me to La Push, even if by kidnapping, I knew I was in for if I liked it or not. I don't like this one bit. Edward sighed, still angered, and I could detect a little fear in his voice as well. I love you. I'll see you when I'm back. You aren't going to get rid of me that easily, mister. I laughed into my cell to cheer him up and ensure him that I would be fine. I love you too, and please come back to me as soon as you can. I miss you terribly. Edward's velvet voice purred longingly. Miss you too. Till later, I said before I hung up. As I did, so we arrived at what I recognized to be Billy Black's house. It desperately needed a new paint job. I sent a little prayer to heaven, hoping that this would go well, and got out of the car. Just as I shut the door of the car, Jake was running out of the house, wearing a goofy grin on his face and greeting us. Kevin, Anna, finally you are here. Hi. Hi, Jake. Kevin and I greeted back. Kevin went immediately off to meet Billy, Harry, and the others, and I was left with Jake. So Kevin finally coaxed you to La Push. Jake asked, laughing. Kidnapped is more like it. I answered, rolling my eyes, feeling a little annoyed at the situation. Don't you like it down here? Is it the place or the people? Jake asked, a little hurt. No, not at all. It's just that after everything, I'm not into meeting new people and so on, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry. Of course, your parents, Jake started, being uncomfortable, stumbling over his words. I felt bad for him. I didn't really lie because I did lose my family. Only not like everyone believed I did, and the werewolves were my main reason for not to come here. Not that I could tell him that yet. It's okay, Jake. So a bonfire? Does anyone need my help in the kitchen? I'm a good cook. Yeah, I think Emily would appreciate it. Jake smiled at me, grateful for the change of topic. He led me into the small kitchen of his house, and there stood a beautiful woman with 3 big red scares on her face. I didn't look at them, but extended my hand to her and said, I'm Anna, Kevin's niece. It's nice to meet you. She shook my hand and introduced herself. We were working together in the kitchen talking about recipes and other stuff when suddenly the door in the kitchen was ripped open and 3 huge Native American boys charged in. The boys all had angry expressions and were shaking. It happened so suddenly that I got scared and screamed, holding my hand over my heart, because I very nearly had a heart attack. One of the boys was shaking so hard that his form was blurry. I thought he would phase into a werewolf on the spot. I had to prevent that. You know, the door there that you just knocked down has a purpose. It is meant to be knocked on before you enter a house. I said as glared at them after I was able to catch my breath and regain my ability to speak back. The anger was leaving their faces as they took a closer look at me, for sure hearing my wildly beating heart, causing them to look puzzled at each other. I used the opportunity to take a closer look at the three of them. The largest of the three of them was Sam. He reached close to Emmett's size. He was very tall, had jet black hair like all of them, and seemed to only posse's muscles. The other two, Paul and Jared, I assumed, who also were amazingly big, but nowhere near Emmett's league. Sam, is something wrong? Emily asked, concerned, as she went to his side. Sam froze, and I could practically see the wheels in his head working for an answer. I had pity on him and offered one. You know, guys, the food won't cook itself faster when you charge in here like a freight train. Boy, you must be hungry, and by the way, my name is Anna. I'm Kevin's niece. Jared recovered first and said, Hi, I'm Jared. It's nice to meet you that are Sam and Paul, and yes, we are very hungry. He laughed nervously. The other two looked sheepish, but also suspicious at me. They exited the kitchen quickly after that and left Emily and me to finish the cooking. As I stood there in Billy's kitchen, I suddenly remembered how Bella got to know that Edward is a vampire. I might be Edward's girlfriend, and it is well known all over school that Edward and I are a couple, but it doesn't change the fact that Bella is in love with him. I often catch her stealing glances at Edward in school. I feel bad for changing everything and that she now was heartbroken, but I couldn't give Edward up. I fell in love with him, and a life without him was something I couldn't imagine. The only thing I could do for Bella was to protect her from the world Edward, the Cullens, and I belonged to, for her sake and ours. I had to come up with something, and if possible, so that I wouldn't have to spill too much on my side. The food was finished, and we carried it outside. Everyone grabbed what he wanted, and we went to sit on the drift wood that was placed around the fire. To my surprise, the girl next to me was Kim, and I started a little chat with her. She was nice and a little shy. I noticed that she was sitting here alone, so I guessed that Jared hadn't imprinted on her yet. I was going to change that. So you know anyone beside Jake here in La Push? Kim asked me, pulling me out of my thoughts. Actually, I do. You do? Who? She asked, surprised. Well, I met Sam and Paul earlier, and... Where is he? I did see him just a while ago. I said while I looked out for Jared. I spotted him and called out. Hey, Jared, could you please come here for a sec? He nodded and came over to Kim and me. His eyes were on me the whole time, and he didn't even notice that someone else was next to me. How can I help you? He asked with a smile. He seemed to be the type of guy to have a warm and sunny personality. Jared, Kim. Kim, Jared. I introduced them, and as Jared's eyes locked with Kim's, he looked awestruck. Kim wasn't any better. I smiled proudly at myself, and it was time for me to leave them alone. I went for a walk at the beach. I had to think about how to solve my problem with Bella and Jake. As the soon-to-be wolf approached me. Hi, mind if I tag along? He asked. Not at all. I said as a plan was forming in my head. Kevin told me that you were building a car on your own. I started the conversation. He looked excited at my choice of topic and explained. Yeah, it's a classic. I can't wait to get my license and cruise around in it. I smiled in understanding at him. He continued to tell me something in the language I didn't understand, car and driver. After he seemed to be finished, I took the chance to strike. There is something I want to ask you. Shoot, he encouraged, grinning. My uncle told me one day that your people don't like the Cullens. What? That day, I was having sort of a deja vu. Kevin was telling me nearly exactly the same things about the Willut not liking my vampires as Charlie had told Bella in the Twilight book. I looked at him with big eyes. He sighed and said, It's just some stupid legends. It's nonsense, really. What legends? I asked nicely but not flirting. Jake sighed again. I can't tell you, besides, it's just nonsense. He tried to end the topic. Too bad for him. I looked at him, pouting and plead. Pretty please. Jake shook his head, sighed heavily, and looked around the area for a while before giving in. Well, there are lots of legends, like legend that claim that we descended from the wolves and that the wolves are our brothers. It's against tribal law to kill them, And then there are the stories about the cold ones. His voice became deeper, and he tried to sound scary. The cold ones. I asked in fake surprise. Yes, there are stories of the cold ones as old as the wolf legends, and some much more recent. According to legend, my own great-grandfather knew some of them. He was the one who made the treaty that kept them off our land. He sighed as he said that, and I urged him to continue. The cold ones are the natural enemies of the wolf. Well, guess you would call them werewolves. During his time as elder, my great-grandfather met up with some of the cold ones, but they were different. He said, bored. How so? I asked to keep him talking. They didn't hunt the way others of their kind did. They weren't supposed to be dangerous to the tribe. A truce was made with them. If they would promise to stay off our lands, we wouldn't expose them to the palefaces for what they are. For what they are. I wanted him to say it. What your people would call the vampires. I told you it's nonsense. He laughed, and we continued to walk a little bit more as all of a sudden he started carefully. There is something I wanted to ask you. Okay, shot. I answered. He nervously swallowed, and I knew where this was going. He took a deep breath and said, well, you're going to school with Bella, and Kevin and Charlie are friends. Do you think that the both? He was stumbling over his words and was really unsure. Jake blushed a deep red, and I decided to help him out a little. If you have a chance with Bella. He blushed, but quickly looked determined and nodded. I already took Edward away from her, and I did own her kind of. It was a fact that she fell in love with Jake in Eclipse. The only reason they didn't become a couple was that she loved Edward more. Listen, Jake, there are some things that you have to understand about Bella. Such as, he asked me in a serious voice, craving every little detail I would give him. Bella is insecure and shy. She has a low self-esteem and thinks that she is plain and boring. She thinks that no guy would give her the time of day, and if someone does, she is rather slow in that aspect. She thinks she is unworthy of any kind of love or affection. What? Jake looked at me with large eyes and his mouth hanging open, not being able to believe what I just said. I know I don't really understand it myself, but that is how she feels and thinks. And as to if you have chance with her, I think you do, but it won't be easy, Jacob. If you have the stamina, you will be able to slowly win over her heart. I'm sure of it. He took in what I said and thought about it for a while. You two are friends then? He asked, still in thoughts and curious about how I know so much. No, not really, but I'm good at judging people. He nodded at that, and we continued our walk. We were on our way back to the fire, as Jake turned to me and said with a determined look in his eyes, thanks for the help, and I will win over her heart. I smiled at him and said, I'm sure you will. Jake laughed out loud and ran off to his friends who were standing around the fire. I looked around and was thinking about my next step as I saw Sam and Billy enter Billy's house. This was the perfect opportunity, so I followed them. As I entered the house, I interrupted a conversation they were having. Sam was about to say something, but I beat him to it. So you're a werewolf. He looked at me stunned. They broke the treaty. He growled, starting to shake. Actually, Jake did just now. What? They both looked shocked at me, and before they could recover, I said, the stunt you pulled in the kitchen did tick me off. You had the same expressions as the Cullens on your faces when they smelled something they don't like. Well, obviously you aren't vampires, and vampires don't shake until their shape gets blurry, so I asked myself what you could be. I remembered Uncle Kevin telling me that you don't like the Cullens, so I thought that I might as well start there. I was taking a walk at the beach with Jake and coaxed him into telling me about the legends. The werewolves and the cold ones. Yes, I lied big time, and I felt sorry for doing so, but I wasn't about to give my secret away to them. Billy closed his eyes and shook his head sadly while Sam looked mortified. What does that mean now for us? Sam asked, strained. 3 against 7. It wasn't looking good for them, and Sam knew it. That you were lucky, I said, and they gave a puzzled look. I already knew about them being vampires, and the Cullens are very peacefully living persons. They aren't interested in a fight. I would only like to ask of you to make sure that something like this wouldn't repeat if the wrong person will hear those legends. I understand. I will have a word with my son, Billy said in a serious and firm voice. I should warn you about Bella's son. She is watching the Cullens like a hawk. She might try to pull the same stunt as I did. If she gets to know about those legends. I told them, making my voice sound as worried as I could. Something like tonight will not repeat. I will make sure of it. and I will have an eye out for Bella Swan. Sam said in what I believe was his alpha voice. Thank you, I said while I smiled in gratitude at him. But when you know what they are, how can you? But I cut Billy off. I thank you very much for your concern, Billy, but I know what I'm doing. I know that you don't understand and that you think of them as monsters, but they aren't. In fact, I haven't met nicer and good-hearted people as Carlisle and Esme. Sam snored at that and made a disgusted face, but didn't say anything. He blamed the incident with Emily on the Cullens. There was no helping it. I wasn't brainwashed, if you might think that. I make my own decisions. It's my life to live. And if you really need to hear it, my mistakes to make. I said in a clear and calm voice. You are really making a big one, but guess I can't convince you otherwise. I quickly shook my head no. Only please be careful about your friendship with them. Billy struggled for words. He thought I was only friends with them. Guess it didn't really sink in that Edward and I are a couple. I will, I said with as much seriousness in my voice as I could. We stayed a little while longer in La Push, and I got to meet Seth. Like I said, I'm not a werewolf fan, but I always liked Seth. He is really nice and easy to talk to. He does have this whole cute baby brother thing going for him. Around 11 o'clock, Kevin finally called it a day, and we were on our way home. On the way to our house, I was looking out of my window as I suddenly caught sight of something white moving in the woods as fast as the car. I knew immediately who it was. Edward. My poor Edward. He must have been half crazed with worry. As we arrived home, I said goodnight to Kevin and went into my room knowing Edward was waiting for me. But it wasn't only Edward who I found standing in my room as I opened the door. 7 vampires looked puzzled and worried at me. Edward immediately came to my side and pulled me into a hug. Are you all right, love? They didn't hurt you, did they? He asked concerned. No, I'm fine, but what about you? What happened? I asked as looked at all of them. Alice answered. I had a vision of you telling us how Bella got to know our secret. What? They all yelled all of a sudden. Not Good Kevin was at home as well, and he was bound to have heard that. Anna, what's going on up there? And there he was. My vampires looked at me with apologetically expressions on their faces. I sighed and called out. Sorry, I accidentally turned the TV too loud. It won't happen again. Okay, honey. Good night. Kevin called back. Good night, Uncle Kevin. You better keep it down because I don't think I could come up with any kind of explanation for you all being here in my room at this time of the day. I said with a smile on my face that would be definitely something. So the twit knows our secret? Just great. Rosalie was seething with anger. No, she doesn't know yet, and she will not get to know. I try to calm her down. How can you be? Anna, since you read those books, do you know how she got to know? It wouldn't be good if she figured our secret out. Carlisle said, my vampires never asked how Bella got to know their secret, and I never told them. It just didn't come up. Guess they thought that someone, meaning Edward, told her. Yes, I know how, and I took care of it. They all looked surprised, and Jasper voiced his suspicion. It does have something to do with the wolves, doesn't it? Yes, it did. I said and started to tell them how exactly Bella found out in the book and what happened in La Push. I think I will have to have a word with Billy Black. If the wrong person gets access to those legends, it could end bad, and mentioning us by name wasn't part of the treaty. Carlisle said thoughtful, analyzing the situation while Rosalie, Emmett, and Edward looked furious and were growling. Alice and Esme looked concerned, and Jasper looked ready to kill someone. Look, they are sorry for the incident, and they promised me to take care of it. Stupid mutts, they're going around spilling our secret, breaking the treaty, and we are supposed to be the ones who are dangerous. Rosalie spat angrily. Rosalie, Esme said, trying to calm her. Oh, I almost forgot, here is Billy's phone number. I stepped out of Edward's embrace and gave Carlisle Billy's number. Thank you. I'm glad you are all right. Carlisle smiled warmly at me. Esme gave me a hug and Alice a quick peek on my cheek before my vampire family left except of Edward of cause. Edward pulled me with him on my bed, placing me in his lap and nuzzling his face in my hair. Hey, you all right? I asked him as I moved away a little to be able to look into his eyes while brushing my thumb across his cheek. You have no idea how frightened I was that something would happen to you. He said, concerned, pain and worry shining in his eyes. As I looked in his troubled pools, I couldn't find any words, so I did the only thing that came to my mind. I kissed him, my warm lips softly tuffing his cold ones before they started to hungrily move with his. He tightened his hold on me and kissed me harder than usual, desperate. While we were kissing, I could feel his tense body relax, and finally a smile gracing his perfect lips. I pulled away to look at him again and saw that he wasn't breathing. I better go shower. I must reek like a wet dog. He had a sheepish look, flashed me a crooked smile, and answered. Can't argue with that, love. I kissed the tip of his nose and made my way to the bathroom. As I stepped out of the bathroom, Edward was already in my bed waiting for me. I had to do something to distract him, or he would be brooding over me being in La Push and in danger the whole night, and develop a paranoia of being eaten by the werewolves. We were making progress with the Edward growing up project, but old habits died hard. For all his perfection, Edward had some big faults. One is that he thinks too much. I looked at him while leaning at the door frame of my bathroom. I shook my head as I made my way to my bed. Really, how does anyone expect me to sleep when such a hottie is lying in my bed? He didn't have a shirt on, and his bored and muscular chest looked absolutely amazing in the moonlight. Edward sat up and went to the end of my bed, standing on his knees, taking my hand. Are you trying to flirt with me? He teased me, but two could play that game. Does it work? Yes. He stammered out. I bent my head slowly, cupped his face in my hands, while he placed his hands on my hips, having a firm hold on me before our desperate lips meet. While kissing each other, hungrily Edward lifted me up and placed me carefully in the center of the bed with him hovering above me. We broke our hot, kneading kiss as he went over to attack my neck. God, it's so hard to keep a straight thought when his lips are sweetly torturing me, but with Edward, the first had to act on the current situation before it was too late. Edward, you don't need to worry. He sighed as he stopped kissing my skin, lifting his head up to look at me with a pained expression. Anna, you don't understand how dangerous these creatures are. I ended his sentence. I know just how dangerous they are, Edward. If I were to face one of them on my own, I would be in really deep trouble. That's an understatement. Edward threw in. I know, but I'm not a little princess who waits for her knight to save her. I'm someone who takes matters in her own hands. I'd rather be the one to save the knight. Don't underestimate me. Edward, I told him with a determinate look on my face. Anna, you are a human in the physical aspect, fragile and breakable compared to you species. I'm not made out of glass. I do not break that easily. I know that I would make it out alive. I would make it out alive. And I was absolutely convinced that I would. Not even a stupid werewolf could keep me away from my Edward. I may not be as strong as vampires or werewolves, but I am creative. At least I think I would have a shot. Somehow, my love looked at me intensely. I could see in his eyes that he was mulling this over. Edward, instead of worrying yourself crazy, believe in me. Have faith in me. Know that no matter what, I will always come back to you. I was serious as a heart attack. You are my world. Gravity. He breathed as he nuzzled his face in my neck and turned us both around, so I was lying on his bare, muscular chest. His left hand played with my long brown hair as we were just lying in silence. I will try. I promise. Edward said after a while. I smiled and lifted myself up to give him a kiss before breathing. I love you, as I love you. He smiled at me with love shining in his eyes. I rested myself against his side, his right arm under my neck, and grabbed his left arm, pulling it over me to fall asleep in his loving embrace. Anna's POV. Thanks for the ride, I said as Edward put me down. We just came back from our walk at the river near his house. Well, more like I got carried bridal style the way from the river to the house. Anytime, I love, answered Edward as he placed a light kiss on my lips. That's enough, lover boy, it's time for a rematch. Emmett boomed, waving some video game in front of him, impatiently waiting for my boyfriend. So Edgar to lose again? Edward challenged with a cool smirk on his face. Emmett crossed his arms over his chest and snored. You're going down, lover boy. We'll see about that. My vampire gave me a kiss on my nose before he disappeared with Emmett in front of the big flat screen. I shook my head at the two, after all boys will be boys, and made my way into the kitchen, feeling a little hungry. Esme was sitting at the big counter, her nose in a book. Hi, Esme. I greeted her as I gave her a hug. She hugged me back. How was your walk? It was nice, thanks for asking. That's good to hear. You must be hungry by now. Yeah, a little. Esme's eyes lit up at my response. Good, because I bought a new cookbook and there's a recipe that I would really like to try. She said, excited as she reached for the book and showed me the recipe. A chicken chili lasagna? Sounds yummy. Yes, I thought that we could freeze the rest and you could take it home. Esme proposed. Kevin loves your cooking. He is always looking forward for me to bring something home. Esme beamed at this with pride, and we started to prepare the meal. Cooking with Esme was always fun. We cooked, laughed, chatted, and were having a good time. She was really becoming a second mom to me. I miss my family and my mom terribly, but I was getting used to the fact that I might never see them again. And now that Edward and I were together, and I knew how much I loved him, I don't know how my choice would look like if I'd been given one. We chatted happily about how our day was, while working side by side in the luxurious kitchen. Esme had ordered the best of everything when she was furnishing the mansion. She really made this mansion a home, not only a house to live in. The kitchen was made out of industrial materials and stainless steel, paired with ribbed glass vintage lights, set off the warm wood cabinets. The granite counter formed big enough for everyone in the family to take a seat. "How's dinner going?" Edward asked as he entered the kitchen. "Well, let's see, we chased down the pasta, and currently we try to bounce on the tomato chili sauce. Wish us luck." Edward laughed, came around the counter, wrapped his arms around my waist, kissed me on my forehead, and said, "Good luck, my little, brave hunter," while his golden pools stared intensely at me. "So who won?" I asked, but Edward didn't get a chance to answer. "Get a room, you two." Emmett barked annoyed as he pasted the kitchen, and Edward's smile grew wider. Emmett didn't like to lose at all. After dinner, Edward, Esme, and Alice were teaching me how to dance. I'm terrible in that activity, but I knew that Edward loves to dance. I wanted to make him happy, and I wouldn't let a chance pass by to be in his arms. Boy, I'm so teeny in love it is sickening, so I willingly committed myself to their guidance. I wasn't anywhere near good, but at least after about 2 hours, it looked similar to dancing. As it was getting late, I noticed everyone getting ready to head out. "Are you going somewhere?" I asked none in particular. Esme and Carlisle have their jazz night tonight, and the rest is going hunting. Edward answered my question. They were giving us privacy. Sometimes it could be really embarrassing that there were no secrets in this family. Guess I would have to get over that. They won't be back until tomorrow morning. I smiled and snuggled into his chest, breathing in his intoxicating scent that made my head spin. Esme was the first to go as Carlisle arrived from the hospital, followed by Jasper and Alice. Emmett was waiting with Edward and me as Rosalie was getting ready. While waiting, Emmett grinned at us before becoming very serious. "Remember, kids, to behave yourself while the adults are out of the house. Don't do anything I wouldn't do." He ended his little speech with a serious and fatherly voice. Edward only rolled his eyes while I asked, "Emmett, is there even anything on that list?" Emmett started to think hard, and I could see that Edward was as eager to get the answer as I was. "Nope," answered Emmett with a shrug and a satisfied grin. "Did you really expect something else?" Rosalie said as she entered the room before she and Emmett yelled good night while taking off into the forest. My relationship with Rosalie was on a good way. I dare even to say we were becoming friends. How awesome is that? Edward and the rest of the family still can't get over the shock that she actually accepted me. Well, neither can I, but I certainly will not complain about my luck. Edward and I laughed, snuggled on the couch, and watched TV, relaxing. When Edward kissed me nowadays, he seemed to be more hesitant to pull away, and he had problems keeping his hands under control when he touched me. I don't really know what I did differently than Bella, but whatever it was, I was opening the can of worms with it. I asked Edward if he wanted to try to go a little bit further, and he admitted shyly and nervous that he would like that, but was afraid of hurting me, of losing control. His worry wasn't unfounded. His inhuman strength and his desire for my blood were facts that shouldn't be underestimated. If we weren't careful, every second we were together, he was most likely to hurt me or even kill me by accident. One of the things I couldn't understand about Bella's behavior was that she pushed all the responsibility on him, not giving it a single thought how much it cost him every day not to kill her, jumping him, pushing his boundaries too far, making him feel bad for keeping her alive and unhurt. Yes, love is a powerful force, and all the desires and urges are hard to keep at bay. I understand that since I'm in this place right now, but that is no excuse to act irresponsible or It is maybe only that I have more discipline, or maybe because I want to take it slow, slowly discovering everything instead of jumping head first into it. Anyway, after much talking and discussing, Edward and I decided that today we would try to explore the area of heavy kissing and touching. I was nervous and excited about that. "Why don't you go shower first and wait under our heating blanket for me?" I told Edward as I switched the TV off. "Sounds like a plan." He purred into my ear, kissing along my jaw till finally reaching my lips, but not touching them before he disappeared upstairs. He is such a tease sometimes, but I could feel that he was even more nervous about this than I was. While Edward was showering, I made the bed ready and switched the heating blanket on. I checked my emails and sent Kevin one to let him know that I was all right to have something to pass the time. After I brushed my teeth, showered, and brushed my hair, I slipped in my Victoria's Secret's pajama. A blue, satin boy short set. The pajama is really cute and a little bit sexy. It hugs my curves beautifully. I got out of the bathroom and entered Edward's room. I was blown away at what I saw. Candles were lit in the whole room. They and the moon were the only light source. Red rose petals were lying on the ground and the huge, comfy king size bed. It looked like a scene out of a Hollywood movie. I heard this soft music play as my eyes fell on my vampire who was tugged in the heating blanket so his body would be warm. It's perfect, Edward. Edward's POV. I was lying in our bed, waiting for my love to come to bed. While resting, I thought about how my life had changed since this beautiful angel walked into it. Her image popped out of my head, as it did a lot lately. Actually, if I'm being honest with myself, I was thinking about her the whole time, ever since our encounter on her first school day here in Forks. The way her eyes blazed at me, her determined expression. Whenever I think about her, I can't get this stupid grin out of my face. Her hair, how it softly moves in the wind. How her big hazel eyes sparkle when she smiled, and her perfect-shaped, full, cherry red lips. Only the chaste kisses we were sharing were not enough anymore. My desire for her grew every day, and it became harder each day to hold back. At the top of that, my love made it so much harder to regard further bases as unapproachable. Her understanding of the situation we both were in made it impossible for me to see her as an immature, hormone-driven teen. I think if she told me over and over that she didn't see any danger in us being together, I would be more determined to hold back. Being able to tell myself, no having evidence that she doesn't know what she is doing or how dangerous that is. But that is just not my angle. Her apprehension of what it means to be a vampire and how hard it is not only for me, but also my whole family not to kill her while being around us is scary. It's hard to believe that she isn't a vampire herself. She certainly knows enough about being one and the dangers that come with it. The knowledge of her being aware of what she is doing and her being able to handle the situation is weakening my restraint to keep the current boundaries of our physical relationship. I'm still terrified of hurting her, but knowing that I could stop any time if it would be too much for me without her regarding it as a rejection does give me confidence to attempt to try. Thinking about what I was about to do, I couldn't believe it. This certainly wasn't the old me. But before I was capable of getting myself further lost in my thoughts, my love entered the room and made her presence known. "It's perfect, Edward." She breathed in admiration. When I looked up at my love, my breath hitched, and I could swear my dead heart skipped a beat. She was a vision, standing there in her blue satin pajama that clung to her every curve. She looked absolutely breathtaking. Seeing her standing there, her exposed long, perfect legs, the thin fabrics hugging her delicious frame, my desire for her won over. No longer being able to be separated from my love by the space between us, I stood up and walked over to her, pulled her into my embrace until our bodies were pressed flush against each other. The warmth of her body pouring into mine, the feel of her soft frame flush against mine hard one, made fire burn in the pit of my stomach. I looked into her beautiful hazel eyes, seeing the same desire that I was feeling. I couldn't hold back anymore. I kissed her with more force than I ever had before, running my hands up and down her back. Realizing my hasty actions, I started to pull back. I was terrified that I hurt her. "Edward, it's all right. Like I told you, I will make myself known when I don't like something or when you hurt me. We are both in this together, and we can take it slow." All right, my love whispered, reassuring, confidence shining in the beautiful doors to her soul. I know. It's just I'm scared of hurting you, I said while taking a shaky breath. I know that's why we both have to be careful. Seeing the determination behind her words, my lips found hers for a desperate and needing kiss. Her warm, soft lips were moving against my cold and hard ones. I cupped her face in my hands, holding her gently while our lips danced in passion with each other. Her warm, small hand were placed on my chest, lightly touching me, each touch of her soft like the kiss of a butterfly, but powerful like gravity. My love slowly moved her delicate hands from the top of my chest down to my abs, slowly, lightly sending small blows of electricity through my body. Carefully, slowly, and curious, she was exploring my torso through the fabrics of my shirt till her hands reached the hem of my pajama top, tugging it up. I gazed at her as her fingers played with the offending fabrics. Edward, Anna breathed as she lifted her head to look up at me. My love smirked sexy at me, the spirit of excitement in her shining eyes, while she was tugging at my shirt. That's in the way. I smiled, understanding and nervous, stealing a kiss from her lips to calm my jittering nerves before I lifted my arms in the air while my love pulled the offending fabrics off my body. As the shirt fell to the ground, I looked at my beautiful mate who was warmly smiling back at me. I bent my head down for our lips to touch, sharing soft, light kisses full of love and adoration while my hands caressed her body in my embrace with a care as if it was made out of finest china. My lips traveled slowly from her mouth, along her jawline to her ear, down her slender neck, exploring every inch of her soft, heated skin. Our hands eagerly running over our frames, eagerly but tender, hasty but worshiping, excited and lovingly while we were holding each other. We were lost in the touch of one another. Her intoxicating scent and her heartbeat, the only reminder for me that I couldn't use my full strength. Her scent was unlike the scent of other singers. Intoxicating, addicting was her perfume, making my throat burn, but with the time the urge to sink my teeth in her soft flesh to savor the delicious nectar faded slowly. After all, she is my perfect match of a singer. Unique, special, dangerously addicting. My lips found hers once again, taking our time to savor this moment. As we broke our lovingly kiss, my love gazed at me hungrily, stirring up my own desire. I had to remind myself again to stay calm and to tune it down a little. I knew this wasn't going to be easy, and I needed to be in control to go on. While I took a few moments to calm myself, my love patiently waited for me, not moving a muscle. She just smiled at me, with understanding in her eyes, until I let her know that I was okay again. Without the fabrics in the way, Anna started to run her hands over my upper body again, concentrating on every feature on my chest, my abs, and my arms. She traced every line and feature of my torso with her fingertips, making me shiver in pleasure as her fingers were playing a lovely symphony on my cool skin. Her warm touch was pleasurable, sweet torture. Where she caressed my body, my skin burned. It was an indescribable feeling. The warmth of her skin was leaving a trace of fire on my body. As the last note of the intoxicating melody was played, my lips immediately found her soft, red pillows. Her warm lips were moving hard against my cold and hard ones. Not breaking the kiss, I scooped her up bridal style and carried her to our bed. I laid her down as I gazed at her amazing body. She was pure beauty. I pulled myself on the top of her, putting my weight on my arms. I captured her full, cherry-red lips with my own, kissing her slightly gentler, but with no less passion. I hovered over her, basking at the feel of her delicate frame under my body. I moved my hands slowly from her neck, down her side to her hip as I leaned into her, allowing as much contact with her body as I dared. Placing my forehead on hers, I granted us both a minute to catch our breaths and myself an opportunity to pull myself together again. I bent my head as I lightly brushed my lips over hers before I went over to kiss along her jaw, down her delicate neck, and the areas of her cleavage that her V-neck pajama top exposed. Hungrily, my lips savored her soft, heated skin, the sweet taste of her flesh on my lips. My angel breathed heavily and moaned lightly, rewarding my effort with the sexiest sounds I have ever heard. Running my mouth along her body, tasting her, touching her, hearing her heartbeat and the rushing of her blood under my mouth. I needed a break. Just because the urge to sink my teeth into her flesh lessened didn't mean that I didn't want her to drink her sweet nectar. I pulled back for her, standing on my knees, my eyes closed, breathing heavily, trying to calm down. Fleeing the bed, lightly shift under me, I noticed my love mirror my actions. Being in control again, I opened my eyes to see my love warmly smiling back at me. I'm sorry. Edward, what are you apologizing for? Didn't we say no apologies? Yes, but if you were together with a hum. Edward, listen, I am in this relationship fully aware of all consequences. I want this. I want us. Yes, it is a little complicated and it is dangerous, but I decide to do it no matter what. There are things that are worth everything. You are worth it. We are worth it. I didn't know what to say. I just looked down at the covers. My love cupped my face in her warm, small hands lifted it up so I would look at her. Edward the First could have a relationship with a human boy if I wanted it. Sure, but what's the use in it if it doesn't make me happy? What's the use in all of those human experiences if they don't make you happy? If they don't give me any fulfillment? I never thought about it that way. She was right. What is the use in all if it doesn't make one happy? Maybe you are right, but a human boy could do this and more. At that she laughed and shook her head, leaving me slightly confused. Edward, even if you would be a human, this is as far as I would go. Taking it slowly, I'm not only doing it for you, but also for myself. I love you and I want you, but I'm not ready for more than kissing and touching. I'm sure that all girls in this world might think that I'm crazy for not jumping you the first chance I get, but I want to take it slow, baby steps. My angel smiled at me as she took my hands into her, squeezing them lightly. And beside, did I ever not tell you when I wasn't happy with something? She asked, making a cute, serious face, making me laugh and breaking the tension inside me. No, Anna, I love you. I squeezed her hands. It sounded more desperate than I intended. I love you too, Edward. We looked at each other, what could have been an eternity, until my Anna let go of my hands and brought hers to the top of her pajama top. Slowly and carefully, she opened the first button, never breaking eye contact with me. As she reached for the next, I grabbed her wrists. She looked questioned at me. "See, can I do it, please?" I breathed out shakily. The love of my life smiled at me and let her hands fall to her sides, standing before me unmoving. My hands were shaking as I lifted them to the second button of her top. My breath captured in my lungs. Carefully touching her chest, lightly, I swallowed hard. Slowly and clumsy, I undid the button. With each button of her top, the anticipation of what was behind the confines of the fabrics grew, but also my fear of not being able to control myself and hurting her. As I dismissed the last button from its task, the sides of her top slightly fell apart, only revealing a small tab of her belly. I still held my breath as I watched the fabric slide of her delicate shoulders. All my worries of this act being too much were proven wrong. I don't know how this amazing creature did it, but she knew exactly how far she could push my boundaries without me losing control. Once the shirt fell off her shoulders, it revealed a royal blue bikini top that covered what would be too much for me to maintain control, but allowed enough access to her soft flesh. I laughed, relieved at what I saw, placing my forehead on her neck, whispering, "I love you," over and over as I rained kissed on her heated skin. Pulling back, I took her in completely before my hands explored the sight before me. I placed my hands on each side of her hips, and I concentrated on the feel of her soft and warm skin there, before slowly rubbing circles with my thumbs on her stomach. My touch on her stomach was tickling her as she softly giggled at the contact of my thumbs on her belly. Having been tickled enough, Anna pushed at my chest, wanted me to lay back down. Without speaking, I complied. I lay down on my back and pulled in on the top of me. She was straddling my waist. My love took my hands in hers and placed them on the covers. I fisted the fabrics in my hands while my beautiful mate gazed at me with pure love in her eyes. I was still unsure and frightened. This was all so new to me. I was horrified at the idea of hurting her, but I was unable to stop. The hunger for her blood, The blood of my singer was completely replaced with a new, much stronger hunger for her body. It was a fight I couldn't win. It was a fight I didn't want to win. In the back of my mind, the gentleman in me was screaming at me to stop, but the man in me silenced him. Where had the gloomy, depressed vampire gone who would never allow this? Did I really trust her so much that I was doing something against my better judgment by putting all my faith in her? In this moment, I realized that I was seeing Anna as my equal. I had trust and faith in her. I was willing to give her the lead in departments I was unsure about or unexperienced with. With this newfound knowledge and faith, I moved my hands slowly and cautious on her hips and took a gentle hold on her. Anna took a sharp breath and closed her eyes as my hands touched the hot skin of her stomach. Regaining her composure, she waited for me to adjust to the new position. She was taking me in while biting her lower lip. She looked so hot, I nearly melted away. Anna brought her hand to my face and traced my lips with her fingertips. "Grab the covers." My love gently and huskily commanded. I did as I was told and let go of her hips to fist my hands once again in the covers before my angle started running her both hands lightly over my chest, making contact only with her fingertips. It felt like pure electricity was running through every part of my body. I heard the fabrics of the covers tear. As I calmed down, she started to place small, hot kisses along my chest, and I couldn't hold the moan that escaped my lips, which caused a sexy grin to spread on Anna's beautiful face. My love lifted herself up in a sitting position and intensely gazed at me for a moment, waiting for me to be ready to go on. As I regained my composure, my hands found her hips again. She was slightly trembling as I started to carefully and slowly run my hand up her sides, concentrating on the feel and on not hurting her. Slowly and carefully, my hands were running over the heated skin of her torso. I was exploring every little inch I could get access to. It was pure desire. I needed to feel her. Exploring her body was both torture and pleasure in one. I turned us around, and Anna was back lying on a mattress, and I felt my hunger for her worse than ever. Taking a few calming breaths, I carefully brushed my lips against the soft flesh of her tummy, slowly kissing and worshiping every inch of her torso that wasn't covered by the minimal fabrics that kept my sanity at bay. She was arching her back at the contact of my cool lips with her hot skin and making the pleasure that I brought her known by making the sweetest sounds as I slowly worked my way along her body. When I had covered every last inch of her torso with kisses, I captured her lips with mine. Her hands found their way into my hair, pulling me closer to her as we shared a long, passionate kiss before breaking apart. Anna was lying next to me. We both were breathing heavily, basking in this amazing high. I have never felt this extent of satisfaction and joy before in my life. It was pure bliss. Looking at Anna's face and seeing the joy on her face that mirrored mine, knowing that I also am able to make her feel like she makes me, causes me a feeling of joy and satisfaction I can't put in words. "You okay?" asked my personal angel looking up at me. More than just okay. I breathed as I placed a kiss on her forehead, taking her hand in mine and lacing our fingers before brining her hand to my mouth and placing a kiss on the back of her hand. I expanded my boundaries in the aspect of a physical relationship with Anna tonight. I still don't believe in sex before marriage, but touching and kissing seemed appropriate enough. We still had a long way to go in our physical and emotional relationship, and I was looking forward with anticipation and excitement to pass every step along the way. I resented the rising sun because it announced that my love would leave soon. I know it only would be hours before I could see her again then, but still her being here, it just felt right. She belonged here with me in my house, at my side, in my arms. I was lying in bed with Anna sleeping soundly beside me. Her head was lying in the crook of my shoulder. I caressed her body softly with my fingers, watching the rise and fall of her chest with every breath. Her body was so fragile and breakable, but her personality, on the other hand, strong and determinate. Somehow here looking at her right now, thinking about her, I feel my whole world shifting. I can't really explain it to myself, but for the last over 100 years, I was a product of the culture in which I was raised in. It was commonly that the man was the protector and provider, making the decisions for both himself and his wife. This is what I believed in, how I was raised. It feels like I was frozen in place the whole time, and now I'm moving on again. Is this how growing up feels like? For about 90 years, I was collecting knowledge in different areas, but it seems that only now I come to fully understand it, especially the changes in culture. Carlyle told us once that vampires do not change unless a great event happens in their lives to trigger the change, but my angle not only triggered a change in me, she is causing me to grow up and evolve. It's like I'm capable to see the world through her eyes, and everything is brighter, better, and for the first time since I got to know what I have become, there is hope. As it was time for her to wake up, I gently began to kiss Anna's neck, ears, and chin as I worked toward her full lips. Her first response to my ice-cold lips on her neck was a deep moan and an arching of her body into mine, and then she let out a deep sigh as I moved along her neck. By the time I reached her earlobe, she softly murmured, "Morning, handsome. I really love it to be kissed awake by you, Edward." The events of the evening before made me a little bold, so I licked her earlobe and whispered ever so softly in her ear, "This is certainly a pleasurable way to wake you up, my love." I was still planting kisses down her jawline when she opened her eyes and said, "Did we become a little bold since the activities yesterday night, Mr. Cullen?" "Yes, indeed I did. Is that all right?" I asked her. "Of course it is all right. That was the best night of my life so far." "Thank you. I love you." I couldn't stop the stupid grin that spread across my face. I kissed her forehead and pressed her to me as tight as I dared. "Edward, you guys got to get out of bed. We need to go to school soon." Alice told me in her thoughts. I groaned and said, "It's time to get out of bed. We need to go to school." I sighed and began to stand up. Anna smiled at me, came closer, and whispered in my ear, "It's a good thing that Kevin sleeps like a stone, isn't it?" Her hot breath made me shiver, and before I had time to think, she ran into the bathroom, closing the door behind her. That little tease. I quickly changed my clothes and went to get the present I had bought for Anna as she was shopping with Alice and Rosalie. It's a platinum charm bracelet form Tiffany with diamants. I hope she will like it. Anna came out of the bathroom directly into my arms, kissed me, and melted into my embrace. "Love, I have something for you. A little present if you don't mind." She pulled back, and I showed her the small box in the typical Tiffany's colors. Tiffany's was all she said, the surprise evident on her face. My love smiled at me, took the box, and gave me a kiss before opening the box. When she opened the box and saw the charm bracelet, her eyes sparkled, and her kissable lips formed a perfect O. She liked it. I took it out of the box and put on her worst. "Thanks you. It's beautiful." Anna beamed at me and looked at her sparkling bracelet again. "Not as beautiful as you are, my love," I said while holding her in my arms and kissed the top of her head. As we made our way downstairs, we were greeted by my infant brother. "Well, what do we have here?" "Someone is in an unusual good mood. What happened with all that repressed sexual energy of yours, dear brother?" Jasper smirked at me, having Emmett's full attention now. Alice stood by Jasper's side, being barely able to contain her laughter, blocking her thoughts. In a flash, Emmett stood at Anna's side and asked her, "Did you make a man out of my little brother?" It was finally time that this 100-plus, some years old virgin got some action. Emmett boomed. I was about to bounce on him when Anna suddenly asked, "Afraid Edward is going to beat you in that department?" She raised an eyebrow at him and smiled triumphantly. Emmett's jaw hit the floor. This wasn't the reaction he was hoping for. My siblings and parents couldn't hold in their laughter at the sight of Emmett's priceless expression. Anna caught him completely off guard, and he couldn't come up with a good retort to that. I was positively proud of my girl. After school, I brought Anna over to Kevin's place. He was back from abroad and insisted on some bonding time with his niece. Back home, I sat down on my piano and began to play. When I drowned in my thoughts, I was playing one of my favorite jazz pieces, but resurfacing from them, I noticed that I was playing something entirely else, Wish by SCNS, one of her favorite pieces. I often catch myself nowadays that I do something or try something that I wouldn't have done before Anna entered my life. It's like she imprinted herself on me, and I'm slowly finding to a new balance. One between the person I have been for the last 100 and something years and the person she shows me I can be. I have been through many decades of changes, but nothing really touched me or even could attempt to alter my view of the world. But now it's happening without me even realizing it. As I sit at the piano and press my finger against the keys, my thoughts taking me back in the old days. As I was still a newborn to this life. As I was gifted with a new father, a friend and companion. A woman who loved me as if I was her own. My darkest days as I rebelled against my mentor. My childish stage as I was behaving rudely towards my new sister. All the times I was acting out or blowing off on my family. Remembering those times, I suddenly realized how blessed I am having been graced with this wonderful people. My family. Even after committing all the sins that I have and behaving ungrateful, they didn't abandon me or loved me any less. My love once told me that one could have more than one family. The biological family that one is born in, and then there's the family that one can choose. People that have sincere feeling for each other, even though are not blood related. I realized only now that I am blessed enough to have both. I had a loving family as I was still human, and I have one now as well, but I also discovered that I never really made my gratefulness known. As I played my last note, I stood up from my seat and made my decision. I had to act on that decision now, before how did my love put it, think it to death, and before I'm going to wimp out of it. Family meeting, please. Within a second, everyone was in the dining room that we used only for those meetings. Is everything all right, son? Carlisle asked, concerned, as he placed his hand on my shoulder. Esme looked at me with a concerned expression as well. Rosalie was bored as usual. Emmett curious. Alice was the only one grinning, knowing what I was about to do, and poor Jasper was confused by his wife's emotions. Yes, everything is all right. I would only like to tell you all something. Of cause, son, Carlisle said as he mentioned for us to take our places. I took a deep breath and said, I would like to apologize to you all and thank you. Apologize for what? Rosalie broke and confused. The rest of my family also looked curious at me not understanding. Please let me finish before you ask. She nodded, and so did the others. It's just that I realized how I acted in the past and how rude and ungrateful I have been behaving. Therefore, I would like to apologize to you all. They all sat shocked in their seats, and before someone had the chance to say anything, I went on. Furthermore, I would like to apologize especially to you, Rose. Her eyes widened as she looked at me. After you've been changed, I haven't been pleasant company. That's an understatement. Rosalie snorted, rolling her eyes. Esme shot her a disapproving look. Yes, I know. I just want you to know that I had my issues, what doesn't excuse the way I treated you back then. But I want you to know that it had in no way anything to do with you personally. I do love you, Rose. You are my sister, but as you know, the two of us clash on many occasions and points of view, despite that I should have pulled myself together better back then. I hope you will find it in you to forgive my selfish and immature behavior and rudeness. While I never thought you would step down from your high horse. It's good to see you down to earth, little brother. Rose smiled at me. Next, I would like to apologize to all of you for all the times I snapped at one of you, or was just generally unpleasant to be around. Sure thing, bro, we are family. Emmett boomed happily. Yup, was all that Alice said. Jasper nodded, thinking that I finally started to mature. I had to roll my eyes at him. Edward, you really don't need. Esme started, but I cut her off. Yes, I do, Esme. I have to specially thank Carlisle and you for regarding me as your son, for loving me every day and putting up with me, my temper and stubbornness. I turned to my creator and continued. Carlisle, I want to thank you for never giving up on me, for being my friend, companion, mentor, and father. Esme was in a flash in front of me and threw her arms around my neck as she hugged me tight to her, sobbing, touched by what I said on my shoulder. In Carlisle's thoughts, I heard that he was also touched and proud of me for doing this. After a hugging attack from Alice and Emmett, and nod from Rosalie, and a pat on my shoulder from Jasper and Carlisle, I went out for a run in the forest. I had never been one to share my feelings with others, and doing what I just had done did cost me a lot of overcoming. The whole time I felt like bolting out of the dining room, but those were things that needed to be said. I was slowly coming clean with all the loose ends and issues in my life, and it was a good feeling. Anna's POV. The weeks pasted by in a blur. Edward and I got to know each other better, and we were in love and happy together. I know it sounds cheesy, but don't forget I'm happily in love. Everyone in school got used to the fact that we were a couple now, even though the first weeks the girls hit on Edward like crazy. He told me that the girls here thought he was gay because he wouldn't go out with any one of them, and now that he had a girlfriend, they were giving it a shot. He was positively disgusted by their behavior. I felt sorry for him having to fight all those girls off. Boy, I never glared so much in my life at someone as in those 2 weeks at the female population of Forks High. I mean, honestly, some of them even had the nerve to hit on him while I stood right next to him, giving Edward their numbers and asked him to call them. It took all I had not to do something I would have regretted later. As for Bella, after Edward and I announced that we were a couple, she stopped trying to speak to me. Whenever I saw her, she would give me a jealous and sad look, then quickly look away. I was really happy with Edward, but I did feel a little guilty for snatching Edward away from Bella. One away at least. None can choose who one fall in love with. Bella was still gazing at Edward in every lunch break, and I asked myself if she would manage to find out what he is. Carlisle called Billy Black after the incidents that happened when I was at their bonfire. They had long conversation about the treaty and some specific points of it. As the day where Mike and the others were to go to La Push draw closer, I proposed to go to La Push with them to see if everything would go well and the Wolves kept their part of the deal. Do I really need to mention that the idea got shot down immediately by a certain someone with help, if I might add? Carlisle had voiced a vital point that we had to trust the Wolves on this one, because Bella and Jake could meet up anytime. She could go to La Push anytime and meet one of the other boys there as well. On their territory, it was Sam's and the other werewolves' responsibility to protect the secret. Theirs and ours. And they did. After her visit in La Push, Bella didn't start an internet search for vampires. Instead, Alice saw her tip an email to her mom. XOXOX. It was Friday now, and the school had ended. It was the day where Bella would be attacked by those men in Port Angeles. Rosalie didn't want to have anything to do with it. She didn't like Bella at all and went straight home while Edward, Alice, Jasper, Emmett, and I would follow Bella, Angela, and Jessica to Port Angeles. Of course, with Edward's driving, we were their way too early. Do I even need to ask what we were going to do now? I asked knowing what we were all in for. Isn't it obvious? Shopping. Alive, chirped, excited, jumping out of the car. Only one store, Alice. 3 against 2. One store, Alice. Emmett warned. He and Alice argued on about her being allowed to visit only one store with clothes, while Jasper was a silent bystander, wisely not taking anyone's side. Edward rolled his eyes and groaned. I locked my arms around his waist and said smugly, "You should have followed the traffic laws, especially the speed limits. Now you have to live with the consequences of your actions." Edward looked at me with a wicked glimmer in his eyes, and before I could get away from him, he had his hands on either side of my waist and tickled me. Dear Lord Edward was such a tease. Ever since he discovered how ticklish I am, he used every opportunity to tickle me. I squealed as he tickled me until I finally was able to free myself from him and run a few steps in front of him, catching up with Emmett, Jasper, and Alice ahead of us. "Hey, aren't you supposed to be my big brother and protect me?" I pouted playfully at Emmett. Shoot, I knew I forgot something. He grinned at me, and the boys smirked at each other. They wanted to mess with me, they could have it. Alice was beaming and could barely hold in her excitement. Jasper, sensing her mood, already knew that something was coming. Jasper must send Edward a warning because Edward sobered up and tried to catch up to me. Alice, how about we go look for shoes and makeup and some clothes? I said, not giving Edward the opportunity to continue. Well, I would love that. Alice sang, playing along, knowing beforehand she would get her way. Right, Jazz, we're going shopping. Alice said with a glowing face, but her voice was threatening. Sure, my dear. Jazz answered with an amused expression. Edward and Emmett groaned at that. I hope that taught you a lesson, boys. Don't mess with the best. Alice said smugly as she turned around to look at them before graping my arm and dragging me into the first store. After a shoe shop where we didn't find anything to our liking. Yes, Alice could actually go into a shop without buying something. We bounced on a makeup store buying some makeup. The last stop was a little boutique where Alice spotted an outfit for Jasper. I was looking through the tops as 2 cold hands locked themselves around my waist. That was really naughty of you, my love. Edward muttered as he kissed my neck. I sucked in a sharp breath as he blew his cold breath over my skin, making goosebumps arise. I turned my head so I could face him. What can I say? I'm just as good at dishing out as I can take in. I've noticed, he said as he gazed lovingly at me, kissing my temple and rocking us both a little. When we were finished with the shopping, we still had about 2 hours until Bella would appear at the bookstore. She had no idea what Edward was, nor had she heard about the legends, but she still would go to try to find a decent bookstore. She would still run into the same problems. Since we have time, how about we get you something to eat, my love? You didn't really touch the lunch at school today. Honestly, can you blame me? They had everything I don't eat. I retorted. My vampire didn't like it one bit if I neglected my meals. Edward looked stern at me. Okay, I could use something to eat, and I was a little hungry by now, to be honest. We went back to the Volvo, and Edward drove us to a restaurant, La Bella Italia. We got out of the car, and Emmett and Jasper excused themselves to go to look for some video games they wanted to check out. It was only Edward, Alice, and me now. The restaurant looked a lot like in the Twilight movie, and the host was a female. She had long, straight blonde hair, big blue eyes, and a figure like a model. In her white and black work dress, she looked like every man's dream come true. She assessed Edward with hungry eyes and welcomed him a little more warmly than she should have. I don't think she noticed Alice and me in this moment. It did annoy me that all female seemed to throw themselves at him, but that was the price I had to pay being with him, and I gladly did. A table for 3? Edward said, holding my hand. The host flickered her eyes on me, dismissing me immediately, and then turning her gaze on Alice, eyeing her challenging. I just rolled my eyes at her behavior, but I couldn't blame her. Edward is just too hot, hands down. She led us to a table big enough for 4 in the center of the most crowded area of the dining floor. Deja vu is all I thought. Can we have a table at the windows, please? Alice in a sweet voice, looking directly into her eyes, dazzling her. Oh, of course. She answered, being a little dazzled. Edward chuckled. Shaking her head, she led us to a table at the windows. Your server will be right out. She said, her eyes trained on Edward as she reluctantly left us. It was getting dark. The light was disappearing quickly behind the mountains, and the stars were becoming visible. The view out of the window allowed us a beautiful sight at the red, orange, violet, blue horizon before the colors faded into the dark of the night. Do we still have enough time? Not that we are going to be too late. Don't worry, Bella Swan. Just arrived with the other 2 girls in the boutique. That's going to take a while. Just as Alice finished answering, our server arrived, her face expectant. Just like in a book, the hostess had definitely dished behind the scenes. The girl had the look of a predator in her eyes, and my Edward was her prey. She flipped a strand of short black hair behind one ear and smiled with unnecessary warmth, trying to be alluring. Hello, my name is Amber, and I'll be your server tonight. What can I get you to drink? She was only looking at my vampire and tried to be sexy. Edward put his arm around my shoulders and started to kiss my neck. The look on her face was priceless. 3 Cokes, please. I smiled at her. Her face turned hard. She huffed a little and turned to walk into the kitchen. She won't do anything into the drinks, will she? I'll watch out, Edward said against my neck. Edward, the server is gone. You can cut it out now. I pushed him gently away. I had to stop him before I lost it. It was hard to keep a straight face and to suppress the moan that was caught in my throat. What he could do with his lips should be illegal and was definitely not meant for public places. Fine. He sighed, pouting against my skin, sending shivers down my spine. My eyes locked with Alice's, and she was having a knowing look which made me wonder what she had seen me doing if Edward would have stopped. Rolling my eyes in amusement, I looked around the place, started to giggle a little at the whole situation, and shake my head. What? Edward asked. Alice looked curious at me. You know, this is the restaurant where you were supposed to have your first date with Bella later tonight. Really? Edward and Alice asked in union. Yeah, and the hostess and the server are doing exactly what they did in the book. It's rather funny to experience that. After I had eaten my spaghetti, we left the restaurant, meeting Emmett and Jasper outside. Edward drove us to the bookstore where Bella would turn up in a few minutes. Emmett, Jasper, Alice, and I got out of the car while Edward would park it somewhere Bella couldn't see it. The windows of the bookstore were full of crystals, dream catchers, and books about spiritual healing. Alice told us that Bella wouldn't enter the store. We only entered it so we could have an accidental run-in with her. Edward arrived a few moments after we went inside. All right, guys, get ready. Only 30 seconds left. Alice whispered, and we prepared ourselves for the act. Bella arrived, looked at the window display. Her face was showing disappointment, and she was about to turn around when we exited the store. Hi, Bella. I greeted her as I caught her eyes. Hi. She greeted back in a soft and quiet voice, blushing and looking at the ground. Don't you want to go inside? Alice asked. No, this store isn't really my cup of tea. Bella answered, being nervous and blushing even more. I'll better go back. Jessica and Angela are surely waiting for me. I'm here with them, so good night. You're going back into town, so are we. Let's go together. I smiled at her. Bella wanted to decline this offer, but Emmett stepped in. Bella, it's already dark outside, and we are quite out of town. If you go on your own, who knows what could happen to you? First, Bella wanted to argue with Emmett. I could see that, but then she looked around and sighed defeated. You're probably right. It has gotten pretty late, she said, blushing again and biting her bottom lip nervously. I knew that she was feeling really uncomfortable seeing Edward and me together, but better, she felt uncomfortable now, the being raped and killed later. As we were on our way back to town, Alice tried to start a conversation, but Bella wasn't up to it, understandable. We continued our walk in silence. As we passed the backs of several somber-colored warehouses, I knew those men weren't far. Soon we could hear their laughter, which sounded sick and wicked in my ears. Edward pulled me closer into his body and growled lowly, so that only the vampires and I could hear. Jasper shielded Alice protectively with his body. Alice rolled her eyes, amused at her husband, as if she couldn't take them out on her own. Bella also heard them and looked frightened in their direction. Don't worry, Bella, they won't come near us. We are a large group, and with Edward, Emmett, and Jasper here, they won't bother. I told her to calm her. Bella only nodded at that, walking a little faster than before. We arrived at La Bella Italia, and Jessica and Angela were just stepping out of the restaurant. They both made big eyes as they as Bella with us, and Bella waved at them before she turned to face us again. Thanks for accompanying me here. If not for you guys, then. She looked at the ground as she said that before any one of us could say anything, she continued. All I want to say is thank you. Good night. Good night, Alice, and I said in union. The boys nodded. With that, she turned and ran to Jessica and Angela in one piece and unharmed. I only could hope that she wouldn't run in more trouble. XOXOX. It was Monday, and at the end of this week, the girls' choice dance would take place. Edward, Alice, Jasper, and I were driving in Edward's Volvo to their house. Suddenly, Alice went still, and I heard a low growl coming from Edward. As Alice resurfaced, I asked Edward, "What's wrong?" "It's just 3 nomads are in the area. I don't like other vampires so close to you, especially non-vegetarian," Edward said in a grim voice. "Don't worry, love, nothing will happen to you. I will make sure of it," Edward said, sounding firm and confident. Yes, I know. I was biting my lower lip, debating with myself how I should tell them, or if it was really wise to do it while my boyfriend was currently driving. You know about them? Edward suddenly asked, shocked, figuring it out by himself. Well, yeah, I do. It's just that I didn't want it to worry you and Jasper too much, because you won't like what I have to tell you one bit. I told him honestly. And what exactly won't we like? Jasper asked, suspicious before Edward could. Let's get home, and I tell you when the others are also there. Edward speed to the Cullen mansion even faster than before. We arrived, got out of the car, and gathered together in the dining room around the big table. I understand that you have something to tell us about the 3 visitors that Alice saw in her vision. Carlisle asked, and I nodded. Well, then the floor is yours whenever you are ready. I took a deep breath and began. Alice, I told you about your past, right? She nodded. Well, what I didn't tell you was that James would come here. What? Jasper sprang from his seat. Why didn't you tell us earlier? He asked me angrily. Edward shot up from his seat and took a protective stance in front of me, growling at Jasper. Jasper, please calm down, Carlisle said as he went to him and put his hand on his shoulder. Edward. Carlisle looked at him and told him something in his mind. Edward nodded and sat back down, putting his arm around my waist and pulling me closer to him, shielding me from Jasper. I thought Edward was a little bit overreacting, but Carlisle had it under control, so I just rolled with it for now. I'm sorry for not telling you earlier, but I didn't want to freak you out unnecessarily for weeks. It was the truth. Edward and Jasper would have been paranoid the whole time, worrying over Alice's and mine's safety. It's all right, love, now. Which one of them is James? Edward asked me as he took my hand in his. James is the blonde one. He is a tracker and a sadist. The woman, her name is Victoria, and she is in love with James. She would do anything for him, even though he doesn't consider her his mate. And the second male is Laurent. He is only with them, so he has company and doesn't have to travel alone. The reason why I didn't tell you earlier is because you two would have freaked for weeks. With a very good reason for that, Edward retorted carefully. But back to what happened the day after the dance. There will be a thunderstorm coming, and you were supposed to play baseball. You would have brought Bella to that clearing, and for a while everything was all right until James and his coven showed up. He smelled Bella, and you all protected her. What made chasing her the perfect game for him? That was one reason he wanted Bella, and the other was that he recognized Alice, and according to him, you owed him something since he still considers her his prey. Well, kind of. At this point, Jasper growled dangerously and muttered under his breath in a dark, ice-cold voice. I will rip this bastard in pieces. I like that train of thought, but I wasn't finished. I said as Emmett interrupted me. What, there is more? Yep, it's going to get better, but I'm afraid I will have to spoil your fun, Em. I told him with a smirk. Spoil my fun? He asked, confused. As the story went, Edward killed James in the end, but you couldn't catch Victoria. I already told you that she's in love with him, so she wanted to avenge James' death. A mate for a mate, but because she couldn't get to Bella on her own, she created an army of newborns in Seattle for the purpose of killing Bella and every Cullen they could get. And of course, an army of newborns in Seattle brought the Volturi on your doorstep. What I'm saying is that if you want to take care of James, you better not forget about Victoria, which would mean no army of newborns for you, Emmett. I smiled at him while he pouted. And as for Laurent, he will not help them in this. And he might be Irina's mate, but I'm not sure about it. I just know they got along pretty good. He will want you. I heard Edward whisper as he tightened his grip on me. They were all thoughtful except Jasper and Edward, who were looking murderous. And what would happen if we wouldn't go play baseball on Saturday? Carlisle asked after a while. I answered before Jasper or Edward could say something. Well, in the book, they were leaving the area when they heard you play. What caught their attention and led them to you, but I can't say for sure that they will leave if you won't be there. I'm sorry, Carlisle. I do respect your pacifism, but I won't stay put when I know that there is a danger out there for my Alice. He may not discover her now, but what about next time? Jasper asked in a stern voice. You are right, son, this matter has to be taken care of. Carlisle finally said with a sad expression he didn't like the aspect of killing someone, even so vile creatures as James and Victoria. Oh wait, I almost forgot Victoria has a gift. I blurted out all of a sudden. They all looked at me. Sorry, just remembered. I nearly forgot that. It's all right, love. What is her gift? Edward asked me calmly. She is able to feel dangerous situations. If there is a trap or any kind of danger, she knows it somehow. This complicates things. Carlisle stated thoughtful. Alice was running those different scenarios and her had to see if they would work out after a while, she and Edward sighed. Because of her gift, they would know when we would track them, and it wouldn't end well for us. The best chance we have is to wait for them at the baseball field and surprise them during a game. Alice filled us in. Everyone nodded, and it was decided that I would stay with Esme at their mansion while they took care of James and Victoria. Of course, the James and Victoria problem wasn't going to stop Alice from going overboard because of the dance on Friday night. All right, girls, time to go shopping. We have a mission. The perfect prom dress. Alice said in a serious and determined voice. Alice, you can't be serious with James and Victoria here. Edward and Alice argued if we should go to shopping now. They argued back and forth, but one thing was sure, Alice would win. No doubt about it. While the two of them were arguing, I turned to face Esme, who was sitting on the couch in the living room beside me, watching them amused. Esme, did you ever go to a school dance when you were human? She looked sad at me. No, I didn't. I went to a Catholic all-girls school. We didn't have any dances there, and even if my father wouldn't have allowed it, then why don't you come with us on Friday to the dance? I mean you and Carlisle. I suggested. She looked stunned at me and didn't know what to say, so I did. The school always needs chaperones. I don't know if you will like it or not, but at least then you can say that you have been to a high school dance. If you like. And from her expression, I could tell that the idea was growing on her by the second. Esme, girl's choice. I told her, and she was at Carlisle's side in an instant, looking at him with excited, pleading eyes. Carlisle smiled at her and said, "It will be my pleasure to go to the dance with you, my dear." Esme's face lit up, and she kissed him. "It's decided, then let's get in the car and get us the perfect prom dresses," Alice said as she grabbed me and dragged me to the car. The guys didn't want to let us go on our own, so they went shopping with us. It was my first time going shopping with Esme. I was shopping with Alice often. I also was shopping with Rosalie, but never with Esme. It was really fun, us four girls in many, many shops. The guys were silently enduring the mischief. They had to stand outside the stores because Alice wouldn't let them see the dresses we picked out. After we had all found something to wear to the dance, we went home. On the next day, Esme called the school to ask if they needed some more chaperones, and they gladly accepted Esme's offer to be a chaperone. The days to the dance, Edward didn't let me out of his sight. He or someone else from his family was always by my side, just in case, as Edward called it. I was also prepared just in case James got to me. I'm maybe only human, but if he thinks I'm defenseless, this sadistic monster is sadly mistaken. It was Friday now, and we were at the Cullens in Alice's bathroom getting ready for the dance. Rosalie wore a red dress that clung perfectly to her curves. It had one straps over her left shoulder and a slot on the right side that went from the bottom nearly to her waist, exposing her right leg. She looked absolutely hot in it. Alice wore a lace-up halter dress by Maury Lee. It was pink and ended a few inches above her knees. Her pink heels and a silver necklace and a bracelet on her left hand completed her outfit. Esme wore a deep emerald evening gown that looked perfect in combination with her caramel hair. Long earrings, a platinum bracelet, and emerald stilettos completed her outfit. And I wore a long, strapless purple dress. My hair was in loose curls lying on my shoulders. I wore silver heels and a big bracelet on my left hand. The boys were completely stunned when we came down the stairs, and they saw us in our dresses for the first time. Esme took a lot pictures, and we were off to the dance. At the dance, we had a lot of fun. The theme was Casino Royale, and we walked into a mini Las Vegas. We were only dancing among ourselves, not letting our other halves dance with any other boy or girl that didn't belong to the Cullen family. Edward and I, we were slowly dancing to the music flush against each other. My head was resting on his shoulder, and I had my arms locked around his waist. His arms mirror my actions. Slowly swaying to the music, I suddenly heard him groan. "Edward, what's wrong?" I looked up concerned. My vampire grimaced and cringed before he sighed. Carlisle and Esme are a little bit too much into the whole teenager thing. They are having their fun. I smiled at him, but he wasn't happy at all to have to see or hear this. Edward rested his head on my shoulder and breathed in my scent, trying to distract himself, which sparkled an idea. I pulled away from him, gave him a smile, took his hand in mine, and started to lead him from the dance floor. "What are you doing, love?" "You'll see." I grinned at him. I pulled him out of the gym through the hallways of the school to the chemistry lab. He looked at me puzzled, but didn't say a thing. I opened the door and pulled him inside with me. I led him to a desk in front of the big windows. The moon was shining brightly and was the only light source we had. He looked generous in the moonlight. His skin was faintly glowing. His features were brilliant. I pushed him down to sit on the table. He was curious and amused about that. "So what are you doing?" I placed a soft kiss on his lips. Pulling away from him, I smiled and looked around the classroom. He followed my gaze. We are alone in a classroom. I run my hands over his tights. He caught what I was implying. His arms were around my waist in an instant. He pulled me closer to him as his lips touched my collarbone, slowly savoring my skin there. Edward worked his way from the base of my throat along my neck to my jawline until he finally found my lips. His right hand was in my hair as our lips moved with each other, slowly dancing a passionate dance. My hands were on his chest, lightly running up and down, feeling his muscles under his clothes. We were continuing to sweetly torture one another till we broke apart breathlessly. Panting, us both have stupid grins on our faces. "Thank you." Edward said as he stood right in front of me, still heavy breathing, his right hand stroking my cheek lovingly. His golden eyes looked intensely into mine, sparkling, filled with love and happiness. Thank you for what? I was a little confused. My vampire bent his head, his lips touched my ear lightly before he softly whispered, "It has been a fantasy of mine to make out with you in a classroom. Thank you for this wonderful experience." Edward raining kisses on my neck and shoulder before we had to make ourselves presentable again. We go back to the dance. "This was a wonderful evening. Thank you for the idea, Anna," Esme said as they drove me to Kevin's place in Carlisle Mercedes. "You're welcome. I'm glad that you liked it." I smiled at her from the back seat while Edward had his arm around my waist and was playing with my hair. I have to admit, I felt like a teenager tonight. Esme giggled. Carlisle took her hand and kissed her wrist while gazing lovingly at her. I should have been worried because he wasn't looking at the road, but well, he's a vampire after all. Edward walked me to the front door, kissed me goodnight just as Kevin opened the front door and cleared his throat. "I know she looks absolute generous, but I'm afraid you will have to say goodbye for tonight, Edward," Kevin said, feigning being upset about our kiss. In reality, Kevin really liked Edward and was very supportive of our relationship. I was glad that Edward and Kevin got along. "I'm afraid I will, sir," Edward said in a respectful voice to Kevin and pulled me one last time close to him before kissing my temple and telling me goodnight. As he jumped back into the Mercedes, I knew he would be back in a few minutes. Kevin pulled me excited into the living room. "Did you have fun?" "Yes, it was awesome." "Yeah, I bet you look really happy on the pictures." "What pictures?" I asked, confused. He pointed at his laptop, and there was a picture of Edward and me at the dance on the screen. "Esme sent them over a while ago. I was wondering when she found time to take pictures of us, but then again, she was a vampire." As I entered my bedroom, after my nightly routine, Edward was laying under the heating blanket on my bed, waiting for me. I joined him, and we kissed a little before I fell asleep. As I slowly woke up, I heard a velvet voice say, "Morning, beautiful. Morning, handsome." I replied instantly with a smile on my lips. He kissed my forehead and asked, "What do you want to do now? We have some time before I bring you to my house." I'm not hungry, so why don't we just stay in bed, talk, kiss, and enjoy each other's company? You always have the best plans." He purred as he kissed the tip of my nose. That's how the next hours were spent until we had to go to his house. As it was time for them to go to the clearing, Edward pulled me to him and brushed his lips over mine. He pressed me against his body and kissed me passionately. As our lips parted, he gazed into my eyes where he could see my worry for him and the others. He placed a soft kiss on my forehead. "Don't worry, love. Everything will be fine. Just please be careful, all of you," I said as I looked at all of them. Edward gave me a dazzling smile, and they left the house. "Don't worry. This James and his coven are outnumbered. It'll be fine," Esme told me as she led me to the couch. I didn't know if she was trying to convince me or herself. I just didn't like it that I was safe while they were putting themselves out there. I gave her a weak smile and sat down with her in the living room. All we could do now was to wait and pray that they wouldn't get hurt. I did have faith in them and knew that they could take care of themselves, but still I was worried. After what had been the longest 2 hours and 7 minutes of my life, Edward and the others were back. From the look on their faces, I could tell it didn't go how they wanted it to. "What happened?" Esme asked, concerned, as Edward came to stand behind me and wrapped his arms around me, pressing me into him. "That didn't show," Emmett said, disappointed as he sat down on the couch and pouted. "What do you mean, they didn't show?" I asked, confused. I had the vision that they were going to come and play with us, but suddenly they turned around and we couldn't find them anymore. I can't see them clear. I think they are searching for something, and since they don't know where they are going, it is impossible to get a vision. That's so frustrating, Alice explained in an annoyed voice, crossing her arms over her chest. Jasper took her in his arms, trying to calm her down. He was visibly angry and disappointed that they escape him. "And where does that leave us now?" Esme asked again. "We will continue to search for them, but I don't think we will be successful. If we only knew what they are searching for," Carlisle explained with a sigh. Edward pulled me closer to him, nuzzling his face in my hair. He didn't like it one bit that James and Victoria were still alive. In the next 2 weeks, Alice saw that James and Victoria were still in the area, but she couldn't detect the exact place, and Victoria's ability was making catching them even harder. XOXOX. It was Thursday, and I was sitting in my trig class with Edward at my side. Not knowing what James and Victoria had in mind was having a toll on all of us. Maybe it was this toll that had me having this uneasy feeling, a feeling telling me that something was wrong or was going to be. Ever since I woke up, I was feeling strange, as if in the back of my mind, I knew something was about to happen, and it wasn't anything good. But then again, this whole James and Victoria matter might only make me hysterical, but careful enough not to complain about the 24/7 custodies. At least I had pleasure of knowing if James was stupid enough to kidnap me. He would be faced with an unpleasant surprise. Watch out, sadistic vampire, you got the wrong girl to mess with. If my emergency plan will work out, a quiet voice in my head added. I try to push those thoughts away and concentrate on the lesson. No need to drive myself crazy. Suddenly, the trig teacher came to stand beside me. Anna, would you please bring these papers to Mr. Banner? He said as he handed me the papers. I can do it, Edward said, reaching for the papers, but the teacher wasn't having it. I think Anna is capable of doing this on her own, Mr. Cullen. The teacher said in a stern voice and handed me the papers, giving Edward a disapproving look. I turned to him and gave him a reassuring smile. I leaned in as the teacher had his back to us and gave him a light kiss on his cheek. I'll be right back, I whispered to Edward, and he nodded reluctant, not liking it that I would go alone. He looked like a lost puppy, probably debating with himself if he should just ignore the teacher and come with me or not. As I stood up, I looked at him and breathed. Edward, the first love you. At that, he gave me his crooked smile and mouthed an I love you back. I went to Mr. Banner's class, which was across the campus. On the way across the campus, I had an uneasy feeling like I was being watched. I stopped and looked around, but didn't see anything. Shaking my head to clear my thoughts, I continued my task and delivered the papers. As I made my way back, the feeling of being watched returned, and I suddenly had the feeling that someone was behind me. My heart was going wild in my chest, throbbing violently against my rib cage. My breath became shallow and short. My mind tried to convince me that I was just imagined, think that the last few days had just taken a greater toll on me than I thought. But it was no use. I could feel the sweat form on my forehead and in my palms. Fear and paranoia were rushing through my body. I did the only thing I could think of in a situation like this. I run, but I didn't get far as a cold hand went over my mouth. I got spun around until my back was flush against the wall. When I opened my eyes again, I was faced with the beginning of my nightmare. There before me was a handsome-looking man, too beautiful to be human. His beauty, the cold of his skin, and his crimson eyes betrayed him. A vampire was standing before me, holding me hostage. But it wasn't only any vampire. It was the sadistic tracker. It was James. Anna's POV. I did the only thing I could think of in a situation like this. I run, but I didn't get far as a cold hand went over my mouth. I got spun around until my back was flush against the wall. When I opened my eyes again, I was faced with the beginning of my nightmare. There before me was a handsome-looking man, too beautiful to be human. His beauty, the cold of his skin, and his crimson eyes betrayed him. A vampire was standing before me, holding me hostage. But it wasn't only any vampire. It was the sadistic tracker. It was James. Time seemed to stand still in the moment of realization. My breath was caught in my lungs, and my heart threatened to jump out of my chest out of fear. There in front of me he stood, the one vampire I could have done without, his ruby eyes boring into mine. He didn't look like the James in the movie. The real version was angelic. Put a white robe on him, and one could think he was an angel expecting a halo to appear over his head. A hilarious thought, knowing who he was. But the angelic appearance didn't fool one for long. Behind his eyes, one could easily see the truth. Behind the perfection of beauty was the ugliness hidden. The look in his ruby eyes, the eyes that were blood red, the blood of his victims swimming in his eyes. He was showing it off proudly to the world. He was openly showing the murderer he was. His pale skin, feeling ice-cold, mirrored his herd, a block of ice with no mercy in it. A perfect killer who enjoyed the hunt and the pain his prey felt. The pain he inflicted on others was his joy. His sadistic pools were boring into my eyes. Terror washed over me as I looked into his blood-red eyes. An evil grin spread across his face as he could taste my fear on his tongue. His crimson eyes and the expression in his face, every fiber of his being, was screaming lethal and dangerous. The warning that he was someone you should stay away from was visible with one look. His ice-cold hand, still over my mouth, felt like a hand of death trying to steal the life out of me. It was so different from when Edward, Alice, Esme, Rosalie, Emmett, Jasper, or Carlisle touched me. Their hands were also as cold, but held a tenderness and a care to it that made me feel secure. When Edward touched me, the feeling was incredible. His touch caused me joy and happiness. A warmth I never knew before, but right now I'm in the clutches of death. Finally, I've got you, delicious pet. He whispered into my ear as he leaned into me. His breath hit my skin, and I was repulsed having him this close to me. His nose was at my neck as he deeply inhaled my scent. An evil, satisfied grin spread across his face as he was looking at me with hungry, bloodthirsty eyes. The predator had his aimed prey. He took his hand from my mouth, and before I had the chance to scream for help, he flung me over his shoulder, knocking the air out of me in the process, and took off. Struggling for air, I opened my eyes again, trying not to lose my consciousness. Before my eyes, the green-brown blur was in motion. The plot of the horror movie was developing as fast as he was able to move his feet. With every single step of his, I was further brought into a nightmare. I was wondering, was it just me, or did danger follow me around here? I mean, honestly, what were the chances that he was going to find me, not to mention that he was searching for me? He said finally that meant he was searching for me. But why was he searching for me, anyway? And how did he even know that I existed? He ran away from the Cullens at the baseball game. Wade Alice said that she couldn't get a vision because he was searching for something and it wasn't decided where he was going. Still, why me? I mean, come on, danger wasn't following me in my world, and I will not count the nearly getting killed by a car thing that happened while I was still in my world. Could it be that it had to happen because the story requires it? That even though Edward isn't together with Bella, but with me the same incidents have to happen? Not like in the books of Cause, but remotely the same? Then how to break that chain of events? I'm not looking forward to fight against an army of newborns or to a visit by the Volturi. Maybe if James and Victoria would be killed together, then there was a chance that everything ended. But anyway, I hoped that he wouldn't bite me. The thought of his venom in my body was disgusting. After he had run what seemed like an eternity of uncertainness and fear to me, he stopped all of a sudden. Just as abrupt as the beginning of this odyssey started, it ended with him throwing me off his shoulder onto the wet forest ground. I was falling the short distance, expecting the painful impact. I hit the ground on my backside, keeping the groan of pain that was building in my chest captured. I wasn't going to give him this satisfaction. Looking up, I was faced with him taunting me, an evil, amused grin of his face as he watched me, sneering at me. He gauged my reaction, probably waiting for me to start screaming, to try to flee or beg for my life. His expression became curious as I did not do one of those things. I just stared at him, asking myself why I didn't feel as afraid as the situation would require it. Yes, I was afraid, but not as much as I should be, considering I would most likely die here. More than afraid, I was uncomfortable by his presence. There was something creepy to him that I couldn't explain. It was more than just the whole he's a non-vegetarian vampire thing. I didn't like it how close he was to me. In an attempt to get some space between us, I slowly and carefully crawl away from him. My eyes trained on him as the space between us grew. Making another move away from him, I hit toe hard in cold bars with my back. I instantly knew who those bars belonged to. My blood froze in my veins. Of course, it would only become worse. I lifted my head and looked into the blood-red eyes of the female vampire of the group. Her fire-red hair was messy, but it looked good on her. She was pale and beautiful like all vampire, making me briefly wonder if there was such a thing as an ugly vampire before I snapped back to my current predicament. She looked at me with disgust and jealousy in her eyes. The fact that James was after me and had any kind of interest in me, even just as a fancy meal, was upsetting her greatly. You got her, the little pet. Let me take a look at you, Victoria said as her lips turned into a twisted smile. She went to stand before me and grabbed my chin in her hand to have a better view of my face. I thought she was going to break. My jaw, her grip was that tight. Her crimson eyes bored into mine. I could see that she thought I wasn't worth the time and effort, but she would do anything for James. I was actually only spying, but then she was all alone. That was a chance I couldn't pass up. James smirked as he came to sit in a crouch before me with a sick smile on his face. A last-minute decision. Alice couldn't have seen this. This is bad. James reached his hand out to me. He touched my cheek carefully with a gentleness I didn't know he posed, but it only was creeping me out. Victoria growled lowly as she was watching his actions, but with one quick look from James, she was silenced. He stroked along my cheek, down my neck, and suddenly gripped the collar of my jacket, ripping it off in a quick movement. Take this and leave a false trail for her owners. We're going to make this interesting. He threw my jacket to Victoria, licked his lips, and looked hungry at me. My eyes widened, and I swallowed hard. I could hear my heart in my ears. It was beating violently. Not a good idea with vampires around, but what could I do? James noticed my high heart rate. He turned back to me and put his finger under my chin before saying, "Oh, don't worry, I won't kill you. Well, at least not now. First, I'll have some fun." I was prepared for this case. I somehow knew that James would get me, and I was ready to put up a fight. No matter how frightened, I was more numb than anything else. But to be able to have a chance, the odds had to be right. First, I couldn't take down 2 vampires at once. I would have to wait for James and Victoria to separate. Second, I needed to wait for the right moment to start my attack. I only had one shot, and it had to be placed perfectly. You know what you have to do? James questioned Victoria. She smirked amused at him. Of course, you will be very pleased. By the time they notice that they are following a wrong trail, it will be too late. James and Victoria's faces turned into evil grimaces before she took off, and he flung me over his shoulder again, flying through the forest. At least they didn't know about Alice's, Edward's, and Jasper's abilities. I could only hope Alice would see in time what was happening. I'm certain I'm able to fight James off for some time, but I would need a miracle to kill him on my own. I don't want Edward, Alice, Rosalie, Esme, Emmett, Jasper, or Carlisle to get hurt. I love them too much, but I can't help but hope they will come and save me. I have faith in them, and with the odds 7 against 2, I hope it's going to be all right. Edward's POV. It took really everything I had not to leap at this stupid teacher and rip his head off. With the James and Victoria matter not solved, I didn't like it one bit when Anna was out of my sight, with not even one of my siblings to guard her. As Anna was about to go, she whispered quietly, only meant for my ears, "Edward the First love you." Every time she says that, my heart swells. I gave her a crooked smile in response and mouthed my proclamation of my love for her. Does she even know how much she means to me? She is everything to me. If something was to happen to her, I don't know what I would do. I can't live without her anymore. To have to live without her is the worst kind of hell possible for me. Anna left the room, and I immediately started to look through the minds of others on her, but I only got glimpses of Anna. She had to go to Mr. Banner's class, which was at the other side of the campus, and a long distance where I wasn't able to see her at all. The seconds ticked by agonizingly slow until she finally arrived in Mr. Banner's class. I blew out a sigh of relief. She was fine. My love handed the papers over and walked out of the classroom. Now, it wouldn't be long before she would be at my side again, safe and sound. I was sitting in my chair and watching my watch. I was becoming more nervous and anxious by the second. She should have been in sight by now. Frantically, I was scanning the minds of others to get a glimpse of her, but I didn't see her. Suddenly, Alice's vision hit me like a freight train, knocking the air out of me. My angel was lying on the ground in the forest, and James and Victoria were hovering over her. James threw Victoria Anna's jacket and told her to leave false trails while he turned back to my angel. Violent fear was ruling my body and mind now. They had her. They had my love in their lethal clutches. Not able to hold back, I leaped down my seat, barely being able to pretend to be human. My face must have been murderous because the teacher jumped back at my sight. Naked fear was swimming in his eyes. His mouth was hanging open in shock, and he had his hand over his heart as it was beating violently out of fear. Not wasting my time with making any kind of explanations up, I rushed out of the room, barely keeping human speed. As I arrive at my car, so did my siblings already aware of the grave situation. Alice, do you know where he is taking her? I asked her in an urgent voice, shaking with a mix out of fear for my love's life and fury at that monster. He's going to some run-down building with her. It looks like a timber mill somewhere in the forest. I'm sorry, all I get are flashes from inside the building. I don't know which one it is, nor am I able to get a good vision of the area around. I already called Carlisle. How cold I not see this happening. Alice cried, devastated, as Jasper pulled her into his embrace. But Victoria, she will run across your meadow, Edward, as she will be leaving a false trail. Alice said, suddenly looking up at me. All right, Emmett, Rosalie, and Alice, you go to Edward's meadow and wait there for this Victoria while Edward and I are going to look up the closed timber mills in the area. Jasper commanded as he jumped into his military self. Jasper pulled his mobile out and went on the internet search for closed timber mills in the area. We knew our way around Forks, but he was a perfectionist when it came to planning a mission, and we couldn't afford to overlook a location. We all nodded and sprang into action. I could only hope that my love would be all right. I prayed to every god there is that she would be unharmed, that I would get to her in time. But one thing was for sure, this piece of junk was going to die a painful death. I was going to make sure of it. Anna's POV. He was running through the forest with me again. I was thrown over his shoulder, hanging head down like a sack of potatoes. In this position, I was slowly getting motion sickness. His shoulder bored into my stomach, and I felt like throwing up. I closed my eyes to try to regain my composure, breathing evenly in and out. His movements stopped abrupt again, and he shook me off his shoulder, throwing me to the ground again. The ground was harder than the one before, and I couldn't help but to let out a scream of pain as my body made the impact with the hard surface. There I was lying on the ground before him, his face satisfied at my pain and his success. In a flash, he was crouching before me, watching me. I glared at him and crawled back, away from him until I touched a pillar with my back. He stood up and didn't move. He was just watching me, enjoying my fear. I continued to glare at him, which seemed to amuse him. As he was watching me, I used the chance to look at the room I was in. If I wanted to get away from him, I needed to know where I was and what the fastest escape was. I looked around the room and saw that we were in a run-down building. It was a hall with big windows that were broken and dirty. Grass and other plants were growing through torn cement ground. I also could see some little trees growing in this hall I was in. The roof had holes at some places, some were small and big ones. Spider webs were everywhere and some puddles from the last rain. Just an arm's length away from me stood a bucket. It was filled half full with some fluid. Taking a deep breath, I could tell it was gasoline. The gasoline was old and dirt was swimming in it, but it was enough for my purpose. Guess luck was on my side, at least a little. This bucket was helpful. It would give me more time. Now all I needed was to set my plan in motion and wait for him to get distracted to have my chance to strike. I wondered what he was waiting for and how much time I had left as his mobile suddenly ringed. Well, how is it going? He asked while the other person, which most likely was Victoria, answered. He turned his back on me, and I used this chance to crawl closer to the bucket with gasoline. While he was distracted with the phone call, I, never leaving my eyes off him, moved slowly closer to my aim. As he ended his call and put his mobile back in his pocket, I grabbed the bucket and threw it at him so that the contents spilled all over him and the bucket hit his chest. I knew that he would hit me for this, but the gasoline increased my chances. I only hoped that he would break any bones in my body or kill me right now. He growled and was in an instant in front of me, giving me a murderous look. I didn't see it coming, but I sure felt it as he hit me. He grabbed my arm with one hand, pulled me to my feet, and pushed me with the other so hard that I knocked the air out of me and sent me flying. This all happened so fast that my brain couldn't keep up. I landed in a pile of planks that were under an old and wasted blanket. The impact hurt. I was sure that I would have marks from the planks I fell into. My chest, the place where he hit me, felt sore. It was a funny kind of pain, more like deep within than on the surface. It was hard of breath, and I felt dizzy, but I wasn't going to give up. If I died, so would Edward. He fell in love with me, and if I die, he would follow me. I had to fight for his life. And note to myself, when this is over, I had to coax the promise out of him that he wouldn't commit suicide. Why exactly haven't I thought of this earlier? It hurt to move, and the shock of the impact was fresh in my bones, but I pulled myself together and managed to gather myself up just to see that James was in front of me again. Oh, that wasn't nice. Now my clothes are wet and dirty. Look what you have done, he said in a dark and frightening voice. But I like it, you got fight in you. He let out a crazy laugh and looked back at me. You know, it's so boring oh my God, what are you? Please don't kill me. I give you everything you want, the screams and the instant defeat. It is no fun at all. My prey just doesn't fight back. But you have this sparkle in your eyes. You're a little fighter and so delicious. He came closer to me, inhaled my scent, and licked his lips. I swallowed hard. James smiled an evil smile before he continued. You have to know, Anna, I never came across such an amazing scent like yours. It's like not from this world. The guy that I killed here about 3 weeks ago had your scent on him. Your scent and the faint sense of tow vampires. Do you have any idea how long I've been searching for you? I thought the other vampires would eat my snack, but imagine my surprise when I got to discover that you are their pet. The girlfriend pet of one of them. As he said that it clicked, now everything made sense. This one guy that was killed, he was a friend of Kevin. As I heard about his death, I really wished I would have paid better attention to the details in the book. Maybe if I could have saved this man's life. He was at our house the day he got killed by James. This guy was really touchy. He pulled me into a hug when we were first introduced, and then as he left. That's how my scent got on him, and since Edward spent the night in my room and Alice came by to dress me, their scents were transferred from me on him. James probably didn't go to the baseball game because he was on the hunt for me and he didn't want to be disturbed by other vampires. Or maybe because he is a tracker, he was able to smell Edward and Alice from where he was and decided to observe from afar. I want to thank you for a really exciting game. It wasn't easy first to find you and then to decide what to do next, but then you were just running straight into my arms. They should have turned you. I don't understand how they can be near you and not drain you. The evil, sadistic grin back on his face as he watched how I took all of this in. So this is why Alice didn't see him. Without knowing it, he did everything right. He kept on chancing his mind and got me on a last-minute decision, helped by coincidence. And now be a good girl and don't move or I have to hurt you again, he said in this scary, creepy voice of his as he moved away to the other end of the hall. I used the chance and pulled my lighter out of my pocket. I don't have a random lighter, but a candle lighter. It was the best choice, really. The smart thing about it is that the button to switch the flame on and the opening where the flame came out were in a fair distance away. It made sure that I would not burn my fingers. I hit my candle lighter up my palm. Next, I pulled my right leg to me to have my other weapon handy. He came back to me with a camcorder in his hand. I knew what this sick idiot was about to do. I would like to have her little boyfriend to take part in the fun. What do you think? You should know there was one time that my prey escaped me. She was in an asylum because she had visions. She was thrown in a black hole and had shock treatment. Her scent was the most delicious one I have ever smelled, but an old vampire protected her from me. He turned her, and when she woke up, she didn't remember anything. Of course, I killed the old man because she was mine and he spoiled my meal. You know who I'm talking about, don't you? Alice, I said with as much surprise as I could, and it really fooled him. Yes, you were a good atonement for her. It always bugged me that my record got spoiled. Maybe I should do something about it. What do you think? He was holding the camera in my face. I just glared at him. Don't you want to ask your little boyfriend to avenge you? He asked. Look, Edward, look at her. Your little pet is here, so scared and alone. You know you're not a good boyfriend. You couldn't even protect your little pet. Now she's scared and hurt. You should have seen her flying across the room. Quite graceful. He was laughing like a crazy person now. He turned his back to me to talk into the camera. He no longer paid attention to me. That was my chance. Ever since I knew James and his coven were in the area, I was prepared. I had my candle lighter and a can with hairspray. The lighter and the hairspray will make quite a huge flame and set him on fire, and with the gasoline, now he'll go up in flames like torch, well, at least in theory. I had the hairspray on my ankle held in place with a strip of Velcro. Under my pants, none saw it. I had it with me all the time, and now was the time to use it. James was speaking into the camera with his back still to me. My heart was violently throbbing in my ears. The throbbing was so loud that I couldn't hear anything. I needed to calm myself down. I took deep breaths to force myself to be calm. Having regained some of my composure, I could hear what James said. Don't you think? Now Edward the First would like you to join our fun. I will slowly enjoy the sweet nectar of a beautiful pet, but do not fret. I will let you enjoy this too. The camera will record it all. Aren't I nice? His voice was twisted and his laugh was disgusting. He loved it. It was making him existed to inflict pain and suffering on others. Once more I saw what a vile creature he was and asked myself what kind of monster he was as a human. Was he a murderer, a rapist, or even something worse? Was the reason he was created because he was such a monster? Was his creator just like him? And he turned James to have a companion to torture and kill people with? Or was James just an unfinished meal by some random vampire, somewhere forgotten, thrown away to burn on his own? It was ridiculous what I was thinking while facing death, but at least it calmed me a little, as absurd as it sounds. But no matter what, I wasn't going to be his next victim. I had only little time left before he would drain me. I had to act now and fast. I moved my hand to my right ankle under my trouser leg. I grabbed the hairspray. The whole time my eyes didn't leave James' form, watching out for every one of his movements. I brought the hairspray in position and put the candle lighter before the opening of the can of hairspray. Now I had to go fast, and I couldn't make a mistake. My life depended on it, and not only mine. I switched the lighter on and pressed the button of the can. The spray came out. As it hit the little flame of my lighter, a huge green/blue-white flame exploded. The flame immediately reached James, as he was only about toe-arm lengths away from me because his clothes were drenched with gasoline. He really gone up in flames like I thought he would. The flame first touched his back as he stood with his back to me. As it did, James cried out in surprise and pain, straightening up. After a few shocked seconds, he turned around, which wasn't a good idea on his part because my flame was still on and now also hit his front that quickly lit up. The flames were eating their way over his body, consumed every part of his front. The flames were running up his chest and down his legs. The gasoline was making good work, working in my favor. He was screaming in pain, desperately trying to put the flames out. James was in flames, which were eating his body, and I didn't wait any longer. I started to run for my life. I heard the camera falling out of his hand, just as I heard birds singing peacefully in the forest, not aware of the grave situation inside the building. How strange I was here inside the building. I was fearing and fighting for my life, and outside those walls, the normal, peaceful life was continuing unaware of my struggles. Life and death. Is the difference between the two of them where you are at a certain point of time? Another useless question that swam in my mind. The wind was blowing through the broken windows, producing the typical sounds. My shoes were clattering on the cement ground as I run. It was weird that I noticed my surroundings this detailed as I was fleeing from the death that was only a few feet away from me. As I heard my shoes clattering on the cement ground, I prayed that he wouldn't follow the sound they were making. He was preoccupied with the flames and being burned into ashes. Of course, he wouldn't have time for me now, but still worries were flooding my thoughts right now. I was running to the half-open rusty metal gate. The steps I had to take to get there seemed endless. The sun was shining brightly through the opening, and reaching the gate had suddenly something monumental. When I finally passed the gate, I didn't stop. Instead, I turned my head quickly in every direction to see where to run, but it didn't matter. I didn't know where I was. I only saw that I was in a forest that hadn't seen a human being in decades. As I ran, I heard his agonized cries echoed through the forest. His cries of pain sent cold chills down my spine. His cries were like nails on a blackboard. I pushed myself faster to get away. If he was able to put the flames out, I was dead. I threw myself into the green branches which hit my body everywhere, tearing my clothes. The adrenaline shot through my body, and I wasn't even feeling the cuts that I certainly had received from the green around me. I ran as fast as I could, the lighter and hairspray still in my hands in case Victoria would show or James would recover faster than I thought. Yes, I wasn't any match for a vampire if I hadn't the advantage of surprise on my side. He could have easily snapped me in two if he wouldn't have been so arrogant. Arrogance was their weakness and the only thing that gave me a chance at survival. If they wanted me dead, they would have to fight me. I wouldn't get down without a fight. I had too much to life for. Somehow, I was jumping from I will die to I will kick their asses if they try to kill me pretty often, but hey, too insane, bloodthirsty vampire or after me guess a little craziness is allowed. I ran as fast as I could as suddenly a blur ran past me and toe-clawed, hard, cold arms caught me, stopping my escape dead. I was held hostage again in cold arms. I stopped breathing. Either James or Victoria had me, but if they thought they had an easy game, they were wrong. My herd was about to jump out of my chest, squeezing my lighter and the hairspray. Ready for the next fight, ready to kill the one who dared to try to remove me from the side of the man that I love. I slowly turned around and was faced with...
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.